Reader in Bureaucracy. Edited by Robert K. Merton, Ailsa P. Gray, Barbara Hockey, Hanan C. Selvin. Contents. Introduction to 1. Bureaucracy, Theoretical Conceptions. The Essentials of Bureaucratic Organization, an Ideal Type Construction by Max Weber. Some observations on Weber's analysis of bureaucracy by Carl J. Friedrich. Bureaucracy and National Socialism, a reconsideration of Weberian theory by Frederick S. Buren. On Weber's analysis of bureaucratic rules by Alvin W. Goldner. Some further requirements of bureaucratic theory by Herbert A. Simon. 2. Bases for the growth of bureaucracy. The presuppositions and causes of bureaucracy by Max Weber. The emergence of a bureaucracy by T. F. Tout. The emergence of types of religious organization by Ernst Troeltsch. The rise of German industrial organization by Thorstein Veblen. Contents. The bureaucratic tendency of political parties. 88 by Robert Michaels. The routinization of charisma. 92 by Max Weber. The Nazi Party, its leadership and composition. 100 by Hans H. Girth. 3. Bureaucracy and power relations. The power environment of bureaucracy. Bureaucracy and the problem of power. 114 by Reinhard Bendix. Cooptation, a mechanism for organizational stability. 135 by Philip Selznick. Assimilation of the discontented into the state. Bureaucracy. 140 by Robert Michaels. The conservative basis of organization. 143 by Robert Michaels. Total bureaucratization and the powerless individual. 149 by Franz Neumann. Ownership, management, and power. The control of the modern corporation. 153 by Adolf A. Burley, Jr. and Gardner C. Means. The executive and the owner-entrepreneur. 158 by Robert A. Gordon. A Marx for the Managers. 165 by Hans H. Girth and C. Wright Mills. 4. The structure of bureaucracy. Authority and decision-making. A definition of authority. 180 by Chester I. Barnard. Decision-making and administrative organization. 185 by Herbert A. Simon. A theory of organizational commitments by Philip Selznick. Notes on a theory of advice by Lyman Bryson. The execution of policy by J. Donald Kingsley. Bureaucracy and Social Change by Seymour Martin Lipset. Decision-making by Management in Industrial Relations by Robert Dubin. Status Systems and Gradations of Prestige. The Functions of Status Systems by Chester I. Barnard. Formal and Informal Status by F. J. Roethlisberger and William J. Dixon. Prestige Grading, a mechanism of control by Carl Dreyfus. Barriers to Understanding between Officers and Enlisted Men by Samuel A. Stauffer, et.al. Myth and Status Systems in Industry by Richard C. Myers. Conflicts of Authority. Expanding Jurisdictions, a Case Study in Bureaucratic Conflict by Marshall E. Dimmock. Duplication of Functions, a Case Study in Bureaucratic Conflict by the Hoover Commission. 5. Recruitment and Advancement. Historical Changes in Recruitment by Walter Rice Sharp. Social Backgrounds of the Business Elite by William Miller. The Selection of Bureau Heads by Arthur W. McMahon and John D. Millett. Executive Appointment in Private and Public Bureaucracies. 319 by Marshall E. Dimmock and Howard K. Hyde. Inducements and Incentives in Bureaucracy. 327 by Herbert A. Simon. Who were the most critical of the Army's promotion opportunities? 334 by Samuel A. Stauffer, et.al. The Problem of Succession in Bureaucracy. 339 by Alvin W. Goldner. 6. The Bureaucrat. The Daily Life of the Civil Servant. 353 by H. E. Dale. Orientations of Bureaucratic Thought. 360 by Karl Mannheim. Bureaucratic Structure and Personality. 361 by Robert K. Merton. The Navy Dispersing Officer as a Bureaucrat. 372 by Ralph H. Turner. Bureaucratic Patterns in the Navy Officer Corps. 380 by Arthur K. Davis. Bureaucracy Self-Examined. 307 By Marshall E. Dimmock. Procedural Vices, Law Papersary 407. By Walter Rice Sharp. Red Tape as a Social Problem 410. By Alvin W. Goldner. Crime and Corporate Organization 419. By Edwin H. Sutherland. 8 Field Methods for the Study of Bureaucracy. Self-Observation, Recording the Focus of Attention 425 by Harold D. Laswell. Introduction. The growth of bureaucracy, both public and private, is widely recognized as one of the major social trends of our time. Long before bureaucratization became so pronounced as to be evident to many, it had become a focus of interest to social scientists, who have produced a large literature on the subject. In part, they have been concerned with the sources of bureaucratization, and with its consequences for the life of men in bureaucratized society. In part, and particularly when stimulated by first-hand experience, they have been concerned with the internal workings of bureaucratic organization. There is also, of course, an abundant literature by critics of bureaucracy, typically conceived by them as a despotic autocracy of civil servants, but since this is notable chiefly for its richness of invective rather than for its contributions to a social science of organization, it needs only passing reference here. Intended for the convenience of students of organization, this reader assembles, in easily accessible form, various types of analysis of bureaucracy presently scattered in the literature of social science. It lays no claim to completeness. A complete reader would run to numerous volumes, each of considerable length. It would have to take systematic account of bureaucracy in various times and places during a large fraction of recorded history from the ancient bureaucracies of China, Egypt, and Rome, to the principal varieties of our own day. It would have to treat political, religious, economic, military, and educational bureaucracies within each of these historical contexts. And finally, since the study of bureaucracy, like the study of other major forms of social organization, is not the exclusive province of the historian, economist, or political scientist, the sociologist or social psychologist, this hypothetically complete reader would have to include selections on each type of bureaucracy within each historical context from the special standpoint of each of the social sciences. This reader has a more limited and more nearly realizable objective. Its scope has been delimited in 5 respects. First of all, it emphasizes the sociological study of bureaucracy, although it includes examples of the modes of analysis utilized by political scientists and by students of organization in related disciplines. This emphasis has characteristic difficulties, one of which deserves notice here. The student trained in any one of the social sciences finds that the language of the others often seems strange at best, and, at worst, unintelligible. It requires an effort to transcend the limits of one's own specialized vocabulary, an effort not without value in the study of a subject that is variously the concern of practically all the social sciences. Second, the selections dealing with particular bureaucracies have been limited to American and to West European bureaucracies of the relatively recent past. This is manifestly at the expense of providing material suitable for the comparative study of bureaucracy. But numerous selections in the reader keep the need for such study before the student, and the appended bibliography affords supplementary references for students who wish to embark upon the cross-cultural analysis of bureaucracy. Third, it seemed essential that the readings be in-depth rather than thinly dispersed over the wide range of bureaucracies in the various institutional sectors of society. Accordingly, the greatest single share of attention is given over to political bureaucracy, with somewhat less attention to economic bureaucracy, and less still to military and religious bureaucracy. However, these are not discussed in isolation, a substantial number of the readings deal with the interrelations between them. And after noting the characteristic routines of organized behavior in bureaucracy, several selections dwell upon the variability of bureaucratic structure so that the student will not assume, too soon and without foundation, that what is found to be true of certain types of bureaucracy is true of them all. Fourth, it was recognized from the start that both descriptive and analytical materials have their distinctive value, the one being only a prelude to the other. It was not ordinarily practicable, if only because of their length, to include detailed descriptive accounts of particular bureaucracies. As a general rule, therefore, such descriptive materials are only cited in the bibliography, rather than reproduced in full. Fifth, no effort was made to impose a unity of outlook by selecting only those extracts which are mutually consistent in their definition of problems for analysis and in their interpretations of bureaucratically organized behavior. The study of bureaucracy has not hardened into categories of analysis beyond dispute, nor has it developed a single body of theory that supersedes all others. The diversity of outlook in these readings is believed to reflect the current state of a developing field of inquiry which is beginning to consolidate its findings. Each section of this volume is prefaced by a brief statement, directing attention to the problems of chief concern in that section. Many papers which we would have wished to include, had space allowed, are cited in the bibliography, which provides a basis for the more intensive study of selected problems. The bibliography attests the rapidly mounting interest. 13. Of social scientists in bureaucracy and the slower accumulation of empirical researches in this field. Since we must assume that the study of bureaucracy has a future as well as a past, there can be little doubt that, in a few years, new collections of readings on the subject will be needed to draw upon the cumulating empirical researches and theoretical developments that will have appeared in the interval. In the successive drafts of organization and in the selection of materials, we have been greatly helped by the panel of advisory editors who do not, of course, share responsibility for the deficiencies that remain. We are indebted also to Jeremiah Kaplan, editor of the Free Press, for his encouragement in the preparation of this volume. We are grateful to Miss Mary Woods for her unfailing secretarial help. And as must be true of any compilation of readings, our greatest debt is to the authors and publishers who have granted permission to reproduce their materials, and to those scholars who have contributed articles written specifically for this volume. HKLM. IGS. BHA.PG. IE. PE registered WREE. EEP_MEOUT APAP OS. PRTI. Reader in Bureaucracy. Bureaucracy. Theoretical conceptions. It would be premature to refer to the theory of bureaucracy, as though there existed a single, well-defined conceptual scheme adequate for understanding this form of organization. Nevertheless, categories for description and analysis, and empirical generalizations connecting these categories have been developed, and these prove helpful in analyzing the structure of bureaucracy, the conditions of its growth and decline, the sources of intra-bureaucratic conflict, the relations of bureaucracy with its social and political environment, and the connections between bureaucratic structure and the social and personal characteristics of the bureaucrat. Each of these special problems is treated theoretically and empirically in a later section of this volume. This first section is somewhat more comprehensive in scope, consisting of a general theoretical formulation of the nature of bureaucracy, 3 sharply focused commentaries on one or another part of this formulation, and a critical review of bureaucratic theory current among students of administration. Beyond all others, Max Weber may be regarded as the founder of the systematic study of bureaucracy. Certainly, as many of the papers in later sections make evident, his formulations have been the fountainhead for much theoretical and empirical inquiry into bureaucracy. The opening selection from his work is a compact statement of his theoretic framework for the study of the components, structure, and functions of bureaucracy. This discussion locates the purely bureaucratic type of administrative organization, as distinct from other types such as the patrimonial bureaucracy, within the broader setting of a theory of legal authority, and emphasizes the basic similarity of structure and process found in bureaucratic organization in the otherwise disparate spheres of church and state, army, political party, and economic enterprise, in short, in a wide range of public and private administrative organizations. The 3 papers following are focused on one or another of Weber's formulations. Weber's application of the concept of ideal type to his analysis of bureaucracy is subjected to a critical appraisal by Friedrich. Among the best known of Weber's generalizations is that which holds that the bureaucratic machine will ordinarily continue to operate essentially unchanged even in the face of revolutionary changes in the society. On the basis of case materials dealing with the transformation of bureaucracies during the National Socialist regime, Buren demonstrates that Weber's hypothesis involved an overestimate of the political importance of the technical knowledge possessed by the bureaucratic expert. And Goldner draws upon recent studies of industrial organization to re-examine Weber's characterization of bureaucracy, particularly the norm of impersonality. Supplementing these discussions of Weberian theory is Simon's critical review of bureaucratic theory current among students of administration, designed to clarify some of the major concepts presently employed in the study of bureaucracy. J. The essentials of bureaucratic organization. An ideal type construction. Max Weber. The effectiveness of legal authority rests on the acceptance of the validity of the following mutually interdependent ideas. 1. That any given legal norm may be established by agreement or by imposition, on grounds of expediency or rational values or both, with a claim to obedience at least on the part of the members of the corporate group. This is, however, usually extended to include all persons within the sphere of authority or of power in question, which in the case of territorial bodies is the territorial area who stand in certain social relationships or carry out forms of social action which in the order governing the corporate group have been declared to be relevant. 2. That every body of law consists essentially in a consistent system of abstract rules which have normally been intentionally established. Furthermore, administration of law is held to consist in the application of these rules to particular cases. The administrative process is the rational pursuit of the interests which are specified in the order governing the corporate group within the limits laid down by legal precepts and following principles which are capable of generalized formulation and are approved in the order governing the group, or at least not disapproved in it. 3. That thus the typical person in authority occupies an office. In the action associated with his status, including the commands he issues to others, he is subject to an impersonal order to which his actions are oriented. This is true not only for persons exercising legal authority who are in the usual sense officials, but, for instance, for the elected president of a state. 4. That the person who obeys authority does so, as it is usually stated, only in his capacity as a member of the corporate group, and what he obeys is only the law. He may in this connection be the member of an association, of a territorial commune, of a church, or a citizen of a state. 5. In conformity with point 3, it is held that the members of the corporate group, in so far as they obey a person in authority, do not owe this obedience to him as an individual, but to the impersonal order. Hence, it follows that there is an obligation to obedience only within the sphere of the rationally delimited authority which, in terms of the order, has been conferred upon him. The following may thus be said to be the fundamental categories of rational legal authority: a continuous organization of official functions bound by rules. A specified sphere of competence. This involves a sphere of obligations to perform functions which has been marked off as part of a systematic division of labor. The provision of the incumbent with the necessary authority to carry out these functions. That the necessary means of compulsion are clearly defined and their use is subject to definite conditions. A unit exercising authority which is organized in this way will be called an administrative organ. There are administrative organs in this sense in large-scale private organizations, in parties and armies, as well as in the state and the church. An elected president, a cabinet of ministers, or a body of elected representatives also in this sense constitute administrative organs. This is not, however, the place to discuss these concepts. Not every administrative organ is provided with compulsory powers. But this distinction is not important for present purposes. The organization of offices follows the principle of hierarchy, that is, each lower office is under the control and supervision of a higher one. There is a right of appeal and of statement of grievances from the lower to the higher. Hierarchies differ in respect to whether and in what cases complaints can lead to a ruling from an authority at various points higher in the scale, and as to whether changes are imposed from higher up or the responsibility for such changes is left to the lower office, the conduct of which was the subject of complaint. The rules which regulate the conduct of an office may be technical rules or norms. In both cases, if their application is to be fully rational, specialized training is necessary. It is thus normally true that only a person who has demonstrated an adequate technical training is qualified to be a member of the administrative staff of such an organized group, and hence only such persons are eligible for appointment to official positions. The administrative staff of a rational corporate group thus typically consists of officials, whether the organization be devoted to political, religious, economic in particular, capitalistic, or other ends. In the rational type it is a matter of principle that the members of the administrative staff should be completely separated from ownership of the means of production or administration. Officials, employees, and workers attached to the administrative staff do not themselves own the non-human means of production and administration. These are rather provided for their use in kind or in money, and the official is obligated to render an accounting of their use. There exists, furthermore, in principle complete separation of the property belonging to the organization, which is controlled within the sphere of office, and the personal property of the official, which is available for his own private uses. There is a corresponding separation of the place in which official functions are carried out, the office in the sense of premises, from living quarters. In the rational type case, there is also a complete absence of appropriation of his official position by the incumbent. Where rights to an office exist, as in the case of judges, and recently of an increasing proportion of officials and even of workers, they do not normally serve the purpose of appropriation by the official, but of securing the purely objective and independent character of the conduct of the office so that it is oriented only to the relevant norms. Administrative acts, decisions, and rules are formulated and recorded in writing, even in cases where oral discussion is the rule or is even mandatory. This applies at least to preliminary discussions and proposals, to final decisions, and to all sorts of orders and rules. The combination of written documents and a continuous organization of official functions constitutes the office *, which is the central focus of all types of modern corporate action. V. E. Weber does not explain this distinction. By a technical rule he probably means a prescribed course of action which is dictated primarily on grounds touching efficiency of the performance of the immediate functions, while by norms he probably means rules which limit conduct on grounds other than those of efficiency. Of course, in one sense all rules are norms in that they are prescriptions for conduct, conformity with which is problematical. Ed. 2. Bureau. It has seemed necessary to use the English word office in three different meanings, which are distinguished in Weber's discussion by at least two terms. The first is amt, which means office in the sense of the institutionally defined status of a person. The second is the work premises as in the expression he spent the afternoon in his office. For this Weber uses bureau as also for the third meaning which he has just defined, the organized work process of a group. In this last sense an office is a particular type of organization, or Betrieb in Weber's sense. This use is established in English. Essentials of Bureaucratic Organization, an Ideal Type Construction 21. Legal authority can be exercised in a wide variety of different forms which will be distinguished and discussed later. The following analysis will be deliberately confined for the most part to the aspect of imperative coordination in the structure of the administrative staff. It will consist in an analysis in terms of ideal types of officialdom or bureaucracy. In the above outline no mention has been made of the kind of supreme head appropriate to a system of legal authority. This is a consequence of certain considerations which can only be made entirely understandable at a later stage in the analysis. There are very important types of rational imperative coordination which, with respect to the ultimate source of authority, belong to other categories. This is true of the hereditary charismatic type, as illustrated by hereditary monarchy, and of the pure charismatic type of a president chosen by plebiscite. Other cases involve rational elements at important points, but are made up of a combination of bureaucratic and charismatic components, as is true of the cabinet form of government. Still others are subject to the authority of the chief of other corporate groups, whether their character be charismatic or bureaucratic. Thus the formal head of a government department under a parliamentary regime may be a minister who occupies his position because of his authority in a party. The type of rational, legal administrative staff is capable of application in all kinds of situations and contexts. It is the most important mechanism for the administration of everyday profane affairs. For in that sphere, the exercise of authority and, more broadly, imperative coordination, consists precisely in administration. The purest type of exercise of legal authority is that which employs a bureaucratic administrative staff. Only the supreme chief of the organization occupies his position of authority by virtue of appropriation, of election, or of having been designated for the succession. But even his authority consists in a sphere of legal competence. The whole administrative staff under the supreme authority then consists, in the purest type, of individual officials who are appointed and function according to the following criteria. They are personally free and subject to authority only with respect to their impersonal official obligations. They are organized in a clearly defined hierarchy of offices. Each office has a clearly defined sphere of competence in the legal sense. The office is filled by a free contractual relationship. Thus, in principle, there is free selection. Candidates are selected on the basis of technical qualifications. In such expressions as the district attorney's office has such and such functions. The most rational case, this is tested by examination or guaranteed by diplomas certifying technical training, or both. They are appointed, not elected. They are remunerated by fixed salaries in money, for the most part with a right to pensions. Only under certain circumstances does the employing authority, especially in private organizations, have a right to terminate the appointment, but the official is always free to resign. The salary scale is primarily graded according to rank in the hierarchy, but in addition to this criterion, the responsibility of the position and the requirements of the incumbent's social status may be taken into account. The office is treated as the sole, or at least the primary, occupation of the incumbent. It constitutes a career. There is a system of promotion according to seniority or to achievement, or both. Promotion is dependent on the judgment of superiors. The official works entirely separated from ownership of the means of administration and without appropriation of his position. He is subject to strict and systematic discipline and control in the conduct of the office. This type of organization is in principle applicable with equal facility to a wide variety of different fields. It may be applied in profit-making business or in charitable organizations, or in any number of other types of private enterprises serving ideal or material ends. It is equally applicable to political and to religious organizations. With varying degrees of approximation to a pure type, its historical existence can be demonstrated in all these fields. 1. For example, this type of bureaucracy is found in private clinics, as well as in endowed hospitals or the hospitals maintained by religious orders. Bureaucratic organization has played a major role in the Catholic Church. It is well illustrated by the administrative role of the priesthood in the modern Church, which has expropriated almost all of the old church benefices, which were in former days to a large extent subject to private appropriation. It is also illustrated by the conception of the universal episcopate, which is thought of as formally constituting a universal legal competence in religious matters. Similarly, the doctrine of papal infallibility is thought of as in fact involving a universal competence, but only one which functions ex cathedra in the sphere of the office, thus implying the typical distinction between the sphere of office and that of the private affairs of the incumbent. The same phenomena are found in the large-scale capitalistic enterprise, and the larger it is, the greater their role. And this is not less true of political parties, which will be discussed separately. Finally, the modern army is essentially a bureaucratic organization administered by that peculiar type of military functionary, the officer. 2. Bureaucratic authority is carried out in its purest form where it is most clearly dominated by the principle of appointment. There is no such thing as a hierarchy of elected officials in the same sense as there is a hierarchical organization of appointed officials. In the first place, election makes it impossible to attain a stringency of discipline even approaching that in the appointed type. For it is open to a subordinate official to compete for elective honors on the same terms as his superiors, and his prospects are not dependent on the superior's judgment. 3. Appointment by free contract, which makes free selection possible, is essential to modern bureaucracy. Where there is a hierarchical organization with impersonal spheres of competence, but occupied by unfree officials like slaves or dependents, who, however, function in a formally bureaucratic manner, the term patrimonial bureaucracy will be used. 4. The role of technical qualifications in bureaucratic organizations is continually increasing. Even an official in a party or a trade union organization is in need of specialized knowledge, though it is usually of an empirical character, developed by experience, rather than by formal training. In the modern state, the only offices for which no technical qualifications are required are those of ministers and presidents. This only goes to prove that they are officials only in a formal sense, and not substantively, as is true of the managing director or president of a large business corporation. There is no question but that the position of the capitalistic entrepreneur is as definitely appropriated as is that of a monarch. Thus, at the top of a bureaucratic organization, there is necessarily an element which is at least not purely bureaucratic. The category of bureaucracy is one applying only to the exercise of control by means of a particular kind of administrative staff. 5. The bureaucratic official normally receives a fixed salary. By contrast, sources of income which are privately appropriated will be called benefices. Bureaucratic salaries are also normally paid in money. Though this is not central to the concept of bureaucracy, it is the arrangement which best fits the pure type. Payments in kind are apt to have the character of benefices, and the receipt of a benefice normally implies the appropriation of opportunities for earnings and of positions. There are, however, gradual transitions in this field with many intermediate types. Appropriation by virtue of leasing or sale of offices or the pledge of income from office are phenomena foreign to the pure type of bureaucracy. 6. Offices which do not constitute the incumbent's principal occupation, in particular honorary offices, belong in other categories. The typical bureaucratic official occupies the office as his principal occupation. 7. With respect to the separation of the official from ownership of the means of administration, the situation is essentially the same in the field of public administration and in private bureaucratic organizations, such as the large-scale capitalistic enterprise. 8. At the present time are rapidly decreasing in importance in favor of types of organization which are in fact, and for the most part formally as well, subject to the authority of a single head. For instance, the collegial governments in Prussia have long since given way to the monocratic district president. The decisive factor in this development has been the need for rapid, clear decisions, free of the necessity of compromise between different opinions and also free of shifting majorities. G. The modern army officer is a type of appointed official who is clearly marked off by certain class distinctions. In this respect, such officers differ radically from elected military leaders, from charismatic condottieri, from the type of officers who recruit and lead mercenary armies as a capitalistic enterprise, and, finally, from the incumbents of commissions which have been purchased. There may be gradual transitions between these types. The patrimonial retainer, who is separated from the means of carrying out his function, and the proprietor of a mercenary army for capitalistic purposes have, along with the private capitalistic entrepreneur, been pioneers in the organization of the modern type of bureaucracy. Tuesday, monocratic type or bureaucratic administration. Experience tends universally to show that the purely bureaucratic type of administrative organization that ones, the monocratic variety of bureaucracy is, from a purely technical point of view, capable of attaining the highest degree of efficiency and is in this sense formally the most rational known means of carrying out imperative control over human beings. It is superior to any other form in precision, in stability, in the stringency of its discipline, and in its reliability. It thus makes possible a particularly high degree of calculability of results for the heads of the organization and for those acting in relation to it. It is finally superior both in intensive efficiency and in the scope of its operations, and is formally capable of application to all kinds of administrative tasks. The development of the modern form of the organization of corporate groups in all fields is nothing less than identical with the development and continual spread of bureaucratic administration. This is true of church and state, of armies, political parties, economic enterprises, organizations to promote all kinds of causes, private associations, clubs, and many others. Its development is, to take the most striking case, the most crucial phenomenon of the modern Western state. However many forms there may be which do not appear to fit this pattern, such as collegial representative bodies, parliamentary committees, soviets, honorary officers, lay judges, and what not, and however much people may complain about the evils of bureaucracy, it would be sheer illusion to think for a moment that continuous administrative work can be carried out in any field except by means of officials working in offices. The whole pattern of everyday life is cut to fit this framework. For bureaucratic administration is, other things being equal, always, from a formal, technical point of view, the most rational type. For the needs of mass administration today, it is completely indispensable. The choice is only that between bureaucracy and dilettantism in the field of administration. The primary source of the superiority of bureaucratic administration lies in the role of technical knowledge which, through the development of modern technology and business methods in the production of goods, has become completely indispensable. In this respect, it makes no difference whether the economic system is organized on a capitalistic or a socialistic basis. Indeed, if in the latter case a comparable level of technical efficiency were to be achieved, it would mean a tremendous increase in the importance of specialized bureaucracy. When those subject to bureaucratic control seek to escape the influence of the existing bureaucratic apparatus, this is normally possible only by creating an organization of their own which is equally subject to the process of bureaucratization. Similarly, the existing bureaucratic apparatus is driven to continue functioning by the most powerful interests which are material and objective, but also ideal in character. Without it, a society like our own with a separation of officials, employees, and workers from ownership of the means of administration, dependent on discipline and on technical training could no longer function. The only exception would be those groups, such as the peasantry, who are still in possession of their own means of subsistence. Even in case of revolution by force or of occupation by an enemy, the bureaucratic machinery will normally continue to function just as it has for the previous legal government. The question is always who controls the existing bureaucratic machinery. And such control is possible only in a very limited degree to persons who are not technical specialists. Generally speaking, the trained permanent official is more likely to get his way in the long run than his nominal superior, the cabinet minister, who is not a specialist. Though by no means alone, the capitalistic system has undeniably played a major role in the development of bureaucracy. Indeed, without it capitalistic production could not continue and any rational type of socialism would have simply to take it over and increase its importance. Its development, largely under capitalistic auspices, has created an urgent need for stable, strict, intensive, and calculable administration. It is this need which gives bureaucracy a crucial role in our society as the central element in any kind of large-scale administration. Only by reversion in every field political, religious, economic, etc. to small-scale organization would it be possible, to any considerable extent to escape its influence. On the one hand, capitalism in its modern stages of development strongly tends to foster the development of bureaucracy, though both capitalism and bureaucracy have arisen from many different historical sources. Conversely, capitalism is the most rational economic basis for bureaucratic administration and enables it to develop in the most rational form, especially because, from a fiscal point of view, it supplies the necessary money resources. Along with these fiscal conditions of efficient bureaucratic administration, there are certain extremely important conditions in the fields of communication and transportation. The precision of its functioning requires the services of the railway, the telegraph, and the telephone, and becomes increasingly dependent on them. A socialistic form of organization would not alter this fact. It would be a question whether in a socialistic system it would be possible to provide conditions for carrying out as stringent bureaucratic organization as has been possible in a capitalistic order. For socialism would, in fact, require a still higher degree of formal bureaucratization than capitalism. If this should prove not to be possible, it would demonstrate the existence of another of those fundamental elements of irrationality in social systems, a conflict between formal and substantive rationality of the sort which sociology so often encounters. Bureaucratic administration means fundamentally the exercise of control on the basis of knowledge. This is the feature of it which makes it specifically rational. This consists on the one hand in technical knowledge which, by itself, is sufficient to ensure it a position of extraordinary power. But in addition to this, bureaucratic organizations, or the holders of power who make use of them, have the tendency to increase their power still further by the knowledge growing out of experience in the service. For they acquire through the conduct of office a special knowledge of facts and have available a store of documentary material peculiar to themselves. While not peculiar to bureaucratic organizations, the concept of official secrets is certainly typical of them. It stands in relation to technical knowledge in somewhat the same position as commercial secrets due to technological training. It is a product of the striving for power. Bureaucracy is superior in knowledge, including both technical knowledge and knowledge of the concrete fact within its own sphere of interest, which is usually confined to the interests of a private business, a capitalistic enterprise. The capitalistic entrepreneur is, in our society, the only type who has been able to maintain at least relative immunity from subjection to the control of rational bureaucratic knowledge. All the rest of the population have tended to be organized in large-scale corporate groups which are inevitably subject to bureaucratic control. This is as inevitable as the dominance of precision machinery in the mass production of goods. The following are the principal more general social consequences of bureaucratic control: the tendency to leveling in the interest of the broadest possible basis of recruitment in terms of technical competence. The tendency to plutocracy growing out of the interest in the great. Some observations on Weber's analysis of bureaucracy. 27. Est possible length of technical training. Today this often lasts up to the age of 30. The dominance of a spirit of formalistic impersonality, sine iraet studio, without hatred or passion, and hence without affection or enthusiasm. The dominant norms are concepts of straightforward duty without regard to personal considerations. Everyone is subject to formal equality of treatment, that is, everyone in the same empirical situation. This is the spirit in which the ideal official conducts his office. Some observations on Weber's analysis of bureaucracy. Carl J. Friedrich. Max Weber's analysis of bureaucracy is one of the central points in his general sociology. His key concept of rationalization as a distinctive feature of modern society, especially as linked to his notion of a demystification of the world, finds one of its concrete manifestations in bureaucracy and bureaucratization. Here lies one of the important limits of his analysis, for this notion of a progressive rationalization and demystification, while more sophisticated, is linked to the earlier and more grandiloquent sociological system of Comte with its universal progress toward an intellectually conceived goal. Rationalization and demystification are in turn linked to Weber's emphasis on power in all social relationships, and receive their methodological patterning from his concept of an ideal type. To deal with the second aspect first, this methodological concept of ideal types has aroused a good deal of speculation and controversy. Neither the careful analysis of von Skelting * nor the thoughtful commentary by Parsons. This paper was written especially for this volume. The critical assistance of Theodore S. Baer is gratefully acknowledged. Has been successful in dispelling the mist which surrounds this tool. The term ideal type is unfortunate in that the entities to which it is applied are certainly not ideal even in a Platonic ideal sense. There is, more particularly, nothing ideal about bureaucracy. Furthermore, if they were ideal they would not be types, since types derive their significance from the empirical reality which they typify. If, on the other hand, they are types, and there seems little doubt that Weber intended such expressions as bureaucracy to delineate types in the sense just specified, then they should be derived by carefully abstracting from empirical givens through the method of concomitant variations. This method ordinarily starts with an exact appraisal of one given complex or configuration of phenomena, events, or processes, then another, and then another. These in turn are subjected to comparison in terms of specific aspects, either through actual or mental experimentation *, but Weber, instead of thus proceeding by empirical observation and analysis of the ascertainable givens of such experience, sets forth his ideal types as mental constructs which are neither derived by a process of deductive ratiocination from higher concepts, nor built up from empirical data by relevant inference, nor demonstrably developed as working hypotheses from such data registered. The profound methodological confusion associated with the notion of ideal type seriously affects Weber's discussion of bureaucracy, since bureaucracy is supposed to be one of these nebulous entities. Rationalization and demystification are likewise supposed to be ideal types, but they belong to the second category of such types, the individualizing ones. At this point, a passing comment on the neo-Kantian origin of the sharp distinction between individualizing and generalizing concepts may be in order. Rickert, among others, had sought to make this distinction the basis of his differentiation between the sciences of culture and of nature, registered with special emphasis upon the historical studies. While no one would deny the stimulating effect of this distinction upon the latter, which it freed from the more tedious objections of scientism, this distinction is of limited logical value due to the inherent difficulties of calling any simple concept individualizing. And yet, Weber's notion of ideal types is oriented toward precisely this contradictory implication of individualization. Since he uses the notion of ideal type at the same time in a generalizing manner, however, a medley of transitional patterns of analysis is the result. The student accustomed to logical precision in facing facts cannot but be disturbed by the resulting confusion of meta-rational intuitions. Rationalization and demystification are not simple developmental trends. Cycles of contrary trends are part of the historical past as we know it. Nor is bureaucracy necessarily related to either of these processes. The preceding comments really are linked to the significance of historical research as the only basis for empirical data on the social phenomena abstractly described as bureaucracy. Whatever aspects or criteria a working concept of bureaucracy should stress is a question which should be settled, not by an intuitional typology, but by comparison of relevant historical documents. My dissatisfaction with the ideal typical approach to bureaucracy led me to make such an empirical and comparative inquiry. In Constitutional Government and Democracy *, I showed that the documents pertaining to the development of central administrative bodies in England, France, Brandenburg Prussia, the American colonies, and the United States revealed a recurrent pattern. 6 elements or aspects recur in a developing bureaucracy in demonstrable institutionalization, centralization of control and supervision, differentiation of functions, qualification for office, objectivity, precision and continuity, and secrecy. The first 3 of these aspects are organizational, the latter 3 behavioral. Such topics as discipline and morale can be shown to be sub-aspects of this general pattern registered. These aspects are quasi-quantitative, they allow the judgment of more and less. But the conceivable endpoints of example complete centralization are not ideal types, for they are neither ideal nor types. The logical nature of these concepts is not that of working hypotheses, either, although I would be willing to accept the proposition that the concept of bureaucracy which is based upon their 6-fold combination is hypothetical. It is hypothetical in the sense that further research and analysis may disclose that more factors should be added, or that the number of factors can be reduced. In that sense, one could even say that the aspects severally are hypothetical. But it is more important to insist that they represent unreal limits of a developmental trend. However, these unreal limits have no teleological or normative significance. In fact, there are indications that each of these aspects engenders counter-trends which are the result of the inherent disadvantages of excessive centralization, differentiation of functions and so forth. Presumably, the cause of this must be sought in the relationship between these several aspects and the corresponding organizational needs. The preceding remarks imply another important deviation from the analysis which Weber offered with his intuitional ideal type of bureaucracy, the rejection of the normative element. One of the striking contradictions in Weber's work is the stress he put on the need for a wordfreie Wissenschaft, a social science free of value judgments, degree, while at the same time the implications of his ideal type analysis led him to introduce value judgments into the discussion of such issues as bureaucracy. The normative element is here represented by the qualifying expression fully developed, trademark, or again in the qualifying expression of effectiveness of legal authority and acceptance of validity. This definitional manifold in turn depends upon his highly normative basic concept of legitimacy, the analysis of which cannot be undertaken here. Registered, suffice it to say that the normative non-empirical aspect of Weber's approach seems to lie in the assumption that such situational givens as validity, acceptance, authority, and legal are taken to be evident in their phenomenal implications when, as a matter of fact, they constitute the real tasks of empirical inquiry, and static absolutes when, as a matter of fact, they are dynamic, highly fluid aspects of a variety of institutional manifolds, among them bureaucracy. This range of problems is highlighted in such issues as the responsibility of a bureaucracy. In Weber's analysis of a fully developed bureaucracy, it is hard to escape the conclusion that a bureaucracy is the more fully developed the less responsible it is in its operation. This can be seen in the discussion Weber offers of the conditions of maximum formal rationality of capital accounting 14, as well as in that of legal authority with a bureaucratic administrative staff, imperative coordination in the structure of the administrative staff. The most significant indication is his insistence on appointment, as contrasted with election, but his delineation of the hierarchical aspect, as well as of discipline and control, are also symptomatic. The very words vibrate with something of the Prussian enthusiasm for the military type of organization, and the way seems barred to any kind of consultative, let alone cooperative, pattern. That the latter kind of pattern may be a higher type, that it may represent a more fully developed form of administrative organization, not only in terms of humanitarian values, but also in terms of results, is all but excluded as a possibility. It may be an exaggeration to hold that highly authoritarian norms have been embodied in this Weberian terminology. It seems to the author nevertheless striking that Weber's fully developed bureaucracy is most nearly represented by three modern organizations: an army, a business concern without any sort of employee or labor participation in management, a totalitarian party and its bureaucratic administration. Is it not revealing that, at the outset of his discussion of the basis of legitimacy, Weber defines imperative control as the probability that certain commands from a given source will be obeyed by a given group of persons? 1%. Is it not equally revealing that discipline is defined as the probability that a command will receive prompt and automatic obedience in stereotyped forms as a result of habituation? Or that, contrariwise, the vital aspect of morale is omitted from the discussion of an administrative staff? The particular normative implications of Weber's terminology, linking an administrative staff one-sidedly to imperative control and to power, make it well nigh impossible for Weber even to adumbrate the range of problems suggested by the expression responsible bureaucracy. The conjunction of the concept of responsibility with that of an administrative staff is inherent, however, in the empirical data on bureaucracy afforded by Western historical experience. This is true to the extent that a history of Western bureaucracy is inconceivable without this conjunction being assigned a central place. Registered, it is well known that Weber sought to escape the dilemma posed by the valuational aspect of social data, and more especially of political data, by introducing the category of Verstehen. 17. We understand, so Weber holds, because we share as human beings the valuational potential of other human beings, even when we decidedly reject the values involved. Thus Hitler's persecution of the Jews would be understandable, presumably, because we can find in ourselves comparable motivations. Weber's thought is purposely put in over-sharp focus in this illustration, in order to bring out the tout comprendre to which the tout partner of the well-known French saying corresponds. This comprehending of other human beings from inside, as it were, undoubtedly constitutes an advantage of the studies concerned with man. But to this advantage corresponds a disadvantage not properly analyzed by Weber, which results from the Missverstehen or misunderstanding of other human beings. Hence the most difficult methodological problems arise. To determine when we understand and when we misunderstand is one of the crucial tasks of any critical study concerned with historical data. In Weber's treatment, such misunderstanding receives scant attention. As a result, what appears to be an elimination of the valuational problems in the social sciences turns out to be the characteristic positivistic suppression of these problems under a new disguise. Rationalization, demystification, and bureaucracy are striking instances of this inadequacy of the Weberian word-free sociology. To clinch the argument, one may turn to Weber's discussion of responsibility itself. 18 It is a simple classificatory statement, without any depth of analysis and unsupported by empirical data of any kind. He links responsibility to solidarity, distinguishes active and passive solidarity, and then states that all the participants may be held responsible for the action. By his employment of the word may, which deprives many of his statements of scientific exactitude, Weber avoids any specific analysis of the conditions under which responsibility functions, what determines its operation or limits its scope. Registered the crucial problems of policy formation, therefore, receive hardly any attention at all. The discussion of institutional manifolds such as bureaucracy, without reference to a pattern of objectives toward which their operation is directed, is like discussing plant growth without taking the sun into account. The foregoing is not intended to suggest that Weber's analysis of bureaucracy is without value. In this, as in so many other areas, he opened important lines of inquiry. His genius overshot the mark by proliferating what would seem to us working hypotheses in the form of ideal types which he did not pause to test against empirical data, yet he himself would have been the first to concede the importance of doing so. It is more doubtful whether he would have been willing to yield on the broader issues of political theory and philosophy which his terminology implies. Politica residential dura runs a Latin adage, and the emphasis upon power and imperative control in dealing with politics, to the point of indifference toward other objectives objectified in political institutions, may be disastrous. For theory guides policy, and so central an entity as bureaucracy must be rightly understood if policy is to be sound. Bureaucracy and National Socialism, a reconsideration of Weberian theory. Frederick S. Buren. Tuesday Root or Bureaucratic Srapatiri. Max Weber's statements about the resilience of public bureaucracies in the face of constitutional and political change require re-examination. With regard to France, for instance, we must qualify his conclusion that the administrative system has remained almost unchanged since Napoleon I. Correct as to the social composition of the bureaucracy and its territorial and organizational structure, Weber's thesis ignores the important changes brought about in the operation of the bureaucracy by the rise of the doctrines of public liability and account. This article was written especially for this volume. Ability and their enforcement by the Council of State. Admittedly, the metamorphosis of the Council of State from an organ of executive domination into one restraining the public services in the interest of the citizen, resulted from political changes which left the formal structure of administration virtually untouched, yet, beneath that structure the effects on bureaucratic processes and behavior patterns of the change from authoritarian to responsible administration were too substantial to permit of Weber's generalization. The post-war revival of authoritarian tendencies in Western Germany is correctly related to Allied failure to democratize the civil service. But the re-emergence of pre-Nazi institutions in this as in other sectors of German society should not lead us to apply Weber's rule of bureaucratic stability too rigidly, and to view today's bureaucracy, or at least its upper, academic stratum, as essentially that of the empire. The record of what happened to the traditional bureaucracies during the Nazi era is available to dispel such a misconception. Is there really no essential difference between the former Nazi officials now staffing the government departments of Bavaria and their predecessors whom the Weimar Republic took over from the Empire? It is notorious, for instance, that, under Hitler, prosecutors and criminal judges were transformed into practitioners of violence. Does that fact influence the work of the denazified present occupants of those positions? In order to deal with such questions, we must know to what extent the Nazis succeeded in reshaping the bureaucracies they inherited from the absolute state and the constitutional state. This subject is important not only for our understanding of contemporary Germany. The Hitler regime is of great significance to a general understanding of the dynamics and practice of modern bureaucracy. The political and social changes brought about by the Nazis entailed extensive modifications of the composition, standards of conduct, and mental climate of the state bureaucracy, judiciary, and army. These modifications reflected the rise to power of new bureaucratic organizations whose ethos and social composition expressed the essence of the Nazi system. The short duration of the Thousand-Year Reich facilitates the study of Nazi institutions, as does the fact that the pattern of change was hardly one of shifting gradations and barely perceptible nuances. Its contours stand out starkly, rich in crudities and cataclysmic events. 7 Counter-revolution, propaganda, and terror. Unlike the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917, the Nazi advent was not a violent break with the past, wiping out all existing political institutions. For all their talk of revolution in 1933, the Nazis' assumption of power was counter-revolutionary. It took place not against, but with the help of some elements of the old governing classes and the benevolent neutrality of others. 14 years of Weimar democracy had left no significant imprint on the officers' corps of the army, the judiciary, and the academic civil service. With few exceptions, these groups were sympathetic to Hitler in the spring of 1933. They expected him to destroy parliamentarism, to eliminate the danger of social democracy, and to reimpose the traditional authoritarian order suited to their taste. Nazi dynamism, as revealed in Mein Kampf, was regrettably necessary for mass consumption, but not to be taken seriously by respectable people. A complacent and archaic political outlook prevented these true counter-revolutionaries from understanding that Hitler's plans could not fully coincide with their own, and in fact included entirely unpalatable items. Their sympathetic attitude therefore combined with their social and political strength to ensure them a low priority rating on the Nazis' schedule for piecemeal synchronization of social institutions. Equally important was the fact that Hitler and his aides could not dispense with the technical expertness of the existing bureaucracies. Impairment of the efficient functioning of the military and administrative machines would have invited domestic chaos, and would have vitiated the Führer's plans for an aggressive foreign policy. The ideal of many of Hitler's conservative supporters was the absolute monarchy of Frederick the Great, and a close approximation to it was their fondest expectation from the National Revolution of 1933. In 1933 and 1934, the Nazi leaders, to the delight of the senile Field Marshal von Hindenburg, aped this tradition and sought to invoke it in their favor. Their pronouncements on that subject were never more than fraudulent tactical maneuvers designed to deceive the conservative groups. The state of Frederick and Bismarck, of Hegel and Stahl, with its rigidly stratified social structure, was repugnant to the Austrian corporal and his lower middle-class henchmen. Nor was their social background unconnected with their ability to perceive from the beginning what most conservatives were incapable of realizing, but what 80 years earlier Napoleon High had understood, that one can only govern with, not against the masses. In the era of mass industrialism and articulated social organization, absolute rule cannot be maintained by administering the people, as the politically quiescent lower orders were administered by the mercantilist eudemonistic police state of the 18th century. The masses of the 20th century would not consciously submit to the role of subjects of an absolute ruler sustained by privileged, hereditary governing elites. Yet absolute rule was what Hitler sought and achieved. He succeeded only because he and his fellow conspirators appreciated the importance of concealing this reality from the people, but also because they knew that in this secular, industrial century the masses can only be dominated by being copyright kept in a constant state of psychological tension favorable to the ruling group. The people must therefore be infused with the illusion of democracy, of their active participation in the political process, of the subordination of the rulers to the will of the ruled. In this sense, it is true to say that under Hitler the German masses were led rather than administered. The function of National Socialist ideology and of its arsenal of national symbolism was to conceal the reality of absolutism and to create the illusion of democracy. The Weltanschauung was a gigantic smokescreen. The tenets of charismatic leadership, community, race, blood, and soil, the whole stock of mysticism, served as stratagems for hiding from the public the reality of authoritarian domination exercised by an absolute ruler and an alliance of governing elites. 1 National Socialist rule over the German people required both the suppression of the social antagonisms of a pluralistic society and the destruction of social cohesions. Deprived of their traditional affiliations, atomized into an amorphous mass, the population was subjected to control by a number of bureaucratic organizations stretching into every sphere of human activity, and having their common apex and ultimate source of direction in the Führer himself. The word control, as here used, stands for a number of complementary techniques of manipulating the human material. The all-important task of what we may call ideology enforcement, was assigned to the National Socialist movement, i.e., the monopolistic political party and its subsidiaries. To the extent that to us, propaganda connotes an appeal, the term does not adequately explain the task of the movement. To the Nazis, politics and propaganda were one and the same, each meant indoctrination practiced in a climate of controlled rather than competitive thought. The indoctrination of the people with Nazi irrationalism was a form of violence to the mind requiring, as a condition of success, the elimination of all nonconformist, i.e., non-directed, ideas. The party's apparatus of surveillance and control was geared to that mission. Through its block leaders it reached into every home, its functional, supervised, and corporative organizations covered every mode of earning a livelihood and acquiring an education, while by enforcing membership in the Hitler Youth it held the pliable, growing generation in its grasp. Yet, notwithstanding these educational techniques, the Hitler movement could not have succeeded without the ultima ratio of modern totalitarian rule, the scientific application of terror, the technique of control by fear, the threat of unpredictable, yet imminent, physical violence. The movement gave birth to an organization supremely qualified for that assignment, the SS and political police system under Heinrich Himmler. Before the Goetterdaummerung set in, the child by far dwarfed the parent. Registered Tuesday OP the new bureaucracy. Where civil service and army had been the pillars of Prussian absolutism, Nazi totalitarianism was sustained by its propaganda and terror bureaucracies. They were the sine qua non of a system of domination depending on the manufacture of mass irrationality and the practice of violence. To achieve the maximum integration of the traditional administrative institutions into that system with a minimum loss of efficiency and technical skills was a major challenge facing the Nazi planners. On the whole, it was met with success. The German ministerial bureaucracy was a rational bureaucracy. Registered it was rational in both the functional and the substantive sense of Karl Mannheim's well-known distinction. It is true that the political and social values of many of the academic bureaucrats hardly rose above a technocratic interest in serving the state. What we may subsume under substantive rationality were their habits of regularity, legality, formalism, neutrality, and their objective, non-arbitrary application of calculable legal norms, regardless of content, equally to all persons and situations. 1 Registered such features of traditional bureaucratic conduct were utterly incompatible with the Nazi spirit of charismatic leadership, ideological mysticism, and arbitrary decisionism. In theory and in practice the Nazis rejected calculable rules in favor of discretionary measures geared in every instance to the expediencies of the moment. Their denunciation, permeation, and increasing domination of the state bureaucracy and judiciary expressed a real need of the system to do away with the rule of rational law. 1 Registered though differentiated from the rational bureaucracy by their substance. Tip irrationality, the Nazi machines vied with the older administrative bodies in their stress on functional rationality. In the party and its formations, above all in the SS and political police system, symmetrical, hierarchic structure and characteristically bureaucratic procedures combined with ideological fanaticism and the charismatic legitimation of authority. In order to point up the similarities and differences between the traditional state machinery and these organizations, it may be appropriate to call the latter the ideological bureaucracies 2° Tuesday demise of conservatism and the debasement of the state. Because of the strong position of army, bureaucracy, and other conservative elements, and because of the official idealization of the Friedrichian tradition, the initial period of Hitler's rule has been referred to as that of the totalitarian state. 21 During that period Hitler eliminated political opposition, consolidated dictatorial power, began the synchronization of all spheres of German life, and, finally, stamped out left-wing sectarianism and other forms of dissent within his own movement. The blood purge of June 30, 1934, was the great turning point. Though Generals Schleicher and Bredow and other conservatives were included in the mass liquidations, the purge was widely interpreted as the Führer's defense of the forces of tradition and order against the radicals of the Nazi movement pressing for the consummation of the revolution. This was the case in a limited sense only, for the conservative victory was a Pyrrhic one. Gradually it turned into a rout, although Hitler, who alone determined its speed and direction, allowed the defeated forces to salvage much more than Rome and his SA would have left them. For at that moment the Führer became Germany's absolute ruler and, by his own proclamation, supreme law lord, and Himmler his chief executioner. The General Staff failed to defend law, order, and its own reputation against SS violence because, apart from settling some old accounts, the Führer had struck only at the revolutionary wing of the Nazi movement, hardly an object for the general's compassion. But by ignoring these old accounts, the generals traded the lives of their comrades, Schleicher and Bredow, for safety from a merger of army and SA which they could easily have prevented by force had they not lacked courage. Hitler was able to show that he alone was master over life and death in Germany. The army had not dared to raise a finger against him. The purged movement was now solidly behind him, overcome with awe and admiration. The period of dependence on the conservative forces was over. The army and traditional bureaucracy, strong, independent power factors under Weimar pluralism, were graded into Hitler's monolithic structure. They had abdicated the substance of power in the state. But for their continued and gladly rendered services they were richly rewarded by the forms and trimmings of power, marshals' batons, titles, social status, and other prizes at the disposal of a great conqueror. This satisfied most of them well enough. With the subjugation of its exponents, an end was put to the propagation of the ideal of the totalitarian state, long a heresy to advanced Nazis, implying, as it does, the subordination of party to state. It yielded to the concept of the totality of the movement and to the reality of totalitarian rule by the Führer, his court, and his ideological bureaucracies. Nazi politicians and theorists ceased to glorify the state and began, instead, to debase it. The word state, in this connection, assumed a specific, restricted meaning: administration and judiciary, the rational bureaucracy. At the 1934 Party Congress, Hitler himself led the way by repeating what he had already said in Mein Kampf. 4 The state is not our master, we are the masters of the state. Lesser lights hastened to contribute their casuistry to explain the inferiority of the state. The favorite device was the distinction between leadership and administration, the former the province of the movement, the latter that of the state. According to this doctrine, the state is a lifeless apparat administering things, but incapable of leading men. Only the movement is capable of the leadership of men, of generating political ideas and national policy. It alone is creative and dynamic, not bureaucratic. From the party, the passive state receives its impetus and direction. In Hitler's own formulation, the task of leadership and, in effect, that of legislation is in the hands of the party. The state is the administration and its function is that of execution. 7. Professor Theodor Mons, whose writings reflect the endeavor to combine conformist zeal with what is sometimes perilously close to objective analysis, has rung an even more revealing variation on the theme. One must realize that the administration is demoted to a mere apparat. This theory necessitated the strongest rejection of authoritarian concepts of administration, a rejection arising from the fact that the bureaucracy no longer constitutes a political class with a closed internal structure and no longer is the politically leading order of the Volk. The Nazification of the civic service. Such casuistic doctrinal barrages moved ahead of the growing power of movement and police and of the synchronization of the rational bureaucracy. The Nazis aimed at eradicating the patterns of conduct we have subsumed under substantive rationality, and at transforming civil servants and judges into corps of political soldiers fully assimilated to the ideological bureaucracies of the regime. Degree. Although that goal was never reached, the collaboration of non-political experts with Nazi activists in every government bureau assured both technically effective administration and subservience to the political leadership. There is no dearth of accounts of the Nazification of civil service, judiciary, and army that cite statutes, decrees, and individual examples. The following list covers only the methods employed in the Nazification of the civil service, transfer of state functions to the ideological bureaucracies. At the Party Congress of 1935, Hitler declared, "Problems which the formal bureaucracy proves unfit to solve, the German nation will assign to its living organization in order to fulfill the necessities of its life." The SS. Professor of Public Law, Reinhard Hohn, supplements that statement by noting that the movement has the function of observing whether the state can perform certain tasks and, if it arrives at a negative decision, the power to take their solution into its own hands. He then paraphrases the Führer to the effect that the state is by its very nature totally unqualified for the solution of certain problems. These transparent phrases contain interesting implications. The rational state machinery was indeed unfit for the task of practicing terror. The outstanding examples of the transfer of functions from the formal bureaucracy to the living organization were the police and the agencies of political justice, the dreaded people's courts. Personal union. Appointment of party office holders to state positions. Apart from the cases of Hitler, Hess, Bormann, etc., the dual role of the party district leaders as Reich governors or Prussian provincial presidents, and later as defense commissars, was perhaps of the greatest significance. Parallelism. Establishment in the party bureaucracy of offices with the same subject matter jurisdiction for the exertion of pressure on government departments and, probably, in the expectation of eventual merger. Nazification at the top. Appointment of party leaders and prominent members as ministers, secretaries of state, etc. Well known is the case of Wilhelm Frick, early party stalwart and Minister of the Interior from the beginning until 1943. Permeation. Injection of Nazi activists into key positions in the ministries. Reservation of new career appointments to Nazi-indoctrinated personnel, based on party control of professional training facilities. Preferential treatment of active party men with respect to promotions. Conversion to National Socialism, accomplished through a variety of channels for indoctrination and pressure. Dismissal of undesirable personnel. Used sparingly, except for non-Aryans and Democrats, but an important weapon for securing compliance. Transfer of unreliable personnel. Often non-political officials had to make room for Nazi activists. Soft penal judges were transferred to civil courts. Enforced compliance. The Civil Service Act of 1937 required personal loyalty to the Führer of every public employee. Supervision by superiors, enforced membership in professional organizations affiliated with the party, surveillance by colleagues who were sometimes SD informers, served as effective media of control. Replacement of law by discretion. Constant pressure from the top forcing the substitution of arbitrariness for norm consciousness in administrative behavior registered with the result that the bureaucratic sense of security was undermined. Deprived of the sense of obedience to, and protection by, impersonal law which characterizes rational bureaucracy. Many bureaucrats succumb to the Hitler myth. Their loyalty, in turn, facilitated the Nazi chief's conduct of public administration by individual measures instead of rational norms. All this was most pronounced at the policy-making level. The lower civil servant who only executes orders from above, is not so aware of the elimination of calculable norms. Insofar as he is, he may strive to preserve his sense of security by the more anxious observance of procedural rules. It would be worthwhile to inquire into the probably inverse relationship between the amount of red tape and the degree of substantive rationality in bureaucratic organizations. The lower echelons of the Gestapo, and the administrative procedures in German concentration camps throw some interesting light on the subject. Terror over law, Tuesday Nazi Perestroika. The supplanting of law by ideological mysticism and arbitrary discretion was the essence of National Socialist rule. The legal state was submerged in a chaos of irrationality and violence. A new type of police state arose. Institutionally, the changeover expressed itself in the ideological bureaucracy's encroachment on and permeation of the traditional state machinery. Although it is true that most of that machinery retained its outward identity until the end, the acceleration and intensification of these encroachments and permeations after 1942 preclude the application of Weber's rule of bureaucratic stability to Nazi Germany. Weber's position rested essentially on his exaggerated estimate of the political importance of technical expertness. The political master, he said, finds himself in the position of the dilettante who stands opposite the expert. 8 degrees and with an eye on none other than Frederick the Great, he added that the absolute monarch is powerless opposite the superior knowledge of the bureaucratic expert. Asterisk applied to 18th century absolutism. Such a statement may be debatable. Applied to the dilettante Hitler, whose contempt for experts as men was only matched by the success with which he used them as his tools, it becomes absurd. Weber's generalizations about bureaucratic tenacity must be modified at least to the extent that they fail to take into account the central theme of this article, the impact on the rational legal type of bureaucracy of a political system of charismatic leadership, mass irrationality and terrorism, and of the new, irrational types of bureaucracy peculiar to such a system. When Weber formulated his statements, he doubtless thought of the resilience of the bureaucracy in the face of political changes not incompatible with the rational bureaucratic ethos he so brilliantly analyzed. Whatever the validity of these statements for cases such as Republican France, they cannot apply where that ethos itself is antithetic to the new system of political domination. In its most extreme form, the trend toward the submersion of the traditional institutions expressed itself in the rise to autonomy and omnipotence of the most fanatical and ruthless organization of the regime, the Himmler SS and police empire. 8 registered. We cannot here do justice to that story, but a list of the offices held by Himmler in the autumn of 1944 illustrates the position of the SS in the final months of Nazi rule. Reich leader of the SS and chief of all German police forces, and, as such, of all concentration camps and domestic and foreign intelligence services, commander-in-chief of his private army, the Waffen-SS, commander of the German reserve armies and of the Home Front, minister of the Interior, commissioner for the strengthening of German folkdom, entrusted, in this capacity, with eugenics, race and colonization measures in the occupied East, including the projected extermination of 30 million Slavs. A corresponding aspect of the change from legal state to police state was the decline of the traditional judiciary. The bureaucracy in the Ministry of Justice, the public prosecutors, even the criminal courts were ultimately transformed into obedient tools in the practice of violence, although not without a good deal of passive resistance on the part of some judges. Before Hitler, judges had been independent, bound only to the law, secure against dismissal or transfer. These safeguards were abolished and the bench was turned into a rigidly disciplined administrative machine. Adjudication of criminal and, to some extent, of civil cases was not governed by statute law alone, but, above all else, by sound racial feelings. 8 degrees. In their search for these feelings, judges were directed to the National Socialist ideology as expounded by Hitler and his various sub-leaders. Law was, in other words, replaced by the application of political directives. Mons, writing in 1943, again supplies some frank observations. In the field of crime prevention, the judge no longer merely administers justice. His activity approaches that of an administrative official. He no longer looks for justice alone, but also acts in accordance with expediency. Judge and administrator, judiciary, and police, often meet in the pursuit of identical objectives. This change in the character of some judicial activity has led to a decline of the judiciary. #degree in the words of U.S. Military Tribunal 3 in U.S. v. Joseph Altstoeder et al., the function of the Nazi courts was judicial only in a limited sense. They more closely resembled administrative tribunals acting under orders from above in a quasi-judicial manner. The history of the relations of police and judiciary is indispensable to the study of what the Nazis did to the organs of public power in the German state. It takes us from the early emancipation of the political police from the control of the administrative courts to the time when Himmler's men held much of the judicial machinery in their grip. The crisis of the judiciary in 1942, provoked by Hitler's fury at the inadequate sentences pronounced by certain courts, led to a flood of disciplinary measures against judges failing to respond to the necessities of life of the German people, and to the appointment of the violent Nazi Thirak as Minister of Justice. These events increased the incidence of SS personnel and SS mentality in the ministry and the courts. The Nazis' way of thinking and acting cannot be explained in words more expressive than their own. A few selections from the remarkable judgment of U.S. Military Tribunal 2 in U.S. v. Altstoeder et al. Will illustrate the permeation of administrative institutions by Nazi activists, and the mental climate it was designed to universalize. The court described the SS and administrative career of one of the defendants as follows. The professional career of the defendant, Günter Joel in the Third Reich, proceeded at the same pace as his career as a party man. In fact, even before the war years his professional career merged with his career in Nazi organizations, and to be more precise, in the SS and the SD, the organization which the IMT judgment has declared to be criminal. He became a member of the Gestapo on May 1, 1933 and entered the Ministry of Justice as a junior public prosecutor on August 7, 1933. In quick succession he became assistant public prosecutor, senior public prosecutor, and chief public prosecutor. Between August 1935 and October 1937, Joel was the chief of a newly created sub-department of the Reich Ministry of Justice, the Central Public Prosecution. In October 1937 the sub-department was dissolved, but the Reich Minister of Justice, Gürtner, reserved the right to assign Joel as referent for special cases and subsequently made use of this right. After the dissolution of the Central Public Prosecution, Joel worked as referent in the ministry's penal department No. 3. By a formal letter of appointment, dated December 19, 1937 and signed by Minister Gürtner, Joel was, in addition to his other duties, appointed liaison officer between the Reich Ministry of Justice and the SS, including the SD, as well as the Gestapo. A few months later, namely in a letter of May 2, 1938, signed by Heydrich, Joel was, effective January 30, 1938, admitted to the SS and, effective the same day, promoted to the rank of SS Untersturmführer and given the position of leader in the SD main office. His SS personnel record shows how quickly he climbed to high positions in the SS and the SD. On 11 September 1938 he became SS Obersturmführer, on January 30, 1939, SS Hauptsturmführer, on September 26, 1940, SS Sturmbannführer. Holding all these ranks as leader in the SD main office equals on May 1, 1941 Joel was promoted to ministerial councillor. He remained with the Reich Ministry of Justice until May 12, 1943. The reason for his leaving the ministry was that on May 7, 1943 he was appointed Attorney General to the Supreme Provincial Court of Appeals in Hamm. By letter dated Führer Headquarters, May 12, 1943, Bormann, chief of the party chancellery, personally confirmed his appointment. Shortly after this new appointment, namely as of November 9, 1943, Joel was promoted to the high rank of SS Obersturmbannführer, which appointment was approved by Himmler. His political and party career went hand in hand with his professional career, and his promotions were made by or approved by such high-ranking Nazi officials as Himmler, Bormann, Heydrich, Thierack, and Freiler. Point 42. The next document is a sample of the mentality of Nazi administrators. As a crowning example of fanatical imbecility, says the court, we cite the following document issued in April 1943, which was sent to the desk of the defendant Rothenberger for his attention, and was initialed by him. The Reich Minister of Justice. Information for the Führer 1943 No. After the birth of her child, a full-blooded Jewess sold her mother's milk to a pediatrician and concealed that she was a Jewess. With this milk, babies of German blood were fed in a nursing home for children. The accused will be charged with deception. The buyers of the milk have suffered damage, for mother's milk from a Jewess cannot be regarded as food for German children. The impudent behavior of the accused is an insult as well. Relevant charges, however, have not been applied for, so that the parents, who are unaware of the true facts, need not subsequently be worried. I shall discuss with the Reich Health leader the racial hygienic aspects of the case. Berlin, April 1943.48. These theories were implemented in administrative practice. The following letter shows the Nazi concept of the role of criminal justice. On October 13, 1942, the Reich Minister of Justice Thierack wrote to Reichsleiter Bormann, in part as follows: with a view to freeing the German people of Poles, Russians, Jews, and Gypsies, and with a view to making the eastern territories which have been incorporated into the Reich available for German nationals, I intend to turn over criminal proceedings against Poles, Russians, Jews, and Gypsies to the Reichsführer. SS. In so doing, I base myself on the principle that the administration of justice can only make a small contribution to the extermination of members of these peoples. The justice administration undoubtedly pronounces very severe sentences on such persons, but that is not enough to constitute any material contribution towards the realization of the above-mentioned aim, for the Nuremberg trials have revealed to the world the true nature of Hitlerism. Despite its counter-revolutionary origins, it was a profoundly revolutionary upheaval. In 12 years the Nazis succeeded not only in destroying a shaky democracy, but also in casting overboard the whole value system of Western civilization. That conclusion emerges also from the study of what happened to German bureaucratic institutions. The army abandoned standards of conduct observed by the military men of the Occident since Grotius. Bureaucracy and judiciary more than cast off the liberal shackles of the Reichsstaat, they broke with the reason and order of the Prussian absolutist tradition. That is why Franz L. Neumann has called National Socialism a non-state, a chaos, a rule of lawlessness. 45. That lawlessness faced millions of Nazi victims in the black uniform of the SS and political police. The boundlessness of terroristic rule inflated the power of the SS and whetted its appetite for more. Fortified by its elite status and its wealth in resources and slaves, the Himmler Moloch set out to swallow government, army, party, and even industrial enterprise. That trend stands out most clearly from the confused history of the final years of the Third Reich. The new dark age which Allied arms averted would have been made in the image of that bureaucracy for which men were to be bred rather than recruited, the SS. On Weber's analysis of bureaucratic rules. Alvin W. Goldner. It sometimes appears that Weber's theory of bureaucracy is used as a finished tool rather than as a set of hypotheses which, while suggestive as guides to research, must be subordinated to actual findings. Point 1. The Weberian ideal type of bureaucracy is, it must be emphasized, a theory relatively innocent of spatio-temporal cautions. Weber finds bureaucracy as far back as Egypt, the later Roman Principate, and China from the time of Shi Huangdi. Weber's thesis maintains that bureaucracy has existed in an essentially similar form, regardless of great differences in the social structure in which it was enmeshed. Stated differently, Weber has constructed his type of bureaucratic organization out of elements which may be constant, regardless of varying social structures. His analysis is, therefore, pitched to the clarification of the allegedly common elements which bureaucratic organizational forms may manifest, regardless of era or region. In consequence, his work is somewhat indifferent to variations in bureaucratic forms, and the manner in which the common characteristics designated as bureaucratic are interrelated with historically specific social structures registered in part. Weber characterizes the ideal type bureaucracy as possessing hierarchically arranged, continuously operating offices, the behavior of whose occupants is channeled and cribbed by general rules. Bureaucratic authority is said to reside in any office, not in the occupant, while official activity is separated from private life. The existence of general, learnable rules of procedure structuring behavior in the office is considered nuclear to the type. Reprinted with minor modifications from Discussion of Industrial Sociology, The American Sociological Review, Volume 13, pages 396 to 400, by permission of the author and the publisher. It would seem doubtful that large doses of Weber, taken at regular intervals, provided an adequate antidote to the formal approach employed by students of industrial management and experts in public administration. For Weber's analysis of bureaucracy premises, to an interesting extent, the official postulates of contemporary formal organization. An example of this is Weber's functional analysis of bureaucratic rules as securing predictability of performance and eliminating friction. That this is a formal and incomplete description of their functions may be seen if the following question is raised: just what do the general rules make predictable, and for whom is this being made predictable? For example, regarding factory workers' promotional opportunities and conditions of dismissal, there is relatively little that is predictable. Registered in short, certain things are not made predictable by the rules. In the absence of unions, certain types of rules, usually defining obligations, are apparently more fully developed for the lower industrial strata, the area of discretion being narrowed at the base. Registered conversely, relaxation of certain rules increases as one goes up the hierarchy. In this respect, Weber appears to be making the same error as did Durkheim, when the latter conceived of the collective conscience as operating apart from the intervention of interested and differentially powerful groups. Such variations in the rule structure find their reflection among many workers who feel that the factory is a realm of arbitrariness devoid of security. Such feelings, of course, do not indicate the absence of general rules guiding their behavior. Far from it. They suggest, however, that in matters of most concern to the workers the rules are such as to minimize their ability to predict. In this sense, then, the union contract may be seen as an effort on the part of workers to establish a basis of prediction relevant to their own goals. Bureaucratic rules fulfill typically different functions for different ranks in the industrial bureaucracy. It would seem, in fact, that under certain conditions, it is necessary and normal for the rules to be such as to make prediction difficult or impossible for lower strata personnel. For, given the implicit but common assumption that anxiety and insecurity are effective motivators, then employers will tend to leave undeveloped these rules which would structure the aspirational horizon of workers. It is, perhaps, in part for this reason that employers are loath to grant trade unions contractual arrangements providing for conditions of promotion and, in particular, establish seniority rules. Factories, or other bureaucracies, may not be spoken of as having ends. It is instead necessary to specify the ends of different people, or the typical ends of different strata within the organization. Such a refocusing suggests that these are not necessarily identical and, may in fact, be contradictory. It may be useful to indicate the manner in which the Weberian theory of bureaucracy may be applied to certain problems all too manifest in the industrial bureaucracy. One of the most important of these is the problem of the impersonalization of human relations within the factory. This involves behavior in which the individual uniqueness of people or their problems is ignored and they are treated as cases, problems, or things. though more recently developed registered Weber's explanation of this problem makes explicit that the dominance of a spirit of formalistic impersonality is to be understood as one of the principal more general consequences of bureaucratic control. Registered, that is, impersonalization is a consequence of bureaucratic forms, relatively indifferent to the specific function of the bureaucracy, or the social structure of which it is a part. It should be noted first that this analysis does not account for at least one empirical generalization which may be made about impersonalized behavior. Namely, that not all members of an industrial bureaucracy or of the public with whom the bureaucracy comes into contact are treated with equal degrees of impersonality. Impersonal behavior evidently tends to be strongest between status levels, while studies of informal group structure among operatives indicate that, at least on the lowest levels, impersonalized behavior is minimal among formal equals. As between the industrial bureaucracy and its public, it is obvious that an applicant for a job receives considerably greater impersonal treatment than the customer, who, instead, receives the glad hand. Nor are these variations in themselves constant, for, given a labor and material shortage, it may be the customer who receives the brush off and the job applicant, the glad hand. It seems clear that a constant norm of impersonality is an inadequate explanation for such variant and variable behavior. Factors such as increasing monopoly, declining social mobility, growing overhead costs, absentee ownership, all conceptually irrelevant to bureaucratic forms, do much to diminish intrafactory identification and make impersonalization functional. An adequate analysis of impersonalization will involve these factors. Some further requirements. Of bureaucratic theory. Herbert A. Simon. Administration is ordinarily discussed as the art of getting things done. Emphasis is placed upon processes and methods for ensuring incisive action. Principles are set forth for securing concerted action from groups of men. In all this discussion, however, not very much attention is paid to the choice which prefaces all action to the determining of what is to be done rather than to the actual doing. Although any practical activity involves both deciding and doing, it has not commonly been recognized that a theory of administration should be concerned with the processes of decision as well as with the processes of action. This neglect perhaps stems from the notion that decision-making is confined to the formulation of overall policy. On the contrary, the process of decision does not come to an end when the general purpose of an organization has been determined. The task of deciding pervades the entire administrative organization quite as much as does the task of doing. Indeed, it is integrally tied up with the latter. A general theory of administration must include principles of organization that will ensure correct decision-making, just as it must include principles that will ensure effective action. It is a fatal defect of the current principles of administration that, like proverbs, they occur in pairs. For almost every principle one can find an equally plausible and acceptable contradictory principle. Although the two principles of the pair will lead to exactly opposite organizational recommendations, there is nothing in the theory to indicate which is the proper one to apply. Administrative efficiency is supposed to increase with an increase in specialization. But is this intended to mean that any increase in specialization will increase efficiency? If so, which of the following alternatives is the correct application of the principle? A plan of nursing should be put into effect by which nurses will be assigned to districts and do all nursing within that district, including school examinations, visits to homes of school children, and tuberculosis nursing. A functional plan of nursing should be put into effect by which different nurses will be assigned to school examinations, visits to homes of school children, and tuberculosis nursing. The present method of generalized nursing by districts impedes the development of specialized skills in the three very diverse programs. Both of these administrative arrangements satisfy the requirement of specialization. The first provides specialization by place, the second, specialization by function. The principle of specialization is of no help at all in choosing between the two alternatives. It appears that the simplicity of the principle of specialization is a deceptive simplicity, a simplicity that conceals fundamental ambiguities. For specialization is not a condition of efficient administration, it is an inevitable characteristic of all group effort, however efficient or inefficient that effort may be. Specialization merely means that different persons are doing different things, and since it is physically impossible for two persons to be doing the same thing in the same place at the same time, two persons are always doing different things. The real problem of administration, then, is not to specialize, but to specialize in that particular manner, and along those particular lines, which will lead to administrative efficiency. But, in thus rephrasing this principle of administration, there has been brought clearly into the open its fundamental ambiguity. Administrative efficiency is increased by a specialization of the task among the group in the direction that will lead to greater efficiency. Of a Tuesday description of administrative situations. Before a science can develop principles, it must possess concepts. Before a law of gravitation could be formulated, it was necessary to have the notions of acceleration and weight. The first task of administrative theory is to develop a set of concepts that will permit the description, in terms relevant to the theory, of administrative situations. These concepts, to be scientifically useful, must be operational, that is, their meanings must correspond to empirically observable facts or situations. What is a scientifically relevant description of an organization? It is a description that, so far as possible, designates for each person in the organization what decisions that person makes, and the influences to which he is subject in making each of these decisions. Current descriptions of administrative organizations fall far short of this standard. For the most part, they confine themselves to the allocation of functions, and the formal structure of authority. They give little attention to the other types of organizational influence or to the system of communication. What does it mean, for example, to say, the department is made up of 3 bureaus? The first has the function of dash, the second the function of, and the third the function of dash. What can be learned from such a description about the workability of the organizational arrangement? Very little, indeed. For, from the description, there is obtained no idea of the degree to which decisions are centralized at the bureau level or at the departmental level. No notion is given of the extent to which the authority of the department over the bureau is actually exercised, nor by what mechanisms. There is no indication of the extent to which systems of communication assist the coordination of the 3 bureaus, nor, for that matter, to what extent coordination is required by the nature of their work. There is no description of the kinds of training the members of the bureau have undergone, nor the extent to which this training permits decentralization at the bureau level. In sum, a description of administrative organizations in terms almost exclusively of functions and lines of authority is completely inadequate for purposes of administrative analysis. Consider the term centralization. How is it determined whether the operations of a particular organization are centralized or decentralized? Does the fact that field offices exist prove anything about decentralization? Might not the same decentralization take place in the bureaus of a centrally located office? A realistic analysis of centralization must include a study of the allocation of decisions in the organization, and the methods of influence that are employed by the higher levels to affect the decisions at the lower levels. Such an analysis would reveal a much more complex picture of the decision-making process than any enumeration of the geographical locations of organizational units at the different levels. Administrative description suffers currently from superficiality, oversimplification, lack of realism. It has confined itself too closely to the mechanism of authority, and has failed to bring within its orbit the other, equally important, modes of influence on organizational behavior. It has refused to undertake the tiresome task of studying the actual allocations of decision-making functions. It has been satisfied to speak of authority, centralization, span of control, function, without seeking operational definitions of these terms. Until administrative description reaches a higher level of sophistication, there is little reason to hope that rapid progress will be made toward the identification and verification of valid administrative principles. Tuesday diagnosis of administrative situations. Before any positive suggestions can be made, it is necessary to digress a bit, and to consider more closely the exact nature of the propositions of administrative theory. The theory of administration is concerned with how an organization should be constructed and operated in order to accomplish its work efficiently. A fundamental principle of administration, which follows almost immediately from the rational character of good administration, is that among several alternatives involving the same expenditure, the one should always be selected which leads to the greatest accomplishment of administrative objectives, and among several alternatives that lead to the same accomplishment, the one should be selected which involves the least expenditure. Since this principle of efficiency is characteristic of any activity that attempts rationally to maximize the attainment of certain ends with the use of scarce means, it is as characteristic of economic theory as it is of administrative theory. The administrative man takes his place alongside the classical economic man. Actually, the principle of efficiency should be considered as a definition rather than a principle. It is a definition of what is meant by good or correct administrative behavior. It does not tell how accomplishments are to be maximized, but merely states that this maximization is the aim of administrative activity, and that administrative theory must disclose under what conditions the maximization takes place. Now, what are the factors that determine the level of efficiency which is achieved by an administrative organization? It is not possible to make an exhaustive list of these, but the principal categories can be enumerated. Perhaps the simplest method of approach is to consider the single member of the administrative organization, and ask what the limits are to the quantity and quality of his output. These limits include limits on his ability to perform, and limits on his ability to make correct decisions. To the extent that these limits are removed, the administrative organization approaches its goal of high efficiency. Two persons, given the same skills, the same objectives and values, the same knowledge and information, can rationally decide only upon the same course of action. Hence, administrative theory must be interested in the factors that will determine with what skills, values, and knowledge the organization member undertakes his work. These are the limits to rationality with which the principles of administration must deal. On one side, the individual is limited by those skills, habits, and reflexes which are no longer in the realm of the conscious. His performance, for example, may be limited by his manual dexterity or his reaction time or his strength. His decision-making processes may be limited by the speed of his mental processes, his skill in elementary arithmetic, and so forth. In this area, the principles of administration must be concerned with the physiology of the human body, the laws of skill training, and of habit. This is the field that has been most successfully cultivated by the followers of Taylor, and in which has been developed time and motion study and the THIRD-WORLDISM. On a second side, the individual is limited by his values and those conceptions of purpose which influence him in making his decisions. If his loyalty to the organization is high, his decisions may evidence sincere acceptance of the objectives set for the organization. If that loyalty is lacking, personal motives may interfere with his administrative efficiency. If his loyalties are attached to the bureau by which he is employed, he may sometimes make decisions that are inimical to the larger unit of which the bureau is a part. In this area, the principles of administration must be concerned with the determinants of loyalty and morale, with leadership and initiative, and with the influences that determine where the individual's organizational loyalties will be attached. On a third side, the individual is limited by the extent of his knowledge of things relevant to his job. This applies both to the basic knowledge required in decision-making. A bridge designer must know the fundamentals of mechanics, and to the information that is required to make his decisions appropriate to the given situation. In this area, administrative theory is concerned with such fundamental questions as these: what the limits are on the mass of knowledge that human minds can accumulate and apply, how rapidly knowledge can be assimilated, how specialization in the administrative organization is to be related to the specializations of knowledge that are prevalent in the community's occupational structure, how the system of communication is to channel knowledge and information to the appropriate decision points. What types of knowledge can, and what types cannot, be easily transmitted, how the need for intercommunication of information is affected by the modes of specialization in the organization. This is perhaps the terra incognita of administrative theory, and undoubtedly its careful exploration will cast great light on the proper application of the proverbs of administration. Perhaps this triangle of limits does not completely bound the area of rationality, and other sides need to be added to the figure. In any case, the enumeration will serve to indicate the kinds of considerations that must go into the construction of valid and non-contradictory principles of administration. An important fact to be kept in mind is that the limits of rationality are variable limits. Most important of all, consciousness of the limits may in itself alter them. Suppose it were discovered in a particular organization, for example, that organizational loyalties attached to small units had frequently led to a harmful degree of intra-organizational competition. Then, a program which trained members of the organization to be conscious of their loyalties, and to subordinate loyalties toward the smaller group to those toward the larger, might lead to a very considerable alteration of the limits in that organization. A related point is that the term rational behavior, as employed here, refers to rationality when that behavior is evaluated in terms of the objectives of the larger organization, for, as it has just been pointed out, the difference in direction of the individual's aims from those of the larger organization is just one of those elements of non-rationality with which the theory must deal. Assignen HTS to the criteria. A first step, then, in the overhauling of the proverbs of administration is to develop a vocabulary, along the lines just suggested, for the description of administrative organization. A second step, which has also been outlined, is to study the limits of rationality in order to develop a complete and comprehensive enumeration of the criteria that must be weighed in evaluating an administrative organization. The current proverbs represent only a fragmentary and unsystematized portion of these criteria. When these two tasks have been carried out, it remains to assign weights to the criteria. Since the criteria, or proverbs, are often mutually competitive or contradictory, it is not sufficient merely to identify them. Merely to know, for example, that a specified change in organization will reduce the span of control is not enough to justify the change. This gain must be balanced against the possible resulting loss of contact between the higher and lower ranks of the hierarchy. Hence, administrative theory must also be concerned with the question of the weights that are to be applied to these criteria to the problems of their relative importance in any concrete situation. This question is an empirical one, and its solution cannot even be attempted in a volume like this one. What is needed is empirical research and experimentation to determine the relative desirability of alternative administrative arrangements. The methodological framework for this research is already at hand in the principle of efficiency. If an administrative organization whose activities are susceptible to objective evaluation be studied, then the actual change in accomplishment that results from modifying administrative arrangements in these organizations can be observed and analyzed. There are two indispensable conditions to successful research along these lines. First, it is necessary that the objectives of the administrative organization under study be defined in concrete terms so that results, expressed in terms of these objectives, may be accurately measured. Second, it is necessary that sufficient experimental control be exercised to make possible the isolation of the particular effect under study from other disturbing factors that might be operating on the organization at the same time. These two conditions have seldom been even partially fulfilled in so-called administrative experiments. The mere fact that a legislature passes a law creating an administrative agency, that the agency operates for 5 years, that it is finally abolished, and that an historical study is then made of its operations is not sufficient to make of that agency's history an administrative experiment. Modern American legislation is full of such experiments which furnish orators in neighboring states with abundant ammunition when similar issues arise in their bailiwicks, but which provide the scientific investigator with little or nothing in the way of objective evidence, one way or the other. In the literature of administration, only a handful of research studies satisfy these fundamental conditions of methodology, and they are, for the most part, on the periphery of the problem of organization. There are, first of all, the studies of the Taylor Group which sought to determine the technological conditions of efficiency. Perhaps none of these is a better example of the painstaking methods of science than Taylor's own studies of the cutting of metals. Studies dealing with the human and social aspects of administration are even rarer than the technological studies. Among the more important are the whole series of studies on fatigue, starting in Great Britain during the First World War, and culminating in the Western electric experiments registered in the field of public administration. Almost the sole example of such experimentation is the series of studies that have been conducted in the public welfare field to determine the proper case loads for social workers registered because, apart from these scattered examples, studies of administrative agencies have been carried out without benefit of control or objective measurements of results. They have had to depend for their recommendations and conclusions upon a priori reasoning proceeding from principles of administration. The reasons have already been stated in this chapter why the principles derived in this way cannot be more than proverbs. In one respect, the decision problem in private organizations is much simpler than in public agencies. The private organization is expected to take into consideration only those consequences of the decision which affect it, while the public agency must weigh the decision in terms of some comprehensive system of public or community values. For example, when the president of a private corporation decides to give his son a position in the firm, he has to take into consideration the effect the appointment will have upon the efficiency of the enterprise, but a man in the same relative position in the public service has to be concerned equally about the effect of this step upon equality of opportunity in the public service. This distinction between private and public management is hardly one of black and white, for an increasing number of private businesses are becoming affected with a public interest, and an increasing number of private executives are concerning themselves with their responsibilities of trusteeship toward the community, even beyond the limits that the law imposes on them. 2. Basis for the growth of bureaucracy. Numerous historical studies have traced the multiple and interdependent conditions disposing to the emergence and growth of bureaucracy. These bear directly on the doctrine of the current and, allegedly, irreversible trend of bureaucratization. The selections in this section are variously concerned with identifying the social, economic, and political contexts making for the growth of bureaucratic organization. Weber discusses, in some detail, the organizational consequences of marked increases in the number and variety of administrative tasks, and analyzes the elements of a money economy that are preconditions for the emergence of a stable bureaucracy. His theoretical analysis is in part illustrated by Tout's account of the development of a governmental bureaucracy from the king's household staff in medieval England. Further sources of bureaucratization in various spheres of social organization are taken up in the remaining selections. In his analysis of the church type and sect type, Troeltsch links belief systems to distinctive types of religious organization. By comparative analysis of English and German social structures, Veblen identifies the conditions making for the rapid industrial bureaucratization of Germany in the 19th century. The iron law of oligarchy, as set forth in the selection from Michaels, holds the consolidation of power by a professionalized leadership to be an essential feature of the growth of bureaucratic organization. The second selection from Weber presents his theory of the processes through which the essentially unstable pattern of charismatic leadership becomes transformed into a stable system of organization, and indicates the conditions under which this takes bureaucratic form. Locating his case study within this theoretic framework, Goethe shows in detail how the initial charismatic domination of the Nazi Party became fused with, and progressively subordinated to, bureaucratic domination. 59. 60 Bases for the growth of bureaucracy. The presuppositions and causes of bureaucracy. Max Weber. The social and economic presuppositions of the modern structure of the office are as follows: the development of the money economy, insofar as a pecuniary compensation of the officials is concerned, is a presupposition of bureaucracy. Today it not only prevails but is predominant. This fact is of very great importance for the whole bearing of bureaucracy, yet by itself it is by no means decisive for the existence of bureaucracy. Historical examples of rather distinctly developed and quantitatively large bureaucracies are, Egypt, during the period of the New Empire which, however, contained strong patrimonial elements, the later Roman Principate, and especially the Diocletian monarchy and the Byzantine polity which developed out of it and yet retained strong feudal and patrimonial elements, the Roman Catholic Church, increasingly so since the end of the 13th century, China, from the time of Shi Huangdi until the present, but with strong patrimonial and prebendal elements, in ever purer forms, the modern European states and, increasingly, all public corporations since the time of princely absolutism, the large modern capitalist enterprise, the more so as it becomes greater and more complicated. To a very great extent, partly even predominantly, cases to have rested upon compensation of the officials in kind. Yet they have displayed many other traits and effects characteristic of bureaucracy. The historical model of all later bureaucracies, the new empire of Egypt, is at the same time one of the most grandiose examples of an organized subsistence economy. Yet this coincidence of bureaucracy and subsistence economy is understandable in view of the quite unique conditions that existed in Egypt. And the reservations, and they are quite considerable, which one must make in classifying this Egyptian structure as a bureaucracy are conditioned by the subsistence economy. A certain measure of a developed money economy is the normal precondition for the unchanged and continued existence, if not for the establishment, of pure bureaucratic administrations. According to historical experience, without a money economy the bulletin bureaucratic structure can hardly avoid undergoing substantial internal changes, or indeed, turning into another type of structure. The allocation of fixed income in kind, from the magazines of the lord or from his current intake, to the officials easily means a first step toward appropriation of the sources of taxation and their exploitation as private property. This kind of allocation has been the rule in Egypt and China for thousands of years and played an important part in the later Roman monarchy as well as elsewhere. The income in kind has protected the official against the often sharp fluctuations in the purchasing power of money. Whenever the lord's prerogatives have relaxed, the taxes in kind, as a rule, have been irregular. In this case, the official has direct recourse to the tributaries of his bailiwick, whether or not he is authorized. Close at hand is the idea of securing the official against such oscillations by mortgaging or transferring the levies and therewith the power to tax, or by leasing profitable lands of the lord to the official for his own use. Every central authority which is not strictly organized is tempted to take this course either voluntarily or because the officials compel it to do so. The official may satisfy himself with the use of these levies or loans up to the level of his salary claim and then hand over the surplus. This implies strong temptation and therefore yields results chiefly unsatisfactory to the lord. Another process involves fixing the official's salary. This often occurred in the early history of German officialdom, and it happened on the largest scale in all Eastern satrap administrations. The official hands over a stipulated amount and retains the surplus. In such cases the official is economically in a position rather similar to that of the entrepreneurial tax farmer. Indeed, office farming, including even the leasing of offices to the highest bidder, is regularly found. On the soil of a private economy, the transformation of the statutes of villenage into tenancy relations is one of the most important among numerous examples. By tenancy arrangements the lord can transfer the trouble of changing his income in kind into money income to the office tenant or to the official who is to be given a fixed sum. This was plainly the case with some Oriental regents in antiquity. And above all, the farming out of public collection of taxes in lieu of the lord's own management of tax gathering served this purpose. From this procedure there develops the possibility for the lord to progress in the ordering of his finances into a systematic budget. This is a very important advance, for it means that a fixed estimate of the income, and correspondingly of the expenses, can take the place of a hand-to-mouth living from incalculable incomes in kind, a condition typical of all the early stages of public households. On the other hand, in systematizing his budget in this way, the lord renounces the control and full exploitation of his capacity to tax for his own use. According to the measure of freedom left to the official, to the office, or to the tax farmer, the lasting capacity to pay taxes is endangered by inconsiderate exploitation. For, unlike the politi cal overlord, the capitalist is not in the same way permanently interested in the subject's ability to pay. The Lord seeks to safeguard himself against this loss of control by regulations. The mode of tax farming or the transfer of taxes can thus vary widely, according to the distribution of power between the lord and the tenant. Either the tenant's interest in the free exploitation of capacity to pay taxes or the lord's interest in the permanence of this capacity prevails. The nature of the tax farming system rests essentially upon the joint or the opposing influence of these motives, the elimination of oscillations in the yields, the possibility of a budget, the safeguarding of the subject's capacity to pay by protecting them against uneconomical exploitation, and a state control of the tax farmer's yields for the sake of appropriating the maximum possible. In the Ptolemaic Empire, as in Hellas and in Rome, the tax farmer was still a private capitalist. The raising of taxes, however, was bureaucratically executed and controlled by the Ptolemaic state. The tenant's profit consisted in only a share of the respective surplus over and above the tax farmer's fee, which was, in fact, only a guarantee. The tax farmer's risk consisted in the possibility of yields that were lower than this sum. The purely economic conception of the office as a source of the official's private income can also lead to the direct purchase of offices. This occurs when the lord finds himself in a position in which he requires not only a current income but money capital, for instance, for warfare or for debt payments. The purchase of office as a regular institution has existed in modern states, in the church state as well as in that of France and England. It has existed in the cases of sinecures as well as of very serious offices, and, in the case of officers' commissions, it lagged over until the early 19th century. In individual cases, the economic meaning of such a purchase of office can be altered so that the purchasing sum is partly or wholly in the nature of bail deposited for faithful service, but this has not been the rule. Every sort of assignment of usufructs, tributes, and services which are due to the lord himself or to the official for personal exploitation, always means a surrender of the pure type of bureaucratic organization. The official in such positions has a personal right to the possession of his office. This is the case to a still higher degree when official duty and compensation are interrelated in such a way that the official does not transfer to the lord any yields gained from the objects left to him, but handles these objects for his private ends and in turn renders to the lord services of a personal or a military, political, or ecclesiastical character. We wish to speak of prebends and of a prebendal organization of office, wherever the lord assigns to the official rent payments for life, payments which are somehow fixed to objects or which are essentially economic usufruct from lands or other sources. They must be compensations. For the fulfillment of actual or fictitious office duties, they are goods permanently set aside for the economic assurance of the ephib. The transition from such prebendal organization of office to salaried officialdom is quite fluid. Very often the economic endowment of priesthoods has been prebendal, as in antiquity and the Middle Ages, and even up to the modern period. But in almost all periods the same form has been found in other areas. In Chinese sacerdotal law, the prebendal character of all offices forced the mourning official to resign his office. For during the ritual mourning period for the father or other household authorities, abstention from the enjoyment of possessions was prescribed. Originally this prescription was aimed at avoiding the ill will of the deceased master of the house, for the house belonged to this master and the office was considered purely as a prebend, a source for rent. When not only economic rights but also lordly prerogatives are leased for personal execution with the stipulation of personal services to the lord, a further step away from salaried bureaucracy is taken. These leased prerogatives vary, for instance, with the political official. They may be in the nature of landlordism or in the nature of office authority. In both instances, and certainly in the latter, the specific nature of bureaucratic organization is completely destroyed and we enter the organizational realm of feudal dominion. All kinds of assignments of services and usufructs in kind as endowments for officials tend to loosen the bureaucratic mechanism, and especially to weaken hierarchic subordination. This subordination is most strictly developed in the discipline of modern officialdom. A precision similar to the precision of the contractually employed official of the modern Occident can only be attained at least under very energetic leadership, where the subjection of the officials to the lord is personally absolute, where slaves, or employees treated like slaves, are used for administration. The Egyptian officials were slaves of the pharaoh, if not legally, at least in fact. The Roman latifundia owners liked to commission slaves with the direct management of money matters, because of the possibility of subjecting them to torture. In China, similar results have been sought by the prodigal use of the hambo as a disciplinary instrument. The chances, however, for such direct means of coercion to function with steadiness are extremely unfavorable. According to experience, the relative optimum for the success and maintenance of a strict mechanization of the bureaucratic apparatus is offered by a secured money salary connected with the opportunity of a career that is not dependent upon mere accident and arbitrariness. Strict discipline and control, which at the same time has consideration for the official's sense of honor, and the development of prestige sentiments of the status group, as well as the possibility of public criticism, work in the direction of strict mechanization. With all this, the bureaucratic apparatus functions more assuredly than does any legal enslavement of functionaries. 64 Bases for the growth of bureaucracy. A strong status sentiment among officials not only agrees with the official's readiness to subordinate himself to the chief without any will of his own, but just as is the case with the officer's status sentiments are the consequence of such subordination, for internally they balance the official's self-feeling. The purely impersonal character of office work, with its principal separation of the private sphere of the official from that of the office, facilitates the official's integration into the given functional conditions of a fixed mechanism based upon discipline. Even though the full development of a money economy is not an indispensable precondition for bureaucratization, bureaucracy as a permanent structure is knit to the one presupposition of a constant income for maintaining it. Where such an income cannot be derived from private profits, as is the case with the bureaucratic organization of large modern enterprises, or from fixed land rents, as with the manor, a stable system of taxation is the precondition for the permanent existence of bureaucratic administration. For well-known and general reasons, only a fully developed money economy offers a secure basis for such a taxation system. The degree of administrative bureaucratization in urban communities with fully developed money economies has not infrequently been relatively greater in the contemporary far larger states of plains. Yet as soon as these plain states have been able to develop orderly systems of tribute, bureaucracy has developed more comprehensively than in city states. Whenever the size of the city states has remained confined to moderate limits, the tendency for a plutocratic and collegial administration by notables has corresponded most adequately to their structure. The quantitative development of administrative tasks. The proper soil for the bureaucratization of an administration has always been the specific developments of administrative tasks. We shall first discuss the quantitative extension of such tasks. In the field of politics, the great state and the mass party are the classic soil for bureaucratization. This does not mean that every historically known and genuine formation of great states has brought about a bureaucratic administration. The permanence of a once existing great state, or the homogeneity of a culture born by such a state, has not always been attached to a bureaucratic structure of state. However, both of these features have held to a great extent, for instance, in the Chinese Empire. The numerous great Negro empires, and similar formations, have had only an ephemeral existence primarily because they have lacked an apparatus of officials. And the unity of the Carolingian Empire disintegrated when its organization of officials disintegrated. This organization, however, was predominantly patrimonial rather than bureaucratic in nature. From a purely temporal view, however, the empire of the caliphs and its predecessors on Asiatic soil have lasted for considerable periods of time, and their organization of office was essentially patrimonial and prebendal. Also, the Holy Roman Empire lasted for a long time in spite of the almost complete absence of bureaucracy. All these realms have represented a cultural unity of at least approximately the same strength as is usually created by bureaucratic politics. The ancient Roman Empire disintegrated internally in spite of increasing bureaucratization and even during its very execution. This was because of the way the tax burdens were distributed by the bureaucratic state, which favored the subsistence economy. Viewed with regard to the intensity of their purely political unities, the temporal existences of the empires of the caliphs, Carolingian and other medieval emperors were essentially unstable, nominal, and cohesive conglomerates. On the whole, the capacity for political action steadily diminished, and the relatively great unity of culture flowed from ecclesiastic structures that were in part strictly unified and, in the Occidental Middle Ages, increasingly bureaucratic in character. The unity of their cultures resulted partly from the far-going homogeneity of their social structures, which in turn was the aftermath and transformation of their former political unity. Both are phenomena of the traditional stereotyping of culture, which favors an unstable equilibrium. Both of these factors proved so strong a foundation that even grandiose attempts at expansion, such as the Crusades, could be undertaken in spite of the lack of intensive political unity. They were, one might say, performed as private undertakings. The failure of the Crusades and their often irrational political course, however, is associated with the absence of a unified and intensive state power to back them up. And there is no doubt that the nuclei of intensive modern states in the Middle Ages developed concomitantly with bureaucratic structures. Furthermore, in the end these quite bureaucratic political structures undoubtedly shattered the social conglomerates, which rested essentially upon unstable equilibriums. The disintegration of the Roman Empire was partly conditioned by the very bureaucratization of its army and official apparatus. This bureaucratization could only be realized by carrying through at the same time a method of taxation which by its distribution of burdens was bound to lead to relative increase in the importance of a subsistence economy. Individual factors of this sort always enter the picture. Also the intensity of the external and the internal state activities play their part. Quite apart from the relation between the state influence upon culture and the degree of bureaucratization, it may be said that normally though not without exception the vigor to expand is directly related to the degree of bureaucratization. For two of the most expansive polities, the Roman Empire and the British World Empire, during their most expansive periods, rested upon bureaucratic foundations only to a small extent. The Norman state in England carried through a strict organization on the basis of a feudal hierarchy. To a large extent, it received its unity and its push through the bureaucratization of the royal exchequer, which, in comparison to other political structures of the feudal period, was extremely strict. Later on, the English state did not share in the continental development towards bureaucratization, but remained an administration of notables. Just as in the republican administration of Rome, this English rule by notables was a result of the relative absence of a continental character, as well as of absolutely unique preconditions, which at the present time are disappearing. The dispensability of the large standing armies, which a continental state with equally expansive tendencies requires for its land frontiers, is among these special preconditions. In Rome, bureaucratization advanced with the transition from a coastal to a continental ring of frontiers. For the rest, in the domination structure of Rome, the strictly military character of the magistrate authorities in the Roman manner unknown to any other people made up for the lack of a bureaucratic apparatus with its technical efficiency, its precision, and unity of administrative functions, especially outside the city limits. The continuity of administration was safeguarded by the unique position of the Senate. In Rome, as in England, one presupposition for this dispensability of bureaucracy which should not be forgotten was that the state authorities increasingly minimized the scope of their functions at home. They restricted their functions to what was absolutely demanded for direct reasons of state. At the beginning of the modern period, all the prerogatives of the continental states accumulated in the hands of those princes who most relentlessly took the course of administrative bureaucratization. It is obvious that technically the great modern state is absolutely dependent upon a bureaucratic basis. The larger the state, and the more it is or the more it becomes a great power state, the more unconditionally is this the case. The United States still bears the character of a polity which, at least in the technical sense, is not fully bureaucratized. But the greater the zones of friction with the outside and the more urgent the needs for administrative unity at home become, the more this character is inevitably and gradually giving way formally to the bureaucratic structure. Moreover, the partly unbureaucratic form of the state structure of the United States is materially balanced by the more strictly bureaucratic structures of those formations which, in truth, dominate politically, namely, the parties under the leadership of professionals or experts in organization and election tactics. The increasingly bureaucratic organization of all genuine mass parties offers the most striking example of the role of sheer quantity as a leverage for the bureaucratization of a social structure. In Germany, above all, the Social Democratic Party and abroad both of the historical American parties are bureaucratic in the greatest possible degree. Qualitative changes of administrative tasks. Bureaucratization is occasioned more by intensive and qualitative enlargement and internal deployment of the scope of administrative tasks than by their extensive and quantitative increase. But the direction bureaucratization takes and the reasons that occasion it vary widely. In Egypt, the oldest country of bureaucratic state administration, the public and collective regulation of waterways for the whole country and from the top could not be avoided because of technical economic factors. This regulation created the mechanism of scribes and officials. Once established, this mechanism, even in early times, found its second realm of business in the extraordinary construction activities which were organized militarily. As mentioned before, the bureaucratic tendency has chiefly been influenced by needs arising from the creation of standing armies as determined by power politics and by the development of public finance connected with the military establishment. In the modern state, the increasing demands for administration rest on the increasing complexity of civilization and push towards bureaucratization. Very considerable expansions, especially overseas, have, of course, been managed by states ruled by notables, as will become evident in the appropriate context. Yet the intensity of the administration, that is, the transfer of as many tasks as possible to the organization of the state proper for continuous management and discharge, has been slightly developed among the great states ruled by notables, especially Rome and England, if we compare them with bureaucratic polities. Both in notable and bureaucratic administrations the structure of state power has influenced culture very strongly. But it has done so relatively slightly in the form of management and control by the state. This holds from justice down to education. The growing demands on culture, in turn, are determined, though to a varying extent, by the growing wealth of the most influential strata in the state. To this extent increasing bureaucratization is a function of the increasing possession of goods used for consumption, and of an increasingly sophisticated technique of fashioning external life, a technique which corresponds to the opportunities provided by such wealth. This reacts upon the standard of living and makes for an increasing subjective indispensability of organized, collective, interlocal, and thus bureaucratic, provision for the most varied wants, which previously were either unknown, or were satisfied locally or by a private economy. Among purely political factors, the increasing demand of a society, accustomed to absolute pacification, for order and protection in all fields exerts an especially persevering influence in the direction of bureaucratization. A steady road leads from modifications of the blood feud, sacerdotally, or by means of arbitration, to the present position of the policeman as the representative of God on earth. The former means place the guarantees for the individual's rights and security squarely upon the members of his SIB, who are obligated to assist him with oath and vengeance. Among other factors, primarily the manifold tasks of the so-called policy of social welfare operate in the direction of bureaucratization, for these tasks are, in part, saddled upon the state by interest groups and, in part, the state usurps them, either for reasons of power policy or for ideological motives. Of course, these tasks are to a large extent economically determined. Among essentially technical factors, the specifically modern means of communication enter the picture as pacemakers of bureaucratization. Public land and waterways, railroads, the telegraph, etc. They must, in part, necessarily be administered in a public and collective way. In part, such administration is technically expedient. In this respect, the contemporary means of communication frequently play a role similar to that of the canals of Mesopotamia and the regulation of the Nile in the ancient Orient. The degree to which the means of communication have been developed is a condition of decisive importance for the possibility of bureaucratic administration, although it is not the only decisive condition. Certainly in Egypt, bureaucratic centralization, on the basis of an almost pure subsistence economy, could never have reached the actual degree which it did without the natural trade route of the Nile. In order to promote bureaucratic centralization in modern Persia, the telegraph officials were officially commissioned with reporting all occurrences in the provinces to the Shah, over the heads of the local authorities. In addition, everyone received the right to remonstrate directly by telegraph. The modern Occidental state can be administered the way it actually is only because the state controls the telegraph network and has the mails and railroads at its disposal. Railroads, in turn, are intimately connected with the development of an interlocal traffic of mass goods. This traffic is among the causal factors in the formation of the modern state. As we have already seen, this does not hold unconditionally for the past. The emergence of a bureaucracy. T.F. Tout. We are sometimes told that the elaboration of the political machinery of the state, which involves the existence of a bureaucratic class, is the work of quite modern times. No doubt many of the refinements of permanent officialism are modern enough. The very words, civil service, civil servant, reprinted in part from the English Civil Service in the 14th century, Volume IL, pp 192-213, by permission of the publisher, which we familiarly use to describe the permanent public official, are things of yesterday. Whether or not we have the name, we have the thing, hundreds of years earlier. The public servants of the crown, whose special sphere was administration and finance, and who were professional administrators, not professional soldiers, go back to the earliest ages of the English state. They existed, but barely existed, in the later days of the Anglo-Saxon monarchy. They first became numerous, powerful, and conspicuous when the Norman kings gave England a centralized administration and a trained body of administrators. Their influence rose to a high level in the reigns of Henry II and his sons, when England, thanks to their work, was the best governed and most orderly state in all Western Europe. By this time another process was beginning. The early civil servants, like all early public officials, were simply members of the king's household. The king's clerks, accountants, and administrators belonged to the same category as the king's cooks, scullions, grooms, and valets. The public service of the state then was hopelessly confused with the domestic service of the court. Bit by bit, however, we get to the first stages of the long process by which the national administrative machine was slowly disentangled from the machinery which regulated the domestic establishment of the monarch. The time was still far distant when the modern distinction was made between the king in his private and public capacities, between the royal officers who ruled the king's household, and those who carried on the government of the country. Our medieval ancestors were moved even less than ourselves by theoretical considerations. But for very practical reasons the kings found it impossible not to draw some sort of line between the men who helped them to govern the country and the men who waited on the monarch or strove to keep in order his vast and disorderly household. For one thing, the king was always on the move. A Norman or Angevin monarch had no fixed residence and still less a fixed capital. Business and inclination united to make him live a wandering life from one royal estate to another. Economic necessity alone kept him plodding through his continued journeys. So great was the dearth of means of communication, and so difficult was the transport of bulky commodities, that it was much easier to take men and horses to their food than to bring their food to them. The whole administrative machine of our early kings was a part of the court. Accordingly it followed the king on his constant wanderings. It was not the least of the troubles of those, who wished to transact business with the government, that they had to find out where the king was and to attend him in his restless movements from place to place. So long as the magnates of each district ruled each one over his own estate, so long as the freemen of shire, hundred, or borough were mainly governed in their local courts, these inconveniences occurred so seldom that they counted for very little. But by Henry II's reign the English king had centralized so much authority under his immediate direction that all men of substance had frequent occasion to seek justice or request favors at the court. Moreover, as the administrative machine grew more complex, it became a constantly harder task to carry about with the court the ever-increasing tribe of officials, to say nothing of the records, registers, and rolls that they found necessary for business or for reference. The remedy was found in establishing a headquarters for each administrative department at some fixed spot, where permanent business was transacted and where the records of the office were preserved. It was for this practical reason that the civil service slowly differentiated itself from the domestic environment of the king. For similar practical reasons London, or rather Westminster, was found the most convenient fixed spot for each permanent central bureau. The financial administration was the first to acquire a separate life of its own. In the days when government meant exploitation, the highest aim of the ruler was to get as much out of his subjects as he could. The good king of those days promoted his people's welfare because he had the wit to see that a prosperous community could afford to pay more taxes and was likely to yield them up with less friction or rebellion. It was natural then that finance should loom largest in the royal scheme of the universe, and that the greatest attention should be devoted to the collection and administration of the royal revenue. Accordingly, the good old days when Edward the Confessor kept his treasure in a box in his bedroom passed away. Under Henry I, the first of modern government offices arose in the King's Exchequer, and under Henry II the King's Exchequer had a permanent home of its own at Westminster. If the title of Chamberlain, borne by some of the King's Exchequer officials, shows its origin in the King's bedroom or chamber, the Exchequer was before the end of the 12th century in all essentials an independent office of state. Its staff was quite separate from the service of the court. It was in modern phrase a branch, for the time being the only branch of the King's civil service. I have spoken of the Exchequer as a financial office, and I have done so because its main concern was with finance. But we must not expect meticulous distinctions in those days between various branches of the royal service. The business of government was still so primitive, the number of skilled officers so small, their resources so limited, that every servant of the king had, like the modern country workman or the present Indian civilian in a remote district, to turn his hand to any job that came in his way. If he did not do it, there was no one else who could, and the job remained undone. Accordingly, the Exchequer officer is often found trying lawsuits, going on missions, and transacting all sorts of business that had no close relation with finance. As time went on, this proved inconvenient, and just as the 12th century saw the creation of the financial department, so did the 13th. 7. Century witnessed the slow separation from the court of a second office of state, whose main business was administration. This administrative department grew out of the little office where the chaplains of the court occupied themselves in writing out the king's letters between the hours of divine service. One of these chaplains, called the chancellor, was entrusted with the custody of the king's seal. Now, in an age when writing was a rare art with laymen, and when all writing looked much alike, a great man did not authenticate his letters by signing them but by affixing his seal to them. The keeping of the king's seal then involved responsibility for the composition of the king's correspondence. Now the confidential clerk, who writes a man's letters, may generally more or less suggest the policy these letters involve. It resulted that, as the king's general secretary, the chancellor became the most trusted of all the king's ministers, his secretary of state for all departments, as Stubbs has rightly called him. He was, in effect, prime minister, and to do his work he had to gather round him a staff of skilled officials. The result was the complete separation of the king's scribes from the king's chaplains, the growth of a class of clerks of the chancery who by the 14th century were the ablest, most powerful, and most energetic of all officers of state. The chancery, however, long remained a part of the court, mainly because it was to the king's interest to have his chief minister always by his side. But as the office became larger, and as its prudent habit of enrolling all its acts swelled its official records to an enormous size, the same reason, which separated the exchequer from the court, began to apply also to the chancery. The process was made more imperative when the barons put in their claim to control the government of the country equally or almost equally with the king. At last a sort of compromise was arrived at by which the chancery, though still partly following the court, wandered less freely and in smaller circles. It now had headquarters of its own in London, where the clerks lived a sort of collegiate life in common. It kept there its ever-increasing mass of records, and kept them in the very same place where the Public Record Office now preserves the accumulated archives of every great department of state. By the days of Edward III the Chancery, like the Exchequer since Henry II, had become a government office, self-contained, self-sufficing, with its own staff, traditions, and methods, and plainly separated from the court. The Exchequer and the Chancery, the Office of Finance and the Office of Administration, were the two first government departments in the modern sense. A third and lesser office separated itself from the court in the reign of Edward III. This was the office of the Privy Seal, whose keeper and clerks gradually drifted out of court in the generation succeeding the differentiation of the Chancery from the household. The King's Privy Seal originated about the reign of John, when the Great Seal, and its keeper the Chancellor, became so much a public instrument and a public officer that they were no longer always at hand when their lord wished to write a letter. Moreover, the Chancellor was a great man, who, though the king's servant, often had a will of his own and sometimes agreed with the barons rather than with his royal master. The result was that, as Chancery and Chancellor drifted out of court, there still remained, as closely attendant as of old on the monarch in all his wanderings, the ancient writing and administrative department, which continued to do for the king's household the work originally done by the Chancellor. It was soon natural for the king to set up his domestic chancery against the public chancery, the Privy Seal against the Great Seal. The barons tried to stop this by claiming the control of the household office as well as the public one. Neither king nor barons could get all their way, and in the long run a sort of compromise was again arrived at. The Privy Seal went out of court. It became a minor administrative office, sometimes perhaps relieving the chancery, more often, I suspect, clogging the wheels of the administration. The result was a third type of 14th-century civil servant in the clerks of the Privy Seal. So much for the offices, and now for the men who filled them. My apology for troubling you so much with the growth of the administrative departments is that some knowledge of them is indispensable for the appreciation of the work and position of the official class with whom we are primarily concerned. It will be my business now to try and suggest what manner of man was the civil servant who filled these offices of state. The bare sketch of the growth of the offices will suffice to dissipate the illusion that the Middle Ages had no civil servants. In some ways the bureaucrat was as active and vigorous in the 14th century as he is in the 20th. But we should be rash to think that he closely resembled the civil servant of the modern state. Medieval society was always on a small scale even in great kingdoms. Medieval resources were miserably feeble as compared with those of modern times. Men were as clever then as they are now, they were almost as civilized. But they were overwhelmingly inferior to moderns in the command of material resources, and but a fraction of the meager material forces at the disposal of society was under the control of the medieval state. Hence the very slight extent to which the division of Jabur could be pushed. When the principle of differentiation had gone so far as to make a civil service possible, its members were but imperfectly specialized. The offices of state were few, nevertheless they overlapped hopelessly. Everything was in a state of flux, and the medieval civilian, like the modern blue jacket, was compelled to be a handy man by the situation in which his lot was cast. Even in our own highly organized society it is possible, especially in times like this, for clerks to be shifted from one office to another, or for outsiders to be called in to discharge temporary war work. Under medieval conditions the same end was attained by everybody doing everybody else's job, sometimes to the neglect of his own. The medieval civil servant then was much less specialized than his modern counterpart. Another striking point of dissimilarity between the modern and the medieval civilian is that the great majority of the latter were clergymen. We still call the civil servant a clerk, just as we speak of the clerks of a bank or a merchant's office. If we ever ask ourselves what clerk means, we should probably say that it involves a life devoted to the mechanical task of writing, bookkeeping, accounting, and copying. But historically a clerk means simply a clergyman, a member of the broad class of actual or potential ministers of the church. In the early Middle Ages it was a matter of course to regard all men of education as clerks. Writing and accounting were rare gifts for a layman, the more so since all letters were written and all accounts kept in Latin. It was because they knew how to write and keep accounts in Latin that clerks alone were trusted to man the primitive offices of state. Now these clerks were not necessarily clerks in holy orders, they were not even necessarily clerks in minor orders. You could enter the clerical profession as soon as you had induced some prelate to give you the first tonsure. With the shaven crown went the clerical dress and the important privilege of benefit of clergy, that is the right of being judged for all offences by members of your own order, and in practice the useful privilege of committing your first crime with comparative impunity. The tonsured clerk might, if he would, afterwards proceed to orders, minor or holy, but in numerous cases he did not even enter minor orders, and it was quite common for him not to take holy orders, that is, he never became a subdeacon, deacon, or priest. Very often he passed through these stages, hastily and perfunctorily, when his service to the state received its crowning reward in a bishopric. There were few instances of medieval civil servants declining the office of bishop, the highest stage of holy orders. Now for the majority of clerks in government offices there was little need to assume more clerical responsibility than prudence required. For holy orders were permanent and indelible, the tonsure by itself gave benefit of clergy, and the worldly clerk only needed orders to qualify him for a benefice. Thus the clerical class was very elastic and very large. In fact it comprehended all educated men, most lawyers, most physicians, all scholars, graduates and students of universities, and most boys in grammar schools. And the clerk, when a clerk, had the disabilities as well as the advantages of his profession. All professional men then were compulsory celibates. By abandoning the clerical status they lost all prospect of worldly advancement in the one profession that had great prizes to offer. By the 14th century the state of things was already passing away. There was an ever-increasing number of educated laymen, and a new lucrative profession was fully open to lay enterprise. This was that of the pleaders and exponents of English law. The schools of the common lawyers in London were the first schools in England where men could study for a profession without becoming clerks. But we have not got to the time when *OB a barrister was to possess the master key to politics. The lawyers had, then as now, more than their share of good things, but the common lawyer at least was rarely a civil servant, though he might sometimes become a minister. It was the civil and canon laws, the law of Rome and the law of the Church, not the common law, that were most pursued by those who aspired to the public service. The civil and canon laws were the only laws studied in the universities, their students then were all necessarily clerks. There were some advantages in the clerical official. He was better educated on the average, often a graduate, sometimes a distinguished doctor or master of Paris or Oxford. He was generally a man with a career to make, and likely therefore to be more devoted and less scrupulous in the service of his master. Moreover, clerks could easily be rewarded without expense to the king. They could be enriched by livings, dignities, prebends, bishoprics, while the layman could only be satisfied by grants of land that belonged to the royal domain or by the custody of royal wards or by the hand of heiresses in the king's guardianship. At the worst, the clerk could be quietly got rid of by being given some job that kept him away from his office. Moreover, a strong practical disadvantage that told against lay officials was the fact that in the early Middle Ages all lay offices tended to become hereditary. For instance, in the Exchequer, the oldest of the offices of state, there had been from the beginning a considerable lay element. Originally the laymen did the rough work, while the clerks wrote, directed, and kept accounts. But by the 14th century laymen were often as competent as clerks for these delicate operations. Long before that, however, the original lay offices of the Exchequer had become hereditary sergeantries, and had fallen into the hands of families so swelled by the profits of royal service that their representatives were too dignified to do their work. Accordingly, they were allowed to appoint some person of inferior social status who was not too much of a gentleman to be afraid of soiling his hands with labor. The result was that many actual working members of the Exchequer staff were appointed not by the king but by some nobleman, and that nobleman was often a bitter enemy of the royal policy. This state of things was beginning to pass away by the 14th century, but the warning of the Exchequer sergeantries had not been lost. In the Exchequer clerks did, under the Edwards, the work which, under Henry II, was performed by laymen, holding office from father to son. Moreover, Exchequer business was now largely in the hands of personages called barons of the Exchequer. It was perhaps for reasons like this that the Exchequer clerical staff was larger in the 14th than in the 12th century. For instance, the barons could be, and were, indifferently clerks, or laymen. But the head of the office, the treasurer, was always a clerk and generally was, or became, a bishop. The most rigidly clerical office was that of Chancellor of the Exchequer, an officer who had the pay and status of a baron. This post remained clerical because the Chancellor kept the Exchequer seal, and seal-keeping was still looked upon as essentially clerical work. As contrasted with the Exchequer, the newer offices of state, one and all, opened up few chances to the layman. The Chancery, for instance, was entirely staffed with clerks. Let us next speak of methods of appointment. In the beginnings of the public service under the Normans, the crown sold offices of state to the highest bidders, who recouped themselves for their capital outlay, not only by the legitimate profits of office but still more by the unlawful but customary peculations and extortions in which the early medieval functionary delighted. By the 14th century this primitive method had been partly outgrown, though we had a modern recrudescence of it in the sale of commissions in the army, only abolished in 1871. I have already spoken of the prevalence and of the inconvenience of the hereditary transmission of office. There was only one alternative way to it, for the modern method of recruiting the civil service by open competition was inconceivable in an age when the cult of the examination was a novelty. This other way was the method of nomination, sometimes perhaps by conscientious selection, more often I fear by jobbery, local, family, or personal. It was one of the happy results of the clerical element in the medieval service that our celibate clerical officials had not, or ought not to have had, so many opportunities of jobbery for their sons as are vouchsafed to the sages of the law in modern democratic Britain. Here again the layman had a better chance than the cleric, though the cleric's family feeling could find plenty of scope in promoting the interests of his numerous nephews. But there are other forms of jobbery. Besides hereditary jobbery, and although family influence was very strong in the Middle Ages, the commonest of all sorts of medieval jobbery seems to have been feudal and local, rather than personal. The official that had got on planted not only his kinsfolk but his tenants and retainers and their families, in humbler cases the youth of his own village or district, in any posts of which he had the patronage. In the same way the king, as the ultimate fountain of office, always bestowed special favor on men sprung from manors on the royal domain. It is astonishing how large a proportion of medieval officials showed by their surnames of the local type that they traced their origin to some royal estate. Nor was this method of selection merely the result of favoritism. The close personal tie of lord and vassal was, under 14th century conditions, the strongest possible guarantee of faithful service. Another of the distinctions between medieval and modern political conditions is the fact that there was no clear line of division between the politicians in high office and the permanent public officials. A few great earls and barons might have an hereditary right to take a leading share in the king's councils without the preliminary training of the public service. But the greater lay magnates ruled by influence rather than as officials, for the highest dignitaries in the administration, the chancellor and the treasurer, were ecclesiastics, and in many cases had worked themselves up to these posts and to the bishoprics, which were the material reward of their political services, as public servants in the chancery, the exchequer, and, still more often, in the wardrobe and household. In fact, the minister of state was as likely as not to be a promoted civil servant. Medieval England, down to and including Tudor times, was ruled, like the modern German Empire, by ministers who had made their mark in the civil service of the crown. Under these conditions, the English civil servant was almost as non-political and a good deal more permanent than were the mighty ministers of state who so largely emerged from the official class. This is seen when, among other foreshadowings of modern conditions, we find in the reign of Edward III something like the beginnings of parties and two ministerial crises, those of 1340 and 1371, in which one party drove its rivals from the king's favor and therefore from office. In both these years the whole ministry was turned out, really because the king disliked their policy, nominally because they were clergymen. Let us not, however, look upon even this as a clearly marked party triumph. To one of the shrewdest of contemporary chroniclers it was a struggle not between parties but between the king's confidential advisers and the ministers holding the great offices of state. 1 But when in 1340 the clerical treasurer and chancellor gave way to the first laymen appointed to these offices, the chief clerks of the chancery and exchequer, numerous judges, sheriffs, and other minor officials shared their fate. The underlings went into the wilderness along with the heads of the departments. Just as in the United States every petty office is vacated when the swing of the political pendulum replaces a Democratic by a Republican president. The doctrine, sacred to Tammany and the machine politician, that to the victor belongs the spoils was one which might well have appealed to the politician of the 14th century. Such general changes as those in 1340 were extremely rare. They were the more infrequent since the medieval placeman high and low, and especially the low, was as a rule very much of the Vicar of Bray's way of thinking. Whatever king or policy reigned, he regarded it to be the very root of the matter that he should cling tightly to the emoluments of office. And his easy-going masters seldom disturbed him as long as he did his daily task decently and did not criticize the higher powers. Nor need we blame the medieval placeman for his apparent want of principle. High affairs of state were no more his business than they were the concern of the man in the street. He was a paid functionary, not always a well-paid functionary, whose duty was obedience to his masters. He trusted his masters to do his thinking for him and to understand what it was no business of his to study. Obedience, loyalty, discipline were the ideals before him. Thinking out the rights and wrongs of policy was outside his job. Inspired by these conceptions, the rank and file of the civil service grew gray in their offices, vacating them only by reason of promotion, death, or incapacity to discharge the daily task. Even if they moved from office to office, they remained functionaries for the whole of their working lives. Let us turn from the principles, or the want of them, of the medieval placeman to the payments given for his services, to his professional prospects, as we should say. His direct pay was inconsiderable and irregular, and it was only after his particular office got separated from the household that the medieval civil servant had the advantage of pay at all. If the pay of the medieval public servant was scanty and irregular, the indirect advantages of serving the state were open, gross, and palpable. Here the clerical official had the same pull over his lay colleagues that the clerical schoolmaster, another curious survival of the one profession period, still has over the lay instructor of youth. Besides the chances of his immediate career, the prizes, small and large, of a great profession were open to him. Clerical preferment increased the scanty wages of his post. While he held it, clerical preferment enabled him to retire betimes and enjoy a comfortable old age on his living, his prebend, his deanery, or even his bishopric. Besides ecclesiastical preferment, the worn-out civilian could look for pensions from the crown, transference to less laborious or nominal service, or, at the worst, to what was called a corrodi, that is, authority to take up his quarters in some monastery and be fed, clothed, and lodged at the expense of the monks. These latter resources were particularly welcome to laymen or to those clerics who had disqualified themselves for advancement in the church by matrimony. A still better refuge was a pension from the exchequer. But there was one drawback to the enjoyment of this most satisfactory of direct sources of support, a royal pension. It was that it was not always regularly paid. In those days the dependents on the state were always the first to suffer when war or some other exceptional cause of expenditure restricted the royal bounty, or when a careless or extravagant king neither wished to nor could keep his plighted word. Lastly, we must not neglect among these supplementary sources of income the perquisites, lawful and unlawful, of office. Medieval propriety was not outraged by public officers receiving gratifications in money or kind from all who came to transact business with them. It was natural that the receiver of a favor should pay a fee to the source of his satisfaction. The preparation of a writ was immensely expedited when a suitable douceur from the applicant quickened the activity of the chancery or privy seal clerk responsible for its issue. We find that religious houses regularly entered in their accounts the sums they had given to ministers to obtain their goodwill. On a much lower plane was the direct bribe to do something known to be wrong, yet that also was by no means rare. Medieval man used the discreet term curialitas to indicate transactions that varied between perfectly permissible presents and open and shameful corruption. And there were few public servants who did not take advantage of their position to do a good deal of business on their own account, such as administering or managing estates, lending money, acting as sureties, as attorneys, or proxies, and the like. Taking everything into account, the medieval civilian's prosperity was not to be reckoned merely in wages. Besides money payments, there were also wages in kind. In the old days, when the public servant was attached to the court, he had, as we have seen, no salary, or a very small one. But he made up for this by receiving lodging, clothing, food, drink, and firewood at the king's expense. He had, therefore, as little need of money as a soldier in the trenches or a monk in a convent. One question still remains. How did the medieval civil servant do his work? How far was he efficient, and, if he were remiss, how far could the peccant official be controlled or punished? On the whole, I am inclined to think that a respectably high level of general competence was attained. Our best evidence for this is that afforded by the wonderfully complete and well-kept series of our medieval archives still surviving in the Public Record Office. The medieval public servant had plenty of disadvantages as compared with his modern successor. All the devices by which bookkeeping, letter writing, account keeping and the like are made easy were unknown to him. His works of reference were unpractical rolls that had to be unrolled in all their length before he could verify a single entry. His material for writing on was parchment so expensive that abbreviation of his matter was necessary, and to waste by a slip something of an offense. The exchequer clerk had to keep books and do sums of extraordinary complexity. The very addition of Roman numerals was painful enough in itself. It was made more laborious by reckonings by scores and by hundreds, by sums, calculated indifferently in marks and in pounds, shillings, and pence, being all mixed up together in the same columns of figures. Yet you will very rarely find mistakes in arithmetic even in the most complicated of accounts, and if you take the trouble, which some of our modern historians have not done, to understand the accountant's system before you make use of his figures, you will not often catch him committing many serious errors. No one can turn over medieval official records without admiration for the neatness of the calligraphy, the immense pains taken to facilitate reference and eliminate blunders, the careful correction of erroneous entries, and the other innumerable evidences of good honest workmanship on the part of the ordinary rank and file of official scribes. It is the same with the innumerable writs and letters, all neatly drafted in common form, and duly authenticated by the appropriate seals and by the signatures of the responsible clerks. The system of enrollment of the accounts passed and the letters written, in every office, leaves nothing to be desired in completeness and precision. Anyhow, the medieval official took plenty of pains to discharge his daily task, and his labor was all the more praiseworthy since medieval casualness and medieval indifference to labor-saving contrivances exacted the maximum of effort and trouble in every case. Similarly, if we turn to the collections of examples, precedents, and forms, which were from time to time written for the guidance of the various offices, we strengthen our impression of sound business traditions, laboriously developed and meticulously maintained. A reforming bureaucracy too is generally an efficient bureaucracy, and a long series of reforming edicts, inspired by the chiefs of various departments, bears high testimony to the useful activity of the 14th century civil service. Thus the last years of the dreary reign of Edward II witnessed an immense amount of administrative reform, notably the reform of the Exchequer by the Treasurer Stapledon. Yet, despite all this, constant control and watchfulness were needed to keep clean the administrative machine, and there was no control so effective as the personal oversight of the sovereign. In the monarch's absence the executive always tended to get out of gear. Both the return of Edward I in 1289 after his 3 years' sojourn on the continent, and the return of Edward III in 1340 after his long preoccupation with war and diplomacy in the Low Countries, were immediately followed by the two greatest sweepings out of the Augean stables of administrative incompetence that medieval history witnessed. The emergence of types of religious organization. Ernst Troeltsch. The Church is that type of organization which is overwhelmingly conservative, which to a certain extent accepts the secular order, and dominates the masses. In principle, therefore, it is universal, i.e., it desires to cover the whole life of humanity. The sects, on the other hand, are comparatively small groups, they aspire after personal inward perfection, and they aim at a direct personal fellowship between the members of each group. From the very beginning, therefore, they are forced to organize themselves in small groups, and to renounce the idea of dominating the world. Their attitude towards the world, the state, and society may be indifferent, tolerant, or hostile, since they have no desire to control and incorporate these forms of social life. On the contrary, they tend to avoid them. Their aim is usually either to tolerate their presence alongside of their own body, or even to replace these social institutions by their own society. Further, both types are in close connection with the actual situation and with the development of society. The fully developed church, however, utilizes the state and the ruling classes, and weaves these elements into her own life. She then becomes an integral part of the existing social order. From this standpoint, then, the church both stabilizes and determines the social order. In so doing, however, she becomes dependent upon the upper classes, and upon their development. The sects, on the other hand, are connected with the lower classes, or at least with those elements in society which are opposed to the state and to society. They work upwards from below, and not downwards from above. The word sect, however, gives an erroneous impression. Originally the word was used in a polemical and apologetic sense, and it was used to describe groups which separated themselves from the official church, while they retained certain fundamental elements of Christian thought, by the very fact, however, that they were outside the corporate life of the ecclesiastical tradition, a position, moreover, which was usually forced upon them. They were regarded as inferior side issues, one-sided phenomena, exaggerations, or abbreviations of ecclesiastical Christianity. That is, naturally, solely the viewpoint of the dominant churches, based on the belief that the ecclesiastical type alone has any right to exist. Ecclesiastical law within the modern state definitely denotes as sects those religious groups which exist alongside of the official privileged state churches, by law established, groups which the state either does not recognize at all, or, if it does recognize them, grants them fewer rights and privileges than the official state churches. Such a conception, however, confuses the actual issue. Very often in the so-called sects it is precisely the essential elements of the gospel which are fully expressed. They themselves always appeal to the gospel and to primitive Christianity, and accuse the church of having fallen away from its ideal. These impulses are always those which have been either suppressed or undeveloped in the official churches, of course for good and characteristic reasons, which again are not taken into account by the passionate party polemics of the sects. There can, however, be no doubt about the actual fact: the sects, with their greater independence of the world, and their continual emphasis upon the original ideals of Christianity, often represent in a very direct and characteristic way the essential fundamental ideas of Christianity. To a very great extent they are a most important factor in the study of the development of the sociological consequences of Christian thought. The mainstream of Christian development, however, flows along the channel prepared by the church type. The reason for this is clear: the church type represents the longing for a universal all-embracing ideal, the desire to control great masses of men, and therefore the urge to dominate the world and civilization in general. Paulinism, in spite of its strongly individualistic and enthusiastic features, had already led the way along this line. It desired to conquer the world for Christ. It came to terms with the order of the state by interpreting it as an institution ordained and permitted by God. It accepted the existing order with its professions and its habits and customs. The only union it desired was that which arose out of a common share in the energy of grace which the body of Christ contained. Out of this union the new life ought to spring up naturally from within through the power of the Holy Spirit, thus preparing the way for the speedy coming of the kingdom of God, as the real universal end of all things. The more that Christendom renounced the life of this supernatural and eschatological fulfillment of its universal ideal, and tried to achieve this end by missionary effort and organization, the more was it forced to make its divine and Christian character independent of the subjective character and service of believers. Henceforth it sought to concentrate all its emphasis upon the objective possession of religious truth and religious power, which were contained in the tradition of Christ, and in the divine guidance of the Church which fills and penetrates the whole body. From this objective basis subjective energies could ever flow forth afresh, exerting a renewing influence, but the objective basis did not coincide with these results. Only thus was it possible to have a popular church at all, and it was only thus that the relative acceptance of the world, the state, of society, and of the existing culture, which this required, did no harm to the objective foundation. Under these circumstances, however, the Church found it impossible to avoid making a compromise with the state, with the social order, and with economic conditions, and the Thomist doctrine worked this out in a very able, comprehensive theory, which vigorously maintained the ultimate supernatural orientation of life. In all this it is claimed that the whole is derived, quite logically, from the gospel. It is clear that this point of view became possible as soon as the gospel was conceived as a universal way of life, offering redemption to all, whose influence radiates from the knowledge given by the gospel, coupled with the assurance of salvation given by the Church. It was precisely the development of an objective sociological point of reference, its establishment on a stable basis, and its endeavor to go forward from that point to organize the conquest of the world, which led to this development. It is, however, equally obvious that in so doing the radical individualism of the gospel, with its urge towards the utmost personal achievement, its radical fellowship of love, uniting all in the most personal center of life, with its heroic indifference towards the world, the state, and civilization, with its mistrust of the spiritual danger of distraction and error inherent in the possession of or the desire for great possessions, has been given a secondary place, or even given up altogether. These features now appear as mere factors within the system, they are no longer ruling principles. It was precisely this aspect of the gospel, however, which the sects developed still farther, or, rather, it was this aspect which they were continually re-emphasizing and bringing into fresh prominence. In general, the following are their characteristic features: lay Christianity, personal achievement in ethics and in religion, the radical fellowship of love, religious equality and brotherly love, indifference towards the authority of the state and the ruling classes, dislike of technical law and of the oath, the separation of the religious life from the economic struggle by means of the ideal of poverty and frugality, or occasionally in a charity which becomes communism, the directness of the personal religious relationship, criticism of official spiritual guides and theologians, the appeal to the New Testament and to the primitive inurge. It is this point of view, however, which makes the sects incapable of forming large mass organizations, and limits their development to small groups, united on a basis of personal intimacy, it is also responsible for the necessity for a constant renewal of the ideal, their lack of continuity, their pronounced individualism, and their affinity with all the oppressed and idealistic groups within the lower classes. These also are the groups in which an ardent desire for the improvement of their lot goes hand in hand with a complete ignorance of the complicated conditions of life, in which therefore an idealistic orthodoxy finds no difficulty in expecting to see the world transformed by the purely moral principles of love. In this way the sects gained on the side of intensity in Christian life, but they lost in the spirit of universalism, since they felt obliged to consider the Church as degenerate, and they did not believe that the world could be conquered by human power and effort. That is why they were always forced to adopt eschatological views. Although this description of the sect type represents in the main its prevailing sociological characteristics, the distinctive significance of the sect type contrasted with the church type still has a good concrete basis. In reality, the sects are essentially different from the church and the churches. The word sect, however, does not mean that these movements are undeveloped expressions of the church type. It stands for an independent sociological type of Christian thought. The essence of the church is its objective institutional character. The individual is born into it, and through infant baptism he comes under its miraculous influence. The priesthood and the hierarchy, which hold the keys to the tradition of the church, to sacramental grace and ecclesiastical jurisdiction, represent the objective treasury of grace. Even when the individual priest may happen to be unworthy, this divine treasure only needs to be set always upon the lampstand and made effective through the sacraments, and it will inevitably do its work by virtue of the miraculous power which the Church contains. From this point of view, compromise with the world, and the connection with the preparatory stages and dispositions which it contained, was possible, for in spite of all individual inadequacy the institution remains holy and divine, and it contains the promise of its capacity to overcome the world by means of the miraculous power which dwells within it. Universalism, however, also only becomes possible on the basis of this compromise. It means an actual domination of the institutions as such, and a believing confidence in its invincible power of inward influence. Personal effort and service, however fully they may be emphasized, even when they go to the limits of extreme legalism, are still only secondary. The main thing is the objective possession of grace and its universally recognized dominion. To everything else these words apply, et cetera agici enter vobis. The one vitally important thing is that every individual should come within the range of the influence of these saving energies of grace. Hence the Church is forced to dominate society, compelling all the members of society to come under its sphere and influence, but, on the other hand, her stability is entirely unaffected by the fact of the extent to which her influence over all individuals is actually attained. The Church is the great educator of the nations, and like all educators she knows how to allow for various degrees of capacity and maturity, and how to attain her end only by a process of adaptation and compromise. Compared with this institutional principle of an objective organism, however, the sect is a voluntary community whose members join it of their own free will. The very life of the sect, therefore, depends on actual personal service and cooperation. As an independent member each individual has his part within the fellowship. The bond of union has not been indirectly imparted through the common possession of divine grace, but it is directly realized in the personal relationships of life. An individual is not born into a sect, he enters it on the basis of conscious conversion, infant baptism, which, indeed, was only introduced at a later date, is almost always a stumbling block. In the sect spiritual progress does not depend upon the objective impartation of grace through the sacrament, but upon individual personal effort. Sooner or later, therefore, the sect always criticizes the sacramental idea. This does not mean that the spirit of fellowship is weakened by individualism. Indeed, it is strengthened, since each individual proves that he is entitled to membership by the very fact of his services to the fellowship. It is, however, naturally a somewhat limited form of fellowship, and the expenditure of so much effort in the maintenance and exercise of this particular kind of fellowship produces a certain indifference towards other forms of fellowship which are based upon secular interests. On the other hand, all secular interests are drawn into the narrow framework of the sect and tested by its standards, in so far as the sect is able to assimilate these interests at all. Whatever cannot be related to the group of interests controlled by the sect, and by the scriptural ideal, is rejected and avoided. The sect, therefore, does not educate nations in the mass, but it gathers a select group of the elect, and places it in sharp opposition to the world. Thus, in reality we are faced with two different sociological types. This is true in spite of the fact that incidentally in actual practice they may often impinge upon one another. If objections are raised to the terms church and sect, and if all sociological groups which are based on and inspired by monotheistic, universalized, religious motives are described as churches, we would then have to make the distinction between institutional churches and voluntary churches. It does not really matter which expression is used. The all-important point is this, that both types are a logical result of the gospel, and only conjointly do they exhaust the whole range of its sociological influence, and thus also indirectly of its social results, which are always connected with the religious organization. In reality, the Church does not represent a mere deterioration of the gospel, however much that may appear to be the case when we contrast its hierarchical organization and its sacramental system with the teaching of Jesus. For wherever the gospel is conceived as primarily a free gift, as pure grace, and wherever it is offered to us in the picture which faith creates of Christ as a divine institution, wherever the inner freedom of the Spirit, contrasted with all human effort and organization, is felt to be the Spirit of Jesus, and wherever his splendid indifference towards secular matters is felt, in the sense of a spiritual and inner independence, while these secular things are used outwardly, there the institution of the Church may be regarded as a natural continuation and transformation of the gospel. At the same time, with its unlimited universalism, it still contains the fundamental impulse of the evangelic message. The only difference is that whereas the gospel had left all questions of possible realization to the miraculous coming of the kingdom of God, a church which had to work in a world which was not going to pass away had to organize and arrange matters for itself, and in so doing it was forced into a position of compromise. On the other hand, the essence of the sect does not consist merely in a one-sided emphasis upon certain vital elements of the church type, but it is itself a direct continuation of the idea of the gospel. Only within it is there a full recognition of the value of radical individualism and of the idea of love. It is the sect alone which instinctively builds up its ideal of fellowship from this point of view, and this is the very reason why it attains such a strong subjective and inward unity, instead of merely external membership in an institution. For the same reason the sect also maintains the original radicalism of the Christian ideal and its hostility towards the world, and it retains the fundamental demand for personal service, which indeed it is also able to regard as a work of grace. In the idea of grace, however, the sect emphasizes the subjective realization and the effects of grace, and not the objective assurance of its presence. The sect does not live on the miracles of the past, nor on the miraculous nature of the institution, but on the constantly renewed miracle of the presence of Christ, and on the subjective reality of the individual mastery of life. The rise of German industrial organization. Thorstein Veblen. The German people, by native gift, were endowed with the kind and degree of intelligence required, being in this respect on identically the same footing with those British, and other, communities which had worked out this modern state of the industrial arts. They had at the same time, in their educated classes, all the intellectual habituation necessary to its ready acquisition, and in their working classes a sufficiently well-instructed force of operative workmen. So that the rate at which they could attain proficiency in the new industry was little else than a question of how fast and far their circumstances would admit its use. The rate of its introduction and expansion, therefore, became largely a question of the enterprise of those who had the discretion in matters of business and industry, which resolves itself into a question of the pecuniary inducement and of their insight into the opportunities offered by this new industry. In these matters the German community was peculiarly well placed. The classes who were in a position to profit from these new ventures were accustomed by tradition to a relatively low return on similar industrial enterprises under the earlier regime, and so a given rate of remuneration would appeal more strongly to them than to a business community accustomed to larger returns. The natural resources to be made use of, having been lying relatively idle, were to be had at relatively slight cost. A supply of competent workmen could be had at very reasonable wages, and last but by no means least, the break with an earlier and traditional situation in trade and industry left German enterprise hampered with fewer conventional restrictions and less obsolescent equipment and organization on its hands than the corresponding agencies of retardation in any of the contemporary English-speaking countries. This last count in the schedule of German advantages should be sufficiently evident as against the moss-grown situation of trade and industry in contemporary England, as has already been indicated in an earlier passage. It may be less evident, perhaps less applicable, and may even be questioned, as concerns the American community, which stands as the foremost of the outlying English-speaking countries. Americans whose vision is in any degree blurred with patriotic sentiment will, of course, repudiate such an aspersion on their vaunted spirit of business enterprise, but a dispassionate view of the relevant facts may be relied on to allow the claim as made. The German captains of industry who came to take the discretionary management in the new era were fortunate enough not to have matriculated from the training school of a country town based on a retail business in speculative real estate and political jobbery managed under the rule of prehension, division, and silence. They came under the selective test for fitness in the aggressive conduct of industrial enterprise, not under that of making good as prehensile conservatives in a distribution of pecuniary flotsam. The country being at the same time in the main indeed, with only negligible local exceptions not committed to antiquated sites and routes for its industrial plant, the men who exercised the discretion were free to choose, with an eye single to the mechanical expediency of locations for the pursuit of industry. Having no obsolescent equipment and no out-of-date trade connections to cloud the issue, they were also free to take over the process of the new industry at their best and highest efficiency, rather than content themselves with compromises between the best equipment known and what used to be the best a few years or a few decades ago. So also in the financiering of the new ventures, since the aim was not so much to get something for nothing by a financial shuffle as to find the pecuniary means necessary for equipment and working capital for the production of merchantable goods and services, the road was relatively plain, with virtually no necessary recourse to the recondite and devious ways of the impecunious company promoter who aims to produce merchantable corporation securities. Not that the company promoter was out of sight in the German community in the days when the French milliards were in sight, but there remains after all relatively little waste or dissipation of means to be written off the German account for astute financiering designed to divert funds from industry to the strategists of conservative chicane. These German adventurers in the field of business, being captains of industry rather than of finance, were also free to choose their associates and staff with a view to their industrial insight and capacity rather than their astuteness in ambushing the community's loose change. And of suitable men to choose from, men with a capacity for work, not gone to seed in street corner politics, and with sufficient educational qualifications and an interest in the new industrial perspective of such there was also no lack, for the German community was well supplied with educated men glad to find employment in some conventionally blameless occupation. For want of means suitable to more drastic forms of dissipation, learning had long been a chief resort of young men with time and energy to spend, and since commonplace mercantile pursuits were conventionally somewhat beneath the dignity of a gentleman, as was also commonplace manual labor, and since the respectable callings of the civil service, clergy, and university instruction were already crowded to the point of the subsistence minimum, this supply of scholarly young men flowed readily into the new channel so open to them, in which a relatively lucrative, visibly serviceable, and not positively disreputable chance of work was offered. So soon as this drift of young men into the industrial field had once set in, it directly served as its own legitimation, it gave a degree of pecuniary authentication to those who successfully followed the new pursuit, and its popularity served of itself to make it fashionable. The responsible staff and corps in these industries, being men who had come through the schools instead of through the country store and the pettifogger's law office, were not incapable of appreciating IAT range of theoretical and technical knowledge that is indispensable to i.e. efficient conduct of modern industry, and so the German industrial community was as surely and unresistingly drawn in under the rule of the technological expert as the American at about the same period was drawn in under the rule of the financial strategist. These subalterns, as well as the discretionary heads of the several industrial ventures, had been accustomed to a relatively frugal way of living and a relatively parsimonious income, for the whole German community was by tradition in consistently impecunious circumstances and in a parsimonious frame of mind. The deductions from gross earnings on account of salaries and current perquisites of management were consequently small, as compared with what was current practice in the older industrial communities, or even with what has gradually come to be the practice in the fatherland in the course of prosperous years. So also as regards the disposable labor supply, which was of abundant quantity and of good quality, both physically and intellectually, and which had moreover the merit of a ready pliability under authority and was well trained to an impecuniously frugal standard of living, cheap, capable and abundant. This labor supply was also not in any appreciable degree made up of a depauperate population of that congenitally ineffectual kind, undersized, anemic, shriveled and rye-grown, that bulks so large in the English industrial towns, as the outcome of that country's first 100 years of competitive business enterprise under the regime of the machine process. This, too, has changed perceptibly in some respects since the beginning. The standard of living has advanced, though not to equal that of the English-speaking countries, and the workmen have at the same time grown difficult and discontented in some degree, but not after the refractory fashion in which they have tried the patience and narrowed the gains of their capitalist employers in these other countries. Working-class traditions, and indeed middle-class traditions, too, have rather favored the useful employment of women in manual occupations in the German past, and this tradition of usage stands over still in good preservation, though here again there are symptoms at least of a drift into the same general attitude of a conventionally reputable exemption or exclusion of women from manual employment, particularly from manual labor in the open. Not much loss has yet been sustained by the German community from this source of impairment. The German women, Cent.G, still continue to work in the fields and have not yet acquired much of a putatively inferior physical capacity, nor do they, apparently, suffer in a correspondingly increased degree from the diseases of idleness. It is perhaps unnecessary to remark that all this, of course, does not apply to the women of the well-to-do, who appear to be nearly as infirm as the best usage would dictate. The bureaucratic tendency of political parties. Robert Michaels. The technical specialization that inevitably results from all extensive organization renders necessary what is called expert leadership. Consequently, the power of determination comes to be considered one of the specific attributes of leadership, and is gradually withdrawn from the masses to be concentrated in the hands of the leaders alone. 1. Thus the leaders, who were at first no more than the executive organs of the collective will, soon emancipate themselves from the mass and become independent of its control. Organization implies the tendency to oligarchy. In every organization, whether it be a political party, a professional union, or any other association of the kind, the aristocratic tendency manifests itself very clearly. The mechanism of the organization, while conferring a solidity of structure, induces serious changes in the organized mass, completely inverting the respective position of the leaders and the led. As a result of organization, every party or professional union becomes divided into a minority of directors and a majority of directed. It has been remarked that in the lower stages of civilization tyranny is dominant. Democracy cannot come into existence until there is attained a subsequent and more highly developed stage of social life. Freedoms and privileges, and among these latter the privilege of taking part in the direction of public affairs, are at first restricted to the few. Recent times have been characterized by the gradual extension of these privileges to a widening circle. This is what we know as the era of democracy. But if we pass from the sphere of the state to the sphere of party, we may observe that as democracy continues to develop, a backwash sets in. With the advance of organization, democracy tends to decline. Democratic evolution has a parabolic course. At the present time, at any rate as far as party life is concerned, democracy is in the descending phase. It may be enunciated as a general rule that the increase in the power of the leaders is directly proportional with the extension of the organization. In the various parties and labor organizations of different countries, the influence of the leaders is mainly determined by the varying development of organization. Where organization is stronger, we find that there is a lesser degree of applied democracy. Every solidly constructed organization, whether it be a democratic state, a political party, or a league of proletarians for the resistance of economic oppression, presents a soil eminently favorable for the differentiation of organs and of functions. The more extended and the more ramified the official apparatus of the organization, the greater the number of its members, the fuller its treasury, and the more widely circulated its press, the less efficient becomes the direct control exercised by the rank and file, and the more is this control replaced by the increasing power of committees. Into all parties there insinuates itself that indirect electoral system which in public life the democratic parties fight against with all possible vigor. Yet in party life the influence of this system must be more disastrous than in the far more extensive life of the state. Even in the party congresses, which represent the party life 7 times sifted, we find that it becomes more and more general to refer all important questions to committees which debate in camera. As organization develops, not only do the tasks of the administration become more difficult and more complicated, but, further, its duties become enlarged and specialized to such a degree that it is no longer possible to take them all in at a single glance. In a rapidly progressive movement, it is not only the growth in the number of duties, but also the higher quality of these, which imposes a more extensive differentiation of function. Nominally, and according to the letter of the rules, all the acts of the leaders are subject to the ever-vigilant criticism of the rank and file. In theory the leader is merely an employee bound by the instructions he receives. He has to carry out the orders of the mass, of which he is no more than the executive organ. But in actual fact, as the organization increases in size, this control becomes purely fictitious. The members have to give up the idea of themselves conducting or even supervising the whole administration, and are compelled to hand these tasks over to trustworthy persons specially nominated for the purpose, to salaried officials. The rank and file must content themselves with summary reports, and with the appointment of occasional special committees of inquiry. Yet this does not derive from any special change in the rules of the organization. It is by very necessity that a simple employee gradually becomes a leader, acquiring a freedom of action which he ought not to possess. The chief then becomes accustomed to dispatch important business on his own responsibility, and to decide various questions relating to the life of the party without any attempt to consult the rank and file. It is obvious that democratic control thus undergoes a progressive diminution, and is ultimately reduced to an infinitesimal minimum. In all the socialist parties there is a continual increase in the number of functions withdrawn from the electoral assemblies and transferred to the executive committees. In this way there is constructed a powerful and complicated edifice. The principle of division of labor coming more and more into operation, executive authority undergoes division and subdivision. There is thus constituted a rigorously defined and hierarchical bureaucracy. In the Catechism of Party Duties, the strict observance of hierarchical rules becomes the first article. This hierarchy comes into existence as the outcome of technical conditions, and its constitution is an essential postulate of the regular functioning of the party machine. It is indisputable that the oligarchical and bureaucratic tendency of party organization is a matter of technical and practical necessity. It is the inevitable product of the very principle of organization. Not even the most radical wing of the various socialist parties raises any objection to this retrogressive evolution, the contention being that democracy is only a form of organization and that where it ceases to be possible to harmonize democracy with organization, it is better to abandon the former than the latter. Organization, since it is the only means of attaining the ends of socialism, is considered to comprise within itself the revolutionary content of the party, and this essential content must never be sacrificed for the sake of form. In all times, in all phases of development, in all branches of human activity, there have been leaders. It is true that certain socialists, above all the orthodox Marxists of Germany, seek to convince us that socialism knows nothing of leaders, that the party has employees merely, being a democratic party, and the existence of leaders being incompatible with democracy. But a false assertion such as this cannot override a sociological law. Its only result is, in fact, to strengthen the rule of the leaders, for it serves to conceal from the mass a danger which really threatens democracy. For technical and administrative reasons, no less than for tactical reasons, a strong organization needs an equally strong leadership. As long as an organization is loosely constructed and vague in its outlines, no professional leadership can arise. The anarchists, who have a horror of all fixed organization, have no regular leaders. In the early days of German socialism, the Vertrauensmann continued to exercise his ordinary occupation. If he received any pay for his work for the party, the remuneration was on an extremely modest scale, and was no more than a temporary grant. His function could never be regarded by him as a regular source of income. The employee of the organization was still a simple workmate, sharing the mode of life and the social condition of his fellows. Today he has been replaced for the most part by the professional politician, Bergslager, etc. The more solid the structure of an organization becomes in the course of the evolution of the modern political party, the more marked becomes the tendency to replace the emergency leader by the professional leader. Every party organization which has attained to a considerable degree of complication demands that there should be a certain number of persons who devote all their activities to the work of the party. The mass provides these by delegation, and the delegates, regularly appointed, become permanent representatives of the mass for the direction of its affairs. For democracy, however, the first appearance of professional leadership marks the beginning of the end, and this, above all, on account of the logical impossibility of the representative system, whether in parliamentary life or in party delegation. Jean-Jacques Rousseau may be considered as the founder of this aspect of the criticism of democracy. A mass which delegates its sovereignty, that is to say transfers its sovereignty to the hands of a few individuals, abdicates its sovereign functions. For the will of the people is not transferable, nor even the will of the single individual. The routinization of charisma. Max Weber. In its pure form, charismatic authority has a character specifically foreign to everyday routine structures. The social relationships directly involved are strictly personal, based on the validity and practice of charismatic personal qualities. If this is not to remain a purely transitory phenomenon, but to take on the character of a permanent relationship forming a stable community of disciples or a band of followers or a party organization or any sort of political or hierarchic organization, it is necessary for the character of charismatic authority to become radically changed. Indeed, in its pure form, charismatic authority may be said to exist only in the process of originating. It cannot remain stable, but becomes either traditionalized or rationalized, or a combination of both. The following are the principal motives underlying this transformation: the ideal and also the material interests of the followers in the continuation and the continual reactivation of the community, the still stronger ideal and also stronger material interests of the members of the administrative staff, the disciples or other followers of the charismatic leader in continuing their relationship. Not only this, but they have an interest in continuing it in such a way that both from an ideal and a material point of view, their own status is put on a stable everyday basis. This means, above all, making it possible to participate in normal family relationships, or at least to enjoy a secure social position in place of the kind of discipleship which is cut off from ordinary worldly connections, notably in the family and in economic relationships. These interests generally become conspicuously evident with the disappearance of the personal charismatic leader and with the problem of succession, which inevitably arises. The way in which this problem is met, if it is met at all and the charismatic group continues to exist, is of crucial importance for the character of the subsequent social relationships. The following are the principal possible types of solution: the search for a new charismatic leader on the basis of criteria of the qualities which will fit him for the position of authority. This is to be found in a relatively pure type in the process of choice of a new Dalai Lama. It consists in the search for a child with characteristics which are interpreted to mean that he is a reincarnation of the Buddha. This is very similar to the choice of the new bull of Apis. In this case, the legitimacy of the new charismatic leader is bound to certain distinguishing characteristics, thus, to rules with respect to which a tradition arises. The result is a process of traditionalization in favor of which the purely personal character of leadership is eliminated. By revelation manifested in oracles, lots, divine judgments, or other techniques of selection. In this case, the legitimacy of the new leader is dependent on the legitimacy of the technique of his selection. This involves a form of legalization. It is said that at times the Scophedim of Israel had this character. Saul is said to have been chosen by the old war oracle. By the designation on the part of the original charismatic leader of his own successor and his recognition on the part of the followers. This is a very common form. Originally, the Roman magistracies were filled entirely in this way. The system survived most clearly into later times in the appointment of dictators and in the institution of the interrex. In this case, legitimacy is acquired through the act of designation. Designation of a successor by the charismatically qualified administrative staff and his recognition by the community. In its typical form, this process should quite definitely not be interpreted as election or nomination or anything of the sort. It is not a matter of free selection, but of one which is strictly bound to objective duty. It is not to be determined merely by majority vote, but it is a question of arriving at the correct designation, the designation of the right person who is truly endowed with charisma. It is quite possible that the minority and not the majority should be right in such a case. Unanimity is often required. It is obligatory to acknowledge a mistake, and persistence in error is a serious offense. Making a wrong choice is a genuine wrong requiring expiation. Originally it was a magical offense. Nevertheless, in such a case it is easy for legitimacy to take on the character of an acquired right which is justified by standards of the correctness of the process by which the position was acquired, for the most part, by its having been acquired in accordance with certain formalities, such as coronation. This was the original meaning of the coronation of bishops and kings. In the Western world, by the clergy or the nobility with the consent of the community. There are numerous analogous phenomena all over the world. The fact that this is the origin of the modern conception of election raises problems which will have to be gone into later. By the conception that charisma is a quality transmitted by heredity, thus that it is participated in by the kinsmen of its bearer, particularly by his closest relatives. This is the case of hereditary charisma. The order of hereditary succession in such a case need not be the same as that which is in force for appropriated rights, but may differ from it. It is also sometimes necessary to select the proper heir within the kinship group by some of the methods just spoken of, thus in certain Negro states brothers have had to fight for the succession. In China, succession had to take place in such a way that the relation of the living group to the ancestral spirits was not disturbed. The rule either of seniority or of designation by the followers has been very common in the Orient. Hence, in the House of Osman, it has been obligatory to eliminate all other possible candidates. Only in medieval Europe and in Japan universally, elsewhere only sporadically, has the principle of primogeniture, as governing the inheritance of authority, become clearly established. This has greatly facilitated the consolidation of political groups in that it has eliminated struggle between a plurality of candidates from the same charismatic family. In the case of hereditary charisma, recognition is no longer paid to the charismatic qualities of the individual, but to the legitimacy of the position he has acquired by hereditary succession. This may lead in the direction either of traditionalization or of legalization. The concept of divine right is fundamentally altered and now comes to mean authority by virtue of a personal right which is not dependent on the recognition of those subject to authority. Personal charisma may be totally absent. Hereditary monarchy is a conspicuous illustration. In Asia there have been very numerous hereditary priesthoods. Also, frequently, the hereditary charisma of kinship groups has been treated as a criterion of social rank and of eligibility for fiefs and benefices. The concept that charisma may be transmitted by ritual means from one bearer to another or may be created in a new person. The concept was originally magical. It involves a dissociation of charisma from a particular individual, making it an objective, transferable entity. In particular, it may become the charisma of office. In this case the belief in legitimacy is no longer directed to the individual, but to the acquired qualities and to the effectiveness of the ritual acts. The most important example is the transmission of priestly charisma by anointing, consecration, or the laying on of hands, and of royal authority, by anointing and by coronation. The character indelibilis thus acquired means that the charismatic qualities and powers of the office are emancipated from the personal qualities of the priest. For precisely this reason, this has, from the Donatist and the Montanist heresies down to the Puritan Revolution, been the subject of continual conflicts. The hireling of the Quakers is the preacher endowed with the charisma of office. Concomitant with the routinization of charisma with a view to ensuring adequate succession, go the interests in its routinization on the part of the administrative staff. It is only in the initial stages and so long as the charismatic leader acts in a way which is completely outside everyday social organization, that it is possible for his followers to live communistically in a community of faith and enthusiasm, on gifts, booty, or sporadic acquisition. Only the members of the small group of enthusiastic disciples and followers are prepared to devote their lives purely idealistically to their call. The great majority of disciples and followers will in the long run make their living out of their calling in a material sense as well. Indeed, this must be the case if the movement is not to disintegrate. Hence, the routinization of charisma also takes the form of the appropriation of powers of control and of economic advantages by the followers or disciples, and of regulation of the recruitment of these groups. This process of traditionalization or of legalization, according to whether rational legislation is involved or not, may take any one of a number of typical forms. 1. The original basis of recruitment is personal charisma. With routinization, the followers or disciples may set up norms for recruitment, in particular involving training or tests of eligibility. Charisma can only be awakened and tested, it cannot be learned or taught. All types of magical asceticism, as practiced by magicians and heroes, and all novitiates, belong in this category. These are means of closing the group which constitutes the administrative staff. Only the proved novice is allowed to exercise authority. A genuine charismatic leader is in a position to oppose this type of prerequisite for membership. His successor is not, at least if he is chosen by the administrative staff. This type is illustrated by the magical and warrior asceticism of the men's house with initiation ceremonies and age groups. An individual who has not successfully gone through the initiation, remains a woman, that is excluded from the charismatic group. 2. It is easy for charismatic norms to be transformed into those defining a traditional social status on a hereditary charismatic basis. If the leader is chosen on a hereditary basis, it is very easy for hereditary charisma to govern the selection of the administrative staff and even, perhaps, those followers without any position of authority. The term familistic state one will be applied when a political body is organized strictly and completely in terms of this principle of hereditary charisma. In such a case, all appropriation of governing powers, of fiefs, benefices, and all sorts of economic advantages follow the same pattern. The result is that all powers and advantages of all sorts become traditionalized. The heads of families, who are traditional gerontocrats or patriarchs without personal charismatic legitimacy, regulate the exercise of these powers which cannot be taken away from their family. It is not the type of position he occupies which determines the rank of a man or of his family, but rather the hereditary charismatic rank of his family determines the position he will occupy. Japan, before the development of bureaucracy, was organized in this way. The same was undoubtedly true of China as well, where, before the rationalization which took place in the territorial states, authority was in the hands of the old families. Other types of examples are furnished by the caste system in India, and by Russia before the mjestinstvo was introduced. Indeed, all hereditary social classes with established privileges belong in the same category. 3. The administrative staff may seek and achieve the creation and appropriation of individual positions and the corresponding economic advantages for its members. In that case, according to whether the tendency is to traditionalization or legalization, there will develop benefices, offices, or fiefs. In the first case, a prebendal organization will result; in the second, patrimonialism or bureaucracy; in the third, feudalism. These become appropriated in the place of the type of provision from gifts or booty without settled relation to the everyday economic structure. Case, benefices, may consist in rights to the proceeds of begging, to payments in kind, or to the proceeds of money taxes, or finally, to the proceeds of fees. Any one of these may result from the regulation of provision by free gifts or by booty in terms of a rational organization of finance. Regularized begging is found in Buddhism, benefices in kind, in the Chinese and Japanese rice rents. Support by money taxation has been the rule in all the rationalized conquering states. The last case is common everywhere, especially on the part of priests and judges and, in India, even the military authorities. Case, the transformation of the charismatic mission into an office, may have more of a patrimonial or more of a bureaucratic character. The former is much the more common, the latter is found principally in Mediterranean antiquity and in the modern Western world. Elsewhere it is exceptional. In case, only land may be appropriated as a fief, whereas the position as such retains its originally charismatic character. On the other hand, powers and authority may be fully appropriated as fiefs. It is difficult to distinguish the two cases. It is, however, rare that orientation to the charismatic character of the position disappears entirely. It did not do so in the Middle Ages. For charisma to be transformed into a permanent routine structure, it is necessary that its anti-economic character should be altered. It must be adapted to some form of fiscal organization to provide for the needs of the group and hence to the economic conditions necessary for raising taxes and contributions. When a charismatic movement develops in the direction of prebendal provision, the laity become differentiated from the clergy. That is, the participating members of the charismatic administrative staff which has now become routinized. These are the priests of the developing church. Correspondingly, in a developing political body the vassals, the holders of benefices, or officials are differentiated from the taxpayers. The former, instead of being the followers of the leader, become state officials or appointed party officials. This process is very conspicuous in Buddhism and in the Hindu sects. The same is true in all the states resulting from conquest which have become rationalized to form permanent structures, also of parties and other movements which have originally had a purely charismatic character. With the process of routinization, the charismatic group tends to develop into one of the forms of everyday authority, particularly the patrimonial form in its decentralized variant or the bureaucratic. Its original peculiarities are apt to be retained in the charismatic standards of honor attendant on the social status acquired by heredity or the holding of office. This applies to all who participate in the process of appropriation, the chief himself and the members of his staff. It is thus a matter of the type of prestige enjoyed by ruling groups. A hereditary monarch by divine right is not a simple patrimonial chief, patriarch, or sheikh. A vassal is not a mere household retainer or official. Further details must be deferred to the analysis of social stratification. As a rule, the process of routinization is not free of conflict. In the early stages, personal claims on the charisma of the chief are not easily forgotten, and the conflict between the charisma of office or of hereditary status with personal charisma is a typical process in many historical situations. 1. The power of absolution, that is, the power to absolve from mortal sins was held originally only by personal charismatic martyrs or ascetics, but became transformed into a power of the office of bishop or priest. This process was much slower in the Orient than in the Occident because in the latter case it was influenced by the Roman conception of office. Revolutions under a charismatic leader, directed against hereditary charismatic powers or the powers of office, are to be found in all types of corporate groups, from states to trade unions. The more highly developed the interdependence of different economic units in a monetary economy, the greater the pressure of the everyday needs of the followers of the charismatic movement becomes. The effect of this is to strengthen the tendency to routinization, which is everywhere operative, and as a rule has rapidly won out. Charisma is a phenomenon typical of prophetic religious movements or of expansive political movements in their early stages. But as soon as the position of authority is well established, and above all as soon as control over large masses of people exists, it gives way to the forces of everyday routine. 2. One of the decisive motives underlying all cases of the routinization of charisma is naturally the striving for security. This means legitimatization, on the one hand, of positions of authority and social prestige, on the other hand, of the economic advantages enjoyed by the followers and sympathizers of the leader. Another important motive, however, lies in the objective necessity of adaptation of the patterns of order and of the organization of the administrative staff to the normal, everyday needs and conditions of carrying on administration. In this connection, in particular, there are always points at which traditions of administrative practice and of judicial decision can take hold, since these are needed both by the normal administrative staff and by those subject to its authority. It is further necessary that there should be some definite order introduced into the organization of the administrative staff itself. Finally, as will be discussed in detail below, it is necessary for the administrative staff and all its administrative practices to be adapted to everyday economic conditions. It is not possible for the costs of permanent, routine administration to be met by booty, contributions, gifts, and hospitality, as is typical of the pure type of military and prophetic charisma. 3. The process of routinization is thus not by any means confined to the problem of succession and does not stop when this has been solved. On the contrary, the most fundamental problem is that of making a transition from a charismatic administrative staff, and the corresponding principles of administration, to one which is adapted to everyday conditions. The problem of succession, however, is crucial because through it occurs the routinization of the charismatic focus of the structure. In it, the character of the leader himself and of his claim to legitimacy is altered. This process involves peculiar and characteristic conceptions which are understandable only in this context and do not apply to the problem of transition to traditional or legal patterns of order and types of administrative organization. The most important of the modes of meeting the problem of succession are the charismatic designation of a successor and hereditary charisma. 4. As has already been noted, the most important historical example of designation by the charismatic leader of his own successor is Rome. For the Rex, this arrangement is attested by tradition, while for the appointment of the dictator and of the co-emperor and successor in the Principate, it has existed in historical times. The way in which all the higher magistrates were invested with the imperium shows clearly that they also were designated as successors by the military commander, subject to recognition by the citizen army. The fact that candidates were examined by the magistrate in office, and that originally they could be excluded on what were obviously arbitrary grounds shows clearly what was the nature of the development. 5. The most important examples of designation of a successor by the charismatic followers of the leader are to be found in the election of bishops, and particularly of the Pope, by the original system of designation by the clergy and recognition by the lay community. The investigations of Eustace have made it probable that, though it was later altered, the election of the German emperor was modelled on that of the bishops. He was designated by a group of qualified princes and recognized by the people, that is, those bearing arms. Similar arrangements are very common. 6. The classical case of the development of hereditary charisma is that of caste in India. All occupational qualifications, and in particular all the qualifications for positions of authority and power, have there come to be regarded as strictly bound to the inheritance of charisma. Eligibility for fiefs, involving governing powers, was limited to members of the royal kinship group, the fiefs being granted by the eldest of the group. All types of religious office, including the extraordinarily important and influential position of guru, the directeur de padmi, were treated as bound to hereditary charismatic qualities. The same is true of all sorts of relations to traditional customers and of all positions in the village organization, such as priest, barber, laundryman, watchman, etc. The foundation of a sect always meant the development of a hereditary hierarchy, as was true also of Taoism in China. Also in the Japanese feudal state, before the introduction of a patrimonial officialdom on the Chinese model, which then led to prebends and a new foundation, social organization was based purely on hereditary charisma. This kind of hereditary charismatic right to positions of authority has been developed in similar ways all over the world. Qualification by virtue of individual achievement has been replaced by qualification by birth. This is everywhere the basis of the development of hereditary aristocracies, in the Roman nobility, in the concept of the stirps regia, which Tacitus describes among the Germans, in the rules of eligibility to tournaments and monasteries in the late Middle Ages, and even in the genealogical research carried on behalf of the parvenu aristocracy of the United States. Indeed, this is to be found everywhere where a differentiation of hereditary social classes has become established. The following is the principal relation to economic conditions. The process of routinization of charisma is in very important respects identical with adaptation to the conditions of economic life, since this is one of the principal continually operating forces in everyday life. Economic conditions in this connection play a leading role and do not constitute merely a dependent variable. To a very large extent the transition to hereditary charisma or the charisma of office serves in this connection as a means of legitimizing existing or recently acquired powers of control over economic goods. Along 100 bases for the growth of bureaucracy. With the ideology of loyalty, which is certainly by no means unimportant, allegiance to hereditary monarchy in particular is very strongly influenced by the consideration that all inherited property and all that which is legitimately acquired would be endangered if subjective recognition of the sanctity of succession to the throne were eliminated. It is hence by no means fortuitous that hereditary monarchy is more acceptable to the propertied classes than, for instance, to the proletariat. Beyond this, it is not possible to say anything in general terms, which would at the same time be substantial and valuable, on the relations of the various possible modes of adaptation to the economic order. This must be reserved to a special investigation. The development of a prebendal structure of feudalism and the appropriation of all sorts of advantages on a hereditary charismatic basis, may in all cases have the same stereotyping effect on the economic order if they develop from charismatic starting points as if they developed from patrimonial or bureaucratic origins. The immediate effect of charisma in economic as in other connections is usually strongly revolutionary, indeed, often destructive, because it means new modes of orientation. But in case the process of routinization leads in the direction of traditionalism, its ultimate effect may be exactly the reverse. 4. The economics of charismatic revolutions will have to be discussed separately. It is by no means the same in all cases. The Nazi Party, its leadership and composition. Hans H. Girth. Charismatic Lroppers High P. The National Socialist Party in Germany can be adequately described only as a fusion of two types of domination, namely, the charismatic and the bureaucratic types. The charismatic aspect of National Socialism is represented in the position of the leader in relation to the faithful believers in the leader's God-given gifts, in his infallibility and in his sanctity. In his own eyes and in the eyes of his followers the leader does not follow man-made rules or laws, nor is he bound by any hitherto valid customs, conventions, or laws. In this respect he is similar to the great prophets who have protested against orthodoxy in ecclesiastical organization and in theological doctrines. He does not follow already existing rules, he creates new ones. He is a revolutionary who does not accept the existing order but sets up instead an order of his own. His authority is not a delegated authority but one residing in himself. Hence formulas like "I decided" are the final word registered. His decisions are not justified by their consistency with standards other than those which he himself asserts. There are situations, however, such as crises in international relations, in which a democratic legitimation is occasionally necessary. In such cases the dictator boasts of being the son of the people, the unknown soldier, who articulates and expresses the will of the party. The party in its turn performs the same functions for the people as a whole, by representing their true preferences and racial instincts in a way which they themselves are not capable of doing. It is not our task to decide whether the leader really has charismatic qualities. It is relevant only that the leader finds sufficient followers who believe that he has those qualities and who acknowledge his claim for recognition. Charismatic domination exists as long as and insofar as the leader can successfully claim such acknowledgement by his followers. This is the type of claim which is raised by Hitler in practically all spheres of life. Persons who according to conventional standards are authorities in music, painting, and military strategy carry no special weight alongside of him since they are in the last analysis mere specialists. He is the genius of every field of activity. The charismatic claim to leadership: the person who possesses it is thought to have either divinely instilled or exemplary leadership powers or at least extraordinary qualities which most persons cannot acquire. It is entirely irrelevant conceptually whether the characteristic in question is objectively true from an ethical, aesthetic, or any other viewpoint. It is important rather that it should be so regarded by those who are charismatically dominated, i.e., the disciples. Which is totalitarian in nature means that no status on the basis of specialized and technical achievement can be accorded unless it has the approval of the leader or those to whom he delegates his power. A central element in the definition of the charismatic group is that during its revolutionary, or genuinely charismatic, phase it despises routine pursuits, especially the uninspiring drudgery of institutionalized and stereotyped economic activities. As a charismatic party, the Nazis have used extraordinary means for financing their political activities. These range from house-to-house begging expeditions, anonymous street collections, and the solicitation of contributions and gifts from friends of the party, to overt bribes and confiscations. When the party came into power, it was deeply in debt. Tuesday, Inner Circe. The charismatic leader delegates power to faithful followers whom he trusts. He does not primarily appoint them for specific offices which carry with them specific powers. Rather, he gives special commissions and tasks to the follower, leaving it to the latter's discretion to determine what range of authority is required for execution of the task. Territorial limits, the personal charisma of the follower, and the ability to secure the confidence and favor of the leader alone determine how much power he can wield through his administration. Göring's commission as Chief Forester of Germany or as head of the Four-Year Plan and the unification of the Reich through 11 regents are examples of this type of delegation of power. Party members who are commissioned personally by the leader constitute members of the inner circle. As the confidence and favor of the leader alone determine who belongs to the inner circle, each member competing for such appointments is in constant fear of the loss of the leader's confidence. But the members of the inner circle must act. Therefore, ever suspicious and ever watchful, they feel compelled continually to demonstrate their unswerving belief in the leader's charisma. Even though they might not actually believe in Hitler's abilities, this necessity makes for the exuberant praise and eulogy of the leader's actual or imputed virtues and qualities. This situation has given use to a great body of religious, aesthetic, mythological, poetical, and historical verbiage. It was Hermann Esser who first used the term leader. It was allegedly Dr. Ley who employed the possessive formula "my leader" to mention only 2 incidents in this process. The spread and enforcement of the Heil Hitler salute in physical and written form in the nation at large falls under the same heading. No objective criteria are utilized in the selection of members for specific tasks. They are entrusted with all sorts of tasks irrespective of their age, training, or social origin. Particular achievements in a career are not regarded as relevant in determining a member's eligibility for a given position. The composition of the inner circle, therefore, does not seem to be subject to any rule other than to the changing personality preferences of the leader and to the power which the individual member may secure through institutional entrenchment and factional support by powerful friends. He is supposed to be worthy of being commissioned through his participation in the leader's charisma, through personal propinquity, long-standing friendship, and comradeship during the struggle for power. Hesse's designation as deputy leader is the most conspicuous example. However, the past exercises no irresistible claims over the present, and the oldest friends may lose the leader's confidence, example the Strassers, Rem, Hanfstaengl, and Gottfried Feder. The purge is the form in which such differences of opinion tend to be settled. The deviation of the defeated faction is defined as indicative of a lack of faith in the leader. It was against such a charge that Karl Ernst, the commander of the Berlin stormtroopers, shouted Heil Hitler when he faced the firing squad of the elite guard during the Rome purge of June 30, 1934. The charismatic leader refuses to be identified with any specific office no matter how many bodies of functionaries he may create. Hitler did not assume the title of president when he usurped the supreme command over the army and navy and proclaimed himself to be leader and Reichschancellor after von Hindenburg's death. The subsequent plebiscitarian acclamation of the nation has nothing to do with democratic elections. In June 1939, Hitler reduced his title to Der Führer. The designation of Aggrandizer of the Reich is an official Epiteton Ordnans, not a transferable title. It stresses the personal achievement and does not indicate a legally defined and delimited rank or position. Just as Cromwell refused to accept the title of king, Hitler is unlikely to accept the title of Kaiser, titles which connote the hereditary character of institutionalized political charisma. Tuesday Party at Larcy. As each member of the inner circle can only legitimate his power by invoking the favor of the leader, his exclusion from the inner circle can only be interpreted by the party at large as a consequence of disobedience and unfaithfulness. The weaker his position actually becomes, the more ardently will he emphasize his belief in the righteousness of the leader. This is true of all positions in the party hierarchy, for the 33 Gauleitern, the 760 sub-district leaders, the 21,354 leaders of local groups, about 70,000 leaders of party cells, and 400,000 leaders of party blocks. Registered, the derivation of all authority from the leader excludes any party democracy. No local leader is elected, every leader is appointed by his superior, and he alone is responsible to his superior for whatever action he takes, for whatever happens in his district. He alone and not vote-taking deliberative bodies decides on policies. The rapid growth of the party in numbers and power made a rapid organization of a bureaucratic staff necessary. The centralization of power secured the swift execution of indisputable commands from above, minimized the spread of clashes of opinion and disputes through the hierarchy, and allowed for quick changes of slogans and policies. However flagrantly actions may have contradicted words, nothing could disrupt the firmly disciplined organization. It is here that the charismatic aspect of the Hitler movement is fused with the bureaucratic organization in its most rationalized form into the monocratic administration. For the National Socialist, increasing power at home and abroad is a primary obligation. Every thought and action furthering that end is correct, while to miss an opportunity in the fight is unforgivable. This simple code reduces scruples. It can easily be followed by individuals of the most diversified backgrounds. The less rigid the moral, intellectual, and conduct patterns of the party member are, the less his personality is channelized by confined occupational, regional, and diversified social conventions, the greater are his chances to pursue the ends of the party with a minimum of inhibitions. Hence the ascent into so many leading positions of the party of those types who have been failures in other spheres of life. Hence the contempt for bourgeois respectability. The charismatic character of the conquest of power and the legitimation of heroic actions in the name of the leader appeal to such personalities. They succeeded in the efficient diffusion of faith in the leader. The monocratic structure of the party minimizes the personal responsibility of the subleader, while it gives him the support of the organization. In critical situations he has the comforting assurance that he is merely executing commands from above. In passing, it might be remarked that it is only in such situations, and especially when the leader stresses continuously his formal adherence to legality, that the middle-class German seems to be able to act in a revolutionary way. Tuesday Sakta L. Composition of the party. The bureaucratic aspect of the party appeals greatly to those potential recruits with a bureaucratic background. It attracts especially the teaching profession, the more so as the unpolitical hero worship and moralistic character of the propaganda allows for an interpretation which presents the conquest of power as the education of a misguided nation. The teachers, mostly elementary school teachers, are the best represented of all professional groups composing the Nazi Party. 97% of all German teachers are members of the party or its affiliates. Among the leading former school teachers are Reichsminister Bernhard Rust, the Debater, Julius Streicher, the leader of the Sudeten Germans, Konrad Henlein, the head of the secret police and the elite guard, Heinrich Himmler, the late district leader, Hans Skemm, state minister and district leader, Adolf Wagner, and the governor of the two Silesian provinces and district leader of Silesia and South Westphalia, Joseph Wagner. 7 district leaders or vice-district leaders out of the total of 33 are former teachers, 78 out of 760 sub-district leaders are former teachers, and about 3,000 teachers are local leaders. Altogether there are 160,000 political functionaries, leaders, and sub-leaders recruited from the ranks of the teachers, mainly the elementary school teachers. They constituted 32.66% of the total of 489,583 political leaders as reported in a party census of May, 1935, of 22.9% of the total of 700,000 political leaders reported after the reorganization of the party in 1936. 37 persons whose career expectations are frustrated or who suffer losses in status or income in the intensive vocational competition of modern capitalism should be especially likely to accept the belief in the charismatic leader. Those placed on the disadvantaged side of life always tend to be interested in some sort of salvation which breaks through the routines associated with their deprivation. Registered such unsuccessful persons were to be found in every stratum of German society. Princes without thrones, indebted and subsidized landlords, indebted farmers, virtually bankrupt industrialists, impoverished shopkeepers and artisans, doctors without patients, lawyers without clients, writers without readers, unemployed teachers and unemployed manual and white-collar workers joined the movement. National Socialism as a salvationary movement exercised an especially strong attraction on the old and new middle classes, especially in those strata where substantive rationality 1 degree is least developed, and will be the most highly represented among those seeking salvation by quasi-miraculous means or at least by methods which break through the routines which account for their deprivation. According to official party statistics in 1935, the occupational composition of the party membership before the conquest of power as compared with its composition in 1935 was as shown in Table I. The relatively heavy representation of the middle classes becomes even more evident if we compare the composition of the party with the composition of the total gainfully occupied. The manual workers were underrepresented in the party by 14.8%, the white-collar employees overrepresented by 8.6%, and the peasants underrepresented by 8.5%. The party membership amounted at that time to 849,009. The common element in the situations of all these different strata was their despair and lack of social and economic security, the wide differential between self-esteem and actual status, between ambition and accomplishment, between subjective claims for social status and the objective possibility of attaining these goals through competitive orientation toward market chances, or opportunities for social ascent through bureaucratic careers. Through the transformation of the Republic into a totalitarian subsidy state, political power seemed to be the decisive instrument for the distribution of market chances and bureaucratic careers. It became possible to hold those in power responsible for every deprivation. The blackmailing of the system was a point on which all agreed. All interests converged in the supreme interest, hence the slogan, community interest ranks higher than self-interest, in which self-interest refers to a system characterized by the following features: individual or collectively organized orientation toward market chances, the stratification of society along class lines, and competition for pecuniary rewards and social status. The preference for community interest involves the devaluation of competitive modes of orientation and the subordination of all other aims to the one supreme aim: conquest of political power by concerted party action. As all German parliamentary parties of the 20s were recognized both by themselves and by others as organizations for the instrumentation of class interests, National Socialism in principle opposed them all, especially the proletarian parties, which, as the largest and most powerful mass organizations, represented most conspicuously the orientation toward market chances, and whose ascent implied the degradation of the lower middle classes from which the National Socialists drew so many of their followers. Neither its patriotism during the war, its fight against communism, its merits in maintaining the unity of the Reich, nor its vote for naval rearmament made the Social Democratic Party acceptable to the National Socialists. All the efforts of the party to eliminate Marxist concepts and slogans from its vocabulary, to substitute national comrade and working people for class comrade and wage worker, proved to be futile. The party remained unmistakably a class party, and for this among other reasons the Nazis opposed it. Ace composition. A major factor facilitating affiliation with a charismatic movement in its revolutionary phase is youthfulness, and it is instructive, therefore, in this connection to examine the age structure of the National Socialist Party. The percentage of party members between 18 and 30 years of age rose from 37.6% of the party membership in 1931 to 42.2% just before the party came into power. But, after the conquest of power and the consequent stabilization and bureaucratization, youth no longer played the same role in the party. The percentage decreased to 35.4% in 1935, when experienced men in their 40s and 50s began to join the party in great numbers. The decoration of Jalmerschacht, then the Minister of Economics, with the badge and title Old Fighter of the party may be cited as an illustration. For the Social Democratic Party only 19.3% of the total membership was in the 18 to 30 year age group in 1931. In the population at large, according to the census of 1933, this age group amounted to 31.1%. The National Socialist Party could truthfully boast of being a young party. Table 2 strikingly shows the differential representation of the various age groups. The leader-follower relationship with its spontaneity is particularly conspicuous in the gang formation process of the first terroristic groups. These techniques of violence appeal to youth, especially to those who had been members of the private post-war armies. As long as the Hitler movement consisted of relatively spontaneous and dispersed groups. In various regions of Germany, the hierarchical and bureaucratic aspect of these private armies was not overt. The hierarchical ranks which articulated career lines and channelized ambitions were easily forgotten in the years after the war, and what remained was a memory of heroism and comradeship under the most dangerous conditions. A yearning for the comradeship of the trenches and the commonly experienced dangers of the war and of post-war battles of the private armies prompted many former soldiers and those who sought the soldierly life to join the National Socialist Party as long as that party made itself the chief proponent of such values on the German political scene. This contention is supported by the following data. 48.6% of all political leaders of the National Socialist Party took active part in warfare during the period 1914 to 21. About 25% of all party members who took part in the fighting which marked the war and post-war periods are in the leadership, while, of those party members who did not participate, only 20.2% are leaders. In an environment where military experience is highly esteemed as well as widespread, such a movement will gain many members. Youth and war experience both constitute a basis for a rigid distinction between in-group and out-group. This division is accompanied and strengthened by the development of a dual morality, i.e., one standard for the in-group and another standard for actions toward the out-group relationships. The refusal of loyalty to the leader and indifference toward his mission are in themselves sins. Point 1. Members of charismatic groups must seek to extirpate such sins and bring the sinners into the fold. The decisive means of achieving the submissiveness of the non-party population and of preserving it once it is obtained is the interplay between propaganda and systematic terror. This mechanism achieves not only the submissiveness of the non-party people, but it guarantees the conformity of the party membership to the leader's demands whenever deviation is threatened. The more zealous elements in the party concentrate their attention on a particular situation, single out a particular enemy or a particular area, and do not yield until they dominate the situation. The conquering of Coburg through the massed stormtroopers in the early 20s merely systematized the experience of the first Munich mass meeting. The technique was then developed on a nationwide scale and it was successful. In 1932, before the Great Purge of the party, Hitler wrote, "Everyone who became unfaithful or broke discipline and obedience was a dead man politically." The outside masses were forced into conformity with the party's demands by a variety of pressure mechanisms. The Germans under National Socialism have become afraid of being stamped as Jewish-influenced liberal intellectuals, as hidden Marxists, or as grumbling Philistines who prefer butter to cannons and world politics. Through fear of possible legal or other disadvantages, they are induced to evince an extreme loyalty to the largest single group, the group in power. 3 weapons of propaganda are of central importance in this process, namely, extortion, anonymous denunciation, and anonymous rumors. These result in boycott, isolation, and, ultimately, disrepute. And, if the case is an extreme one, direct means of physical force are brought into play, ranging from house arrest or concentration camp to secret trial and eventual execution. National Socialism has had a standardizing and unifying effect on the numerous styles of life of the various class and regional groups. Every plebiscitary dictatorship tends to level all groups into a common mass of subjects, and in doing this National Socialism has often claimed to be democratic. It is indeed democratic insofar as the externals of a socially stratified society such as fashion, titles, and other means making social status and class position perceivable are devalued, minimized, and occasionally suppressed. Monopoly or power and bureaucratization. When the party came into power, it had to deal with the still existing governmental bureaucracies, on the one hand, and the party and trade union bureaucracies, on the other hand. The liquidation of the latter assured the Nazi Party of its monopoly, and the masses who were thereby atomized provided an enormous field for the organizational zeal of the inner circle. Since in any highly bureaucratized society, the administrative skill and the jurisdiction of bureaucratic bodies largely determine the amount of control at the disposal of the commissioned subleaders, a competitive and unplanned race for organizing bureaucracy set in among the members of the inner circle. The zeal to control as many spheres as possible made for a duplication of organizations immediately upon the accession to political power. Von Ribbentrop, Rosenberg, and Göring all tried to direct Germany's foreign affairs while von Neurath was still in office. Göring as Reichsforstmeister dines at hunting parties with the Prussian Junkers, opens the annual agricultural exposition, and has a strong hand in agricultural politics. Ley, as the head of the Labor Front, succeeded in incorporating the Reich agricultural estate and therewith encroached on Dar, the Minister of Agriculture, at the same time that he made Selt, the Minister of Labor, almost superfluous. The party archives at Munich and the Institute for the History of Modern Germany under Frank compete with the Reichsarchiv. They collect largely the same historical and contemporary material for the rewriting of history along the line of Hitler's Mein Kampf and Rosenberg's Mythos. Amann, who controls the enormous holdings of the Aher publishing house, and Dr. Dietrich, the Reich's press chief, encroach on the propaganda ministry. When Göring was commissioned to carry out the 4-year plan, he quickly set up a public relations office of his own and monopolized the news coverage of economic life. It is due only to the lack of journalistic skill that the Army's press bureau has no greater stake in propaganda management. Thus in every field of politics and all spheres of life an unchecked struggle for power is being waged among the members of the inner circle who immediately tend to fortify their positions through bureaucratic organizations, duplicating and encroaching on one another's functions. Behind the precisely organized facades the cliquish struggle for power remains relatively invisible to the public at large. The motives of those who join the party range from ardent belief and more or less rationalized conviction to an opportunistic adjustment to new facts, acquiescence, grumbling concession, and, finally, mute adaptation for fear of legal and other disadvantages. These numerous organizations with their ill-defined and overlapping functions and jurisdictions make the process of coordination very difficult for the traditional state bureaucracies. It was under the pretext that this difficulty would be eliminated that the fusion of the party and the state bureaucracies was carried out. The extent of the replacement of civil servants by party members invalidates Max Weber's statement about the relationship between revolution and the stability of the personnel of governmental bureaucracies in modern society. Weber thought that the officials at the very top would be replaced, the bureaucratic machine with its necessity for special training and knowledge remaining intact and serving the new political master as it had the old National Socialism, however, replaced officials of all ranks and stations from top to bottom. 14 The policy of selection has two aspects. It is not merely oriented toward those who are in office and may or may not be replaced, but at the same time it confers differential privileges upon different types of office seekers. From 1933 to 1936, out of the 300 referendaires, 99% belonged to the party, SA or SS. Of these new civil servants, 66% were party members before 1932. No candidate can enter the civil service without the consent of the party district leader. This policy of selection may partly be responsible for the decreasing percentage of military officers' sons studying law. Out of the total of 821 military officers' sons studying at German universities in 1928, 51% were enrolled in the Faculty of Law. Out of the total GU during the winter semester, 1934-35, only 21.1% were enrolled in that field. It is clear that the fusion of the party with the bureaucracy had its effect on the social structure of the party. We saw that before the conquest of power the percentage of officials amounted to 6.7% of the total membership. By 1935 they represented more than 13%. According to Ministerial Ratsamer, their percentage had risen to 28% by April, 1937. What this means in absolute figures is obvious when one takes into account the striking growth of the party to the total of 2,493,890 members in 1935, when it was closed to new applicants, and the youth organizations were declared the only channel for entry into the party. Whereas the party became a cumbersome bureaucracy, the governmental bureaucracies through the influx of party members lost much of the formal rigidity of the classical Prussian civil service. Arbitrary actions in all administrations increased. The arbitrary conduct of the police, judicial, and economic departments provide the more conspicuous cases. The general achievement level for the trained expert was lowered, which the party officialdom interpreted as necessitating special training sessions in camps for officials. The element of arbitrary judgment attained predominance over what the National Socialist resents in the formal, rational, and therewith predictable conduct of affairs in the bureaucratic office. That it is the circumscribed authority of any given office within the jurisdiction of rank and department rather than the red tape of bureaucratic administrations which the National Socialists resent is only too obvious when one considers the charismatic efforts of party organizers in building up machines. There is more elaborate control of visitors in party buildings than there is in ordinary government offices. The stratification of the party according to seniority of membership is carefully documented and filed. Other things being equal, the old fighter successfully claims legal privileges and social honors which are inaccessible to younger party members, to say nothing of non-party members. The stormtroopers indicate seniority status by special silver stripes, while the party badge of the old fighter is a golden circle. The designation of rank and membership in the many party affiliations through innumerable symbols of the uniformed staffs fills many pages of the Handbook of Party Organization, the manual edited for the exclusive use of the party bureaucracies. Every organizer has available comprehensive membership files with personal records of ancestry, educational, vocational, and political background. It is through magical and awe-inspiring performances that social distance against the outside world is secured. All the various organizations compete in creating traditions. The Nazi salute is declared to be of Teutonic derivation. A conspicuous example are the guards, keeping eternal watch before all the major party buildings, where they stand immobile, with spread legs, perpetually at attention, with the stiff aimless look of the drilled soldier, the symbol of depersonalized bureaucratized force. Ultima ratio. We have seen how the charismatic movement with its spontaneity and flexibility has been compelled, in the course of its conflict with its bureaucratized political rivals and the state bureaucracies, to yield to the necessities of far-reaching bureaucratization. The structure of the inner circle and the rapidity of the conquest of power made for the unplanned and substantially irrational character of the cumbersome bodies engulfing all phases of life. Competitive frictions among the inner circle are likely to turn into clashes between powerful organizations. In an autocratic regime, negotiated compromises and ballots are impossible. Commands of leaders and obedience of followers determine the problems of social interaction. Coordination has to be secured by ultimate decisions, i.e., the commands of the leader, backed by force. Hitler, like every other dictator, has been compelled to organize special forces for this purpose. Whereas during the first period of the movement terroristic actions had the spontaneous character of gang initiative, after the conquest of power the use of force was rationalized. The spying services and the terror campaigns were systematized, and the irresponsible actions of subordinate organs were controlled. This process made for the rapid ascent of the secret police and the elite guard, under the command of Heinrich Himmler, chief of all police forces. The spontaneous denunciations of former or present alleged or actual enemies of the party and state, of critics and grumblers, has been replaced by systematic spy organizations. The secretary of the Reichspress chamber in 1936 fixed a large notice on his office door: denouncers will be smacked in the face. The formerly officially encouraged wave of private denunciations has been replaced by more efficient control patterns. The inaccuracy and unreliability of denunciations emerging from the rumors which always thrive under dictatorships and the competition for favors of officials had by then become a public nuisance. In the preparation of such large-scale enterprises, secrecy can be secured through the broadening of the definition of the official secret and the totalitarian control of all communication processes. The trend of this process of bureaucratization is ultimately determined by the necessity of the totalitarian preparation for war, especially in its economic aspect. The direction of its expansion depends rather on considerations of economic and military strategy than on the Nazi ideology. The fusion of charismatic domination and totalitarian bureaucratization allows for surprise moves which are either enthusiastically hailed or grumblingly accepted as farce accomplis by the unaware inside and outside Germany. It has allowed for the peaceful conquest of Austria, the Sudetenland, Bohemia Moravia, and Memelland. As long as the leader is successful, the belief of broad masses of followers in his charisma is not likely to be shattered. They will continue to act in accordance with the slogan, leader, command, we follow. 5. Bureaucracy and power relations. The power environment of bureaucracy. Discussions of power in connection with bureaucracy have centered on two major problems. The first of these, concerning conditions for the exercise of power within bureaucracy, is considered primarily in the next part of this section. The second, concerning the relation of bureaucracy to the distribution of power in the society at large, is the focus of the present part. In the first selection, Bendix critically reviews several current conceptions of the relation of the modern state bureaucracy to other sources of political and economic power. Cooptation, involving the actual or ostensible sharing of power, is analyzed by Selznick as a mechanism utilized by a bureaucracy for coming to terms with power groups in its immediate environment. This mechanism is found to operate variously according to whether the bureaucracy confronts organized centers of power or confronts more diffuse elements in the society. Michaels discusses the conditions under which state bureaucracies have found their staunch supporters among discontented members of the middle classes who look to the bureaucracy for jobs appropriate to their status. He sees this essentially as a process of siphoning off hostility. A second selection from Michaels analyzes the increasingly conservative orientation of radical political parties as a response to entrenched state power, leading the party bureaucracy to become concerned more with self-maintenance than with its initial opposition to the government. And Newman indicates the different significance of bureaucratization for the individual in democratic and in totalitarian society. Bureaucracy and the problem of power. Reinhard Bendix. It is part of our folklore to identify the development of bureaucracy with the diminution of individual freedom. This identification has given rise to a series of popular denunciations of bureaucracy, ranging from the fear of an undue usurpation of power and of vested interest of officials to complaints about the waste of public funds, unnecessary red tape, and the lack of practical judgment on the part of government officials. Plus, scholars in the field of public administration have frequently tended to select their topics in response to such sentiments. By focusing attention on such problems as judicial review, administrative discretion, the separation of powers, quasi-judicial procedures, and administrative efficiency, these studies have in effect been meeting specific allegations against an administration with specific disclaimers or suggestions for improvement. Yet these disclaimers and suggestions have, in a sense, avoided the real issues underlying the complaints. Thus, experts have attempted to formulate for the ICC or the FCC quasi-judicial procedures which would meet the standards of impartial adjudication, although the clamor for judicial review by the critics of these agencies was prompted by a desire to curb their powers, not to improve their procedures. This is, of course, not to deny the value of such studies in public administration, but to call attention to certain neglected problems in this field. Clearly, studies concerned with the improvement of the governmental service must make some prior assumption about the desirability of such improvement. But in making this assumption they inevitably sidestep the problem of the distribution of political power, since the idea of improving the governmental service takes the given distribution of power for granted. The popular identification of bureaucracy with oppression cannot, however, be taken lightly, since the extension of governmental functions has frequently curbed and sometimes obliterated the freedom of the individual. Yet, there is also much evidence to show that it has furthered the cause of human freedom, and the great critics of governmental interference have often overlooked the latter point. Thus, the classical critics of mercantilism tended to forget that the emergence of absolute monarchy had been. The author wishes to acknowledge his debt to Professor Leonard D. White of the University of Chicago and to Professor Arthur Schweitzer of the University of Wyoming for their helpful criticisms and suggestions. Powerful factor in the development of business enterprise, which certainly at the time was regarded as assuring the merchants greater freedom than they had hitherto enjoyed. Likewise, the modern critics of the service state tend to forget that governmental interference has increased individual freedom by promoting social security, just as the earlier governmental aid in the development of corporate enterprise and Western expansion increased the freedom of the businessman. Nevertheless, the anxieties expressed in the popular distrust of modern governmental bureaucracy have a basis in fact. Today, a revolutionary overthrow of government has become infinitely more difficult than it was before the development of modern technology, and consequently the democratic right of revolution, of which Lincoln spoke, is now a right in name only. Moreover, bureaucracy in a democratic society should be a neutral agency executing policies which the people ultimately determine. Modern government does not live up to this ideal. The following discussion takes as a point of departure Weber's characterization of modern bureaucracy against the background of historical development. This is followed by a brief analysis of the tendencies, just mentioned, which indicate how modern bureaucracy actually differs from this ideal type. If this bureaucracy constitutes a threat to human freedom, it is clearly important to ascertain the historical factors responsible for its development and to discern the forces affecting the exercise of governmental power. The analysis of these factors has, however, resulted in two mutually contradictory explanations. Some students maintain that bureaucracy in government is the inevitable result of the tendency toward industrial concentration and monopolization inherent in the capitalist economy. Others state that economic concentration is just as inevitably the result of government bureaucracy and its interference with economic life. An attempt to resolve this dilemma leads to a restatement of the basic issues which a study of bureaucracy should confront. BRR bureaucracy and the problem of power. We have witnessed a growth of governmental apparatus of the modern type ever since the rise of absolute monarchy in Europe. From the time of the Tudors on, it came to be recognized that the head of the state held an effective monopoly of power, in distinction from the feudal system, in which the power of government was delegated to semi-autonomous lords. Thus, only the king could legitimately exercise physical coercion. The powers of the king were exercised by officials, whose duties became increasingly technical in character with the increasing complexity of governmental affairs. These officials, remunerated at first by favors from the king, came to receive regular salaries, which required in turn a system of centralized taxation. Thus, remuneration for governmental service was no longer identical with what the incumbent could get out of the office. Instead, salaries were paid by the treasury, and as a result remuneration became separated from the office. The struggle ever since the 16th century has been over the questions whether and how much both the policies and the financing of the government would be subject to the deliberation of some representative body, and how representative of the people this law-giving body would be. It is against this background that modern bureaucracy arose. What determines how bureaucracy in the modern state will exercise its power? In attempting to answer this question, we must realize that today the problem of power in a bureaucratic government differs a great deal from what it was in the centuries prior to the rise of the modern state. Throughout the period preceding the advent of the supervisory and welfare functions of modern government, a revolutionary disruption of the administrative machinery, while extremely inconvenient and destructive, did not entail the discontinuance of essential services. And the technology of warfare and communication did not constitute an insurmountable barrier to an overthrow of government by force. In other words, governments did not have the technical facilities necessary for the abolition of privacy in personal life. Moreover, governments then were not so dependent as they are today on specially trained administrative personnel. Since the end of World War I, these factors have changed the increased role of government, its dependence on a professionally trained corps of civil servants, and the vastly improved technology of policing and defense have in fact changed the nature of modern revolutions. It may be that today a revolutionary change is only possible after a destructive war. And with the increasing devastation caused by modern warfare, the nature of these post-war revolutions may be changing as well. At any rate, it is clear that these changes are so significant in their implications for the exercise of power by government that studies of bureaucracy in the traditional sense do not suffice. We must search instead for the underlying transformations in society that have prompted these developments. We must seek to interpret the technical and social changes which affect governmental bureaucracy, not only in order to improve the civil service, but in order to understand more fully the problems of power which it involves. The conclusions which may be drawn from the preceding ideal typical characterization of bureaucracy and its relation to the problem of power are threefold. 1. Bureaucracy in the modern state tends to operate like an automaton, i.e., a body of officials whose performance of duty is professionalized and has consequently become independent of their personal sentiments and opinions. 2. As a result, policy is determined at the top, relate to the bureaucratic apparatus, and at every step of the hierarchy executed in optimum conformity with the original policy decision. 3. Thus, while administrative power is the lifeblood of bureaucracy, the direction of its exercise lies ideally outside its jurisdiction. Obviously, no bureaucracy ever conforms to this model, but the ideal type of modern bureaucracy, particularly in Western Europe and North America, has two other specific traits. 1. Modern bureaucracy is characterized by the development of administrative autonomy due to the importance of technical skills. In the sense that these skills make the higher administrative personnel irreplaceable, a modern governmental bureaucracy holds a monopoly of skill. 2. Revolution against a modern governmental bureaucracy has become technically very difficult, if not impossible. A complete overhauling of such a government is very nearly out of the question, since it would involve the interruption of public services essential to the community. Modern governmental bureaucracy holds, therefore, a monopoly of power. Any realistic analysis must, consequently, see its task in ascertaining the various ways in which a specific bureaucracy approximates or deviates from this model. Governmental bureaucracy and monopolistic industry. The two most prominent theories of bureaucracy have taken as a point of departure one of these characteristics of modern bureaucracy and have attempted to account for it historically. Both theories assume that modern bureaucracy has in fact a monopoly of power, although they differ in their evaluation of how this power is exercised and in their historical analysis of its development. Neither theory recognizes the tendency toward administrative autonomy. Both the laissez-faire and the economic theory of bureaucracy agree further that the extension of governmental control is synonymous with the diminution of individual freedom, although for the latter theory this is of secondary, while for the former it is of primary significance. It is necessary to present these theories here, before a restatement of the problem of modern bureaucracy can be attempted. Bureaucracy as the result of monopolization registered in recent years. The concentration of economic power has again been described as jeopardizing democracy. In this connection, the separation of ownership and control in large corporations has been developed into a theory of the managerial revolution. According to this theory, we are now in a period of transition, in which the central political and economic controls are passing from the hands of the old to those of a new ruling class. The dominance of individual capitalists, who were both owners and managers of their enterprises, has passed irretrievably under the impact of the growing corporate system. The control over economic power has been concentrated in the hands of managers, i.e., all those who determine the policies of business enterprise and governmental agencies. According to this theory, all distinctions between different political systems become obliterated by this worldwide revolution common to all. Burnham's theory is relevant in this context because it sees in the growing bureaucratization in industry and government the reason for the concentration of power in the hands of the managers. And since these managers are held to constitute one cohesive group, it follows that a new social system has emerged or is emerging. This theory seems little more than question-begging. Burnham constructs a new social class by designating as managers all those who handle the controls. In this way, a new class is found to control industry and government, and consequently the managerial revolution is found to be in progress in all industrialized countries registered. But the concentration of controls in the hands of men who control but do not own does not mean that the managers are of one mind. The rising importance of managerial functions is undisputed. But the incidence of economic power is not changed merely because the men who exercise these functions control an enterprise without owning it. The real question is, as Burnham's critics registered have been quick to point out, whether men who control the policies of industry, government, labor unions, farm groups, etc., constitute a cohesive group owing to this common characteristic, or the ideas and policies of the so-called managerial group differ in any respect from those of the older type of entrepreneur. The problem of power which bureaucratization poses is not illuminated by the assertion that all capitalist countries are more or less in the hands of those who control their respective industrial and governmental bureaucracies. Another interpretation of the changing relation between governmental bureaucracy and business expresses the belief that the development of trade associations by big business is more or less synonymous with the development of modern totalitarianism. Through these trade associations, big business influences the government politically and economically, and with their help it furthers in addition the monopolization of industry. These associations have acquired national scope. They are no longer confined to the organization of competing firms in one branch of production but comprise today whole systems of industrial enterprise. In all fascist countries, the trade associations existing before the dictatorship can be shown to have been the antecedents of the trade associations under the dictatorship. Consequently, according to Brady and others, the trade associations influential in Britain and America today are simply the antecedents of the trade associations ruling the fascist Britain and the fascist America of tomorrow. In support of this thesis, a wealth of evidence on the activities of trade associations has been adduced. The inference is drawn that business is ready to take over the strategic controls of governmental bureaucracy. It is in these terms that Brady has interpreted the rise of fascism in the Axis countries and has forecasted similar tendencies in England and the United States. Obviously, the tendency toward concentration of economic power is real enough. But it is still necessary to inquire why differences between fascism, communism, and democratic capitalism continue to exist. Why is it that the concentration of power in the hands of the peak associations has so far failed to bring fascism to this country, especially since, as Mr. Lasky has pointed out, the feelings of fear and the inclination toward appeasement of fascist movements are rampant among the modern industrialists registered? Apparently, the emergence of fascism is not simply a matter of the concentration of economic power. Such concentration existed in Germany, for instance, under the Kaiser during the Weimar Republic, and under Hitler. Such concentration has existed at the same time in Britain. Nor can it be taken for granted that the peak associations will be able to LLG over the controls of government by simply continuing their customary activities. Moreover, these associations are not of one mind. To what extent can they afford to see their influence on administrative arbitration and governmental assistance obliterated through the usurpation of all governmental power in the hands of a dictator? Do they not require, in fact, a certain independence of government, which is yet subject to their influence, in order to have an agency which can guarantee the legal and administrative prerequisites of monopolistic practices, which industry itself could not provide? To what extent is their propaganda against labor unions a smokescreen which hides a collusion of interests between industry and labor? To what extent has this traditional anti-labor attitude itself changed? Such questions have a bearing on the relations between government and the concentration of economic power. They should, therefore, be a part of a comprehensive study of bureaucracy in modern society. Burnham, Newman, Brady, and others have in common the idea that the concentration of economic power has encroached upon and will finally take over the control of the governmental bureaucracy. As a result, authority will be exercised to the detriment of the individual and of the people as a whole. In this interpretation, all the signs point to the ascendance of the business system of power over the governmental system of power. This tendency is the outcome of capitalistic development, in which competition and technical innovations have led to a greater and greater division of labor. Improved technology and the economic advantage of large-scale production have, on the other hand, prompted the development of industrial amalgamations, which in turn have necessitated increased governmental controls. Large combinations of industrial enterprise are established partly for the purpose of safeguarding investments and preventing what their spokesmen regard as unfair or cutthroat competition. They require certain governmental regulations for the same purpose. Thus, bureaucracy results from the tendencies of industrial monopolization. It may be difficult to determine where regulation ends and subsidization begins, but it seems clear that such requests for governmental action are prompted by an understandable anxiety to safeguard the huge investments which large industrial combinations represent. Thus, monopolization and governmental regulation are employed to reduce the hazards of economic enterprise. Up to this point there is at least superficial agreement among the writers who regard monopolization and bureaucratization as inherent tendencies of society against the encroachments of monopoly business. Others capitalism. However, the role which government is called upon to play receives various interpretations. Some think of government as the protector, think of governmental bureaucracy as a concomitant development of business monopolization and of both as the result of the technological trends of capitalism. Still others think of bureaucracy as the necessary result of the opposing pressures of capital and labor, both are organized to press for the realization of their demands and are held together as a political unit by governmental arbitration, conciliation, and reform. In this way, the chaotic tendencies of society are transformed into organized political existence. Thus, the reasons which are given to account for the development of bureaucracy vary. But these divergent interpretations share the idea that bureaucratization in government has resulted from the objective development of capitalism, not from particular policies or from specific ideas about economic life. Monopolization as the result of bureaucratic interference. This latter, radically different interpretation is today advanced by the so-called liberal economists. In their opinion, the history of the last 2 or 3 generations shows an increase in the functions of government and consequently an increase of the bureaucracy necessary to administer these functions. Measured against the standard of an ideally competitive economy, the increase in governmental functions and the consequent proliferation of its bureaucratic apparatus appear essentially as the result of constant, willful interferences with economic life. Accordingly, the history of the last 100 years is by and large explained by asserting that both bureaucracy and monopolizations in industry have resulted from bureaucratization in government, which in turn is the outcome of faulty economic policies. The first mistake is sometimes seen in the legal enactment of corporation charters, which promoted the growth of economic concentration. 1*. A second mistake is seen in the fact that the government has assumed various social, economic, and regulative functions, which are decried as so many interferences with the competitive system. The resulting bureaucratization of government is interpreted as an outcome of cumulative aggravation of initial mistakes. Others regard it as emanating from a more or less sinister conspiracy on the part of some people, who either do not know any better or actually desire to undermine the competitive system. This interpretation of the liberal economists is obviously the reverse of the one previously mentioned. Government interference is spreading to many spheres, especially of economic life, which were hitherto free from regulation. Increasing bureaucratization is the result. Consequently, the governmental system of power is in the ascendance and will eventually encroach upon all aspects of individual enterprise, so that in the end a complete regulation of economic life may be anticipated. All other spheres of life will eventually come under government regulation, since the latter has an inherent tendency to expand. Individual freedom is, however, maintained only in a free enterprise system. Every vestige of individual freedom will, therefore, be obliterated with the disappearance of free competition. This approach to the problems of bureaucracy starts out with an analytical account of a completely competitive economy in order to show how governmental bureaucracy has interfered with this economy instead of securing the institutional framework necessary for its unhampered operation. Thus, liberal economists account for the rise of bureaucracy historically by referring to the mistakes of past economic policies. It was a mistake for the government to issue charters of incorporation. It was a mistake to raise tariff barriers, it was a mistake to legalize trade unions. Responsibility for these mistakes is attributed to people who are not familiar with economics or who are willfully undermining the free enterprise system. It is to be noted that in accounting for the historical development of bureaucracy, most liberal economists begin by showing why a competitive economy is desirable and then proceed to demonstrate in what ways governments have interfered with it. The reasons for this preference of a competitive economy vary. Some, like von Mises, insist that economic rationality can be obtained only under free competition, since no other system provides the possibility of calculating assets against liabilities. All other economic systems are, therefore, economically irrational, since in them the allocation of resources must be arbitrary. Other writers base their preference on the value of individual initiative, which is thwarted in any economic system other than free enterprise. Still others stress primarily the historical concomitance of the competitive economy with the emergence of individual freedom, either by pointing to the history of freedom since the Industrial Revolution, or by emphasizing the unique concatenation of historical circumstances which has given us this one chance of personal freedom and which will never recur. Registered but apart from such differences in emphasis, there is a consensus that the competitive economy has been vitiated by deliberate government action. Preliminary conclusion. The foregoing account of the two divergent interpretations of the historical origin of governmental bureaucracy presents us with a curious impasse. In one explanation, the role of the concentration of economic power is explained in terms of inherent tendencies of capitalism, which have also entailed an increasing bureaucratization in government. In the other explanation, the increase in governmental bureaucracy is attributed to the deliberate adoption of faulty economic policies, and the concentration of economic power is, as it were, a minor offshoot of this bureaucratization. In view of this dilemma, it seems reasonable to presume that each approach emphasizes what the other neglects. Clearly, those who regard the concentration of economic power as the primary cause tend to lose sight of the self-perpetuating and expansive tendencies of bureaucracy, which are in part independent of this influence of economic power. It is equally obvious, on the other hand, that the liberal view tends to lose sight of the monopolistic tendencies of industrial enterprise, which are in part independent of governmental policies which aid them. In both interpretations we find a curious naivete with regard to the separability of the economic and the political realms, either in terms of the belief that the economic causes are basic and the political phenomena are in fact epiphenomena, or in terms of the belief that the competitive economy would work out if only it were not interfered with politically. Thus, each view implies a theory of social change. But the one regards the political actions leading to the formation of modern governmental bureaucracy as the dependent variable of economic changes inherent in capitalism, while the other regards these political actions as the independent cause, which leads to an interference with the competitive economy and thereby encourages the development of bureaucracy. Thus, the principal difference in interpretation does not rest, I submit, in the instances cited to support either view. There can be little doubt that insofar as the facts tell us anything, they tell us both that bureaucratization is the result of economic concentration and that economic concentration is the result of governmental policies. 18 Additional historical evidence for both positions is, therefore, not likely to resolve this dispute, unless the problem itself is reformulated. In this connection it is useful to take note of Gunnar Myrdal's theory of cumulative causation, according to which the ramified effects of any institutionalized social action are so far-reaching that questions of a particular historical origin frequently lose much of their significance. Accordingly, studies in the growth of bureaucratization will be illuminating only insofar as they can show in what manner the historical conditions of capitalism in the various countries of the Western world were such that any piecemeal facilitation of the economic development by the government tended to proliferate into a growth of industrial concentration and administrative apparatus. Thus, the history of the corporation begins with the legalization of incorporation and especially of limited liability, without which the investment of large funds necessary to large-scale enterprise would have been very much retarded. Modern production technology as we know it today would have developed at a much slower rate, and the absence of the tremendous investment uncertainties which are involved would certainly have mitigated the tendency towards monopolization. But the historical development has now reached a point at which these original advantages of incorporation have been superseded in importance by the economic dangers of monopolization and by the political dangers of an unprecedented concentration of economic power. The question remains, what was it in the structure of this economic system which led from this beginning to this result? And that question is not answered by repeated references to the historical origins of these latter-day developments. This approach to the historical development of governmental bureaucracy leads in turn to a different conception of the relation between modern government and the major interest groups. By playing the role of arbitrator, government helps to consolidate these groups, and governmental bureaucracy in turn grows inasmuch as these groups are compelled to assign new functions to it. This relation between government and interest groups induces an ambivalence on both sides, a study of which would provide important insights into the emerging trends of bureaucracy. To illustrate, from the point of view of industry, monopolistic practices may be characterized as so many devices for reducing the risks of investment, for cushioning the effects of business fluctuations, etc. In the opinion of businessmen, government must play an important role in safeguarding a smooth working of these devices. As a result, the calculability which has been said to characterize the legal system under capitalism has been applied to the economic sphere. That is to say, industrialists help government in shaping those policies which will make the administration of corporate enterprise more calculable, i.e., reasonably assured against losses. But business is just as much interested in keeping government out of the policies governing investments and the monopolistic reduction of risk and uncertainty. Whenever in the judgment of businessmen government goes beyond the provision of safeguards or the maintenance of the rules of the game, it is difficult to see where the line between these two aspects of governmental regulation is to be drawn. Yet it is clear that the various business groups must continuously seek to draw and redraw it, notwithstanding the basic ambivalence of their whole position in its economic and psychological aspects. Thus, what appeared before as the more or less unanimous voice of business in its opposition to governmental interference may then turn out to be a struggle among the different groups of business and industry with, in, and against the government, with as well as against other interest groups over the incidence of political power and economic policies. 1. A study of the relation between government and interest groups so conceived would seem more rewarding than the dogmatic dispute emanating from conflicting philosophies of history which has been described and criticized above. Moreover, it may then appear that governmental administration can and must function in part independently of the pressures to the extent, at any rate, that the conflicting pressures of various groups inadvertently entail the possibility of disregarding them. But while this orientation may help us to understand the interrelation between government and interest groups, it does not by itself enhance our understanding of present-day bureaucracy. For this purpose it is important to go back again to the two interpretations of the development of bureaucracy under capitalism which have been discussed above, since both interpretations imply theory of bureaucracy. The idea that governmental bureaucracy has arisen from the concentration of economic power rests on the following assumptions. 1. Bureaucracy is the administrative instrument in the hands of the ruling class. 2. The recruitment of administrative personnel and the policies which it executes are both part of the political struggle, whose outcome is determined by the secular changes in the capitalist system of production. 3. The executive branch of government has, therefore, as much power as the ruling class delegates to it. Since bureaucracy is the administrative arm of the ruling class, it is a body of officials so organized as to obey the solicit directives which are handed down. Bureaucracy has, therefore, no autonomous power of its own. It has a monopoly of power only in the sense in which this monopoly is derived from the power of the ruling class. As over against this view of bureaucracy, the laissez-faire theory contains a number of theoretical assumptions about the nature of bureaucracy that are equally sweeping but in some respects reversed. 1. Governmental bureaucracy is the administrative instrument of its electing officials. 2. The recruitment of administrative personnel and the policies which it executes are both part of the political process. This process is the sum total of individual and group actions, concerned with the political promotion of their self-interest. While the parallel process in the economic sphere should be left to itself, in the political sphere it cannot be expected to operate in a similar fashion, since no pricing mechanism of power exists. It is necessary, therefore, to convince the individuals in power that it is politically and economically imperative to adopt such political measures as will safeguard free competition. 3. Such policies can be made effective as soon as the directing heads of governments are convinced. Bureaucracy is the administrative arm of these directing heads, and as such it has no power of its own. Thus we see that both views are in agreement as to the nature of bureaucracy on a number of points. They hold that the power of government in modern society is derived, although they differ as to the origin of power. Both views treat bureaucracy consequently as the executive branch of government with no power of its own. And both are finally agreed that the extension of governmental bureaucracy entails the diminution of individual freedom, although here again they differ radically with regard to the causes of this development. Tuesday proselytism or bureaucracy restated. The preceding statement of the assumptions concerning bureaucracy which underlie the controversy over its historical origin shows surprisingly enough that neither view attributes any independent power to the administrative apparatus. It is more or less taken for granted by the authors discussed above that bureaucracy is a pliable tool in the hands of some sinister minority, that the absolute power attributed to bureaucracy is actually derived from forces outside the government itself, and that the monopoly of power characteristic of government is bound to be used for the diminution of individual freedom. Not one of these assumptions has been empirically verified, although much incidental evidence is cited in support of them. It is important to restate the problem of modern bureaucracy and its exercise of power in the light of the foregoing discussion in order to outline the principal problem areas. In this respect, Weber's construction of the ideal type of bureaucracy may again serve as a point of departure, since it presents us with a curious dilemma. Weber noted that modern administration has become steadily more specialized. The importance of the skill element in modern administration is such, in his opinion, that power in the modern state cannot be exercised without a professionally trained bureaucratic apparatus, whatever the system of production. But he noted at the same time that modern bureaucracy has become professionalized, i.e., subject to a code of professional ethics according to which the official will faithfully execute the duties attending his office regardless of personal sentiments and disagreements with the policies involved. As a result, modern bureaucracy is ready to serve whatever party is in power, and in fact the security of commercial transactions in a competitive economy depends upon this professional neutrality of the civil service. Point 24. Thus, the indispensability of skilled administrators makes modern bureaucracy autonomous, but professionalization makes it a subservient tool. On the other hand, Weber observed that modern administration also implies a monopoly of power. Although it depends on the circumstances in what way and to what extent this power will be used, it can at any rate not be effectively challenged. Weber noted that control over this bureaucratic apparatus by an insurgent group cannot be attained through its destruction, since under modern conditions the group would need a bureaucracy of its own to put the new policies into effect. Degree consequently only shifts in the control over modern bureaucracy can, according to Weber, be obtained, either through the democratic machinery of representation or through a coup d'état. Thus, whatever group is in power, the unchallengeable position of the bureaucratic apparatus, by which it rules, gives the government a monopoly of power. Yet, the concern with administrative efficiency puts all policy considerations outside the pale of bureaucratic competence. Bureaucracy is, therefore, all-powerful and at the same time incapable of determining how its power should be used. It is important to recognize that these mutually contradictory tendencies are, indeed, to be found in modern bureaucracy. There is a growth of administrative autonomy and of professionalism in the civil service. Likewise, the administrative branch of government has acquired greater powers, and, finally, the legislature and the people have become wary over the maintenance of their right to determine policy. But if these tendencies are combined into an ideal typical construction, it becomes more difficult to discern the factors which account for the actual relations between administrative skills and the degree of bureaucratic autonomy. In order to examine these relations, it will be helpful to outline the principal variables, especially those factors which have a bearing on the degree to which modern bureaucracy can exercise its powers independently. In modern bureaucracy, certain high administrative officials have a monopoly of skill, i.e., they are irreplaceable because of the high technical qualifications which their positions require. Registered in so far as these managerial experts are irreplaceable, they are said to have a monopoly of power, which they may or may not exercise. That is to say, they have a potential monopoly of power to sabotage policy directives, or to effect such directives on their own, insofar as these are at odds with official policy. Whether they use this potential monopoly of power will depend in turn on their exercise of independent power or the degree of their administrative autonomy. This is indicated by some or all of the following factors: actual indispensability, a criterion which alone involves a host of variables, such as irreplaceability of certain experiences or skills, which would ordinarily be a matter of time; urgency of the demand for the continuation of a specific public service, urgency of the demand for its continuation along lines peculiarly associated with the incumbent administrator, *degree ability of the incumbent to use personal influence and connections in Support of his continued service, the degree to which a code of professional ethics of civil servants has been developed, the ease of alternative employments in other fields than government, the unanimity of purpose in the managerial ranks in the sabotage of opposed policies and the independent execution of desired policies. Remoteness of administrative procedure from the individuals and groups who are affected, and technical complexity of the matters which come thereby under administrative discretion. All these intra-bureaucratic factors which help to determine the degree of administrative autonomy are in turn conditioned by forces which affect the executive branch without being fundamentally affected by it. These external factors pose the problem of administrative autonomy as determined by the socio-economic organization of a society. Autonomy is in this sense determined by the degree to which the education and recruitment of the top-flight personnel has resulted in a group of administrators of similar social derivation and social philosophy, degree by the urgency of the demand for the continuation of public services, by the implicit or explicit demand for administrative autonomy by various interest groups, either for the furtherance of their own interests, for the socialization of risks, which requires discretionary action on the part of administrative agencies, degree for the pursuit of a common enterprise, for the promotion of cartelization or, conversely, for the freezing of given relationships among monopolistic enterprises. Such demands always involve at least the risk that the governmental agency will go farther than desired, and in fact the fulfillment of these demands frequently makes such extension of administrative autonomy necessary. And, ultimately, the actual monopoly of power in the hands of the governmental bureaucracy may be tested by the changed character of modern revolutions, which makes the military apparatus at the disposal of the government practically insuperable. If the government is disposed to use it, these specifications may serve to indicate the type of questions which would have to be answered before any conclusions can be drawn about the relation between the monopoly of skill and the monopoly of power, toward which modern bureaucracy is frequently said to develop. The variables briefly enumerated above raise doubts about the meaning of both terms. It is difficult to conceive of a strictly irreplaceable group of sellers of managerial skill. It appears that the men of managerial skill are powerful not because their skill makes them irreplaceable but rather because, and to the degree that, their education and social derivation induces in them a common social philosophy. Thus, administrative autonomy is a matter not of skill but of derived power, i.e., of the power delegated to the administration through the organized representation of social groups. This point is further emphasized by a correct interpretation of the idea of administrative impartiality. This impartiality means that administrative officials will faithfully execute policies of which they personally disapprove. Yet, if government is to continue, such impartiality presupposes a similarity of outlook between administrators and the forces framing public policy. Without this basic agreement, administrative discretion would result in sabotage rather than in impartiality. Without it, occasional or even frequent disagreements on policies would become politically and administratively unfeasible. It is, therefore, not true that the administration would serve everybody equally well. These reservations with regard to the criterion of monopoly of skill are, on the other hand, not intended to detract from the growth of administrative autonomy which has developed in modern government. But it is an autonomy of degree which has developed, not a monopoly of power. The true measure of this autonomy may be taken by discerning the extent to which government is in a position to remain uninfluenced by changes in class structure, by the shifting weight of social conflict groups, by long-run changes in public opinion, and, ultimately, by its ability to avert or withstand revolutionary upheaval. Consequently, it is quite possible to agree that modern bureaucracy requires skilled personnel and yet to hold that no skill monopoly exists. Likewise, it is consistent to hold that administrative autonomy has increased but to deny that it constitutes a monopoly of power. From the preceding discussion it would appear that the popular identification of bureaucracy with an abuse of governmental power is at any rate misleading, since it is not the bureaucracy which abuses power, or, to put it differently, since the governmental monopoly of power is derived. This opens up the whole problem of sovereignty, which cannot be discussed here except to say that recent theories either have conceived law or the state as all-embracing metaphysical entities or have explained sovereignty away by some theory of pluralism. It should be noted that most of these theories are little more than reflections of more basic postulates. Thus those who regard the modern capitalist society as moving inevitably in the direction of fascism will be inclined to state that sovereign authority is quickly disappearing registered. And some writers end up with the belief that under fascism the state has vanished altogether. 33 others, who are more sanguine in their views of the prospects of the modern service state, conceive sovereign authority to be derived in various ways from the organized expression of the popular will. Finally, there are those who regard the basic documents of American government as the source of power and who consequently have no truck with any sociological or economic interpretation. *+ In alluding here to these large theoretical problems, I am primarily concerned with showing that in all cases a theory of bureaucracy implies a larger philosophy of history *, degree to which the theory must inevitably lead back. I contend, moreover, that all these theories and philosophies can be interpreted as different estimates of the specific range between the two extremes of completely decentralized anarchism and completely centralized totalitarianism which a given bureaucracy in a given country occupies. That is to say, all government lies somewhere between these extremes, and the various theories of bureaucracy are so many attempts at explaining on the basis of different philosophies of history why modern government in Britain or the United States struck its particular balance between the extremes. These remarks are, indeed, self-evident, but by calling attention to the enduring aspects of the problem of government we may perhaps throw some light on the modern problem of bureaucratic government. It may lead to such a restatement of the problem if we deliberately go outside the usual frame of reference and inquire whether a comparative social psychology of bureaucracy may perhaps guide us where the overall philosophies of history fail. Again, it must suffice to enumerate some significant problem areas. One important aspect of bureaucracy is the accessibility of public employment. Max Weber thought that professionalization of the public service had democratic implications, since it based government service on qualification rather than birth. Yet the implications may just as easily be non-democratic, if such professionalization of the civil service is coupled with an authoritarian prestige which government employment may have in the eyes of the public. How much social prestige does the official possess, or how much is public employment desired for the security of tenure, the prospects of regular advancement, and the eventual pension? And, conversely, how much is the public service in disrepute precisely because of these attributes of employment in it? Markedly different answers are likely to be given to these questions, even if countries are compared whose economic structures are as closely similar as those of Germany, Britain, and the United States. Moreover, comparative research in this respect is likely to reveal different patterns of obedience to authority or, conversely, of spontaneous public cooperation. These patterns may in part be traceable to the role of authority in family life which is characteristic of different cultures, since the attitudes toward the authority of the father seem to be relevant for the formation of adult attitudes toward governmental authority *. These psychological considerations lead us back to our main theme. How has it come about historically that such different attitudes toward governmental authority have developed, and what light do these differences of the historical development throw on the emergence of modern bureaucracy? Little headway has so far been made in giving an answer to this question, partly because of the anti-governmental bias which has motivated many studies of bureaucracy. Moreover, the idea of a monopoly of power which was derived from studies of the emergence of the modern state, has been used to characterize bureaucracy in general. Students have been primarily interested in what all bureaucracies of Western Europe and America have in common, and, apart from Veblen's work on Germany, no attempt has been made to show the socio-psychological and institutional differences in the process of bureaucratization, insofar as these can be attributed to a retarded breakdown of feudal institutions and traditions. Registered as a result, little attention has been given to the effect of the non-contemporaneous industrialization of different countries on the rise of their respective bureaucracies. It would be very important to investigate the effect of such factors on the pattern of obedience to authority and of the degree of spontaneous public cooperation which characterizes the different bureaucratic cultures of the Western world. It seems to me that such considerations should have preceded the question whether bureaucratic tendencies have been encouraged by social forces inherent in the capitalistic economy. But it is, of course, this last problem which has given rise to so much controversy, which as we have seen led ultimately back to a dispute over different philosophies of history. In so far as the development of governmental bureaucracy is a question of fact, it can be resolved. But in so far as the instances of bureaucratization in government are cited not to diagnose past trends but to predict future contingencies, the controversy over the causes of bureaucratization is actually concerned with the extrapolation of historical trends. Will monopoly business lead to fascism? Or will governmental regulation of labor relations lead to the eventual elimination of individual freedom? The important study of the potentialities and dangers of bureaucracy will make progress only if the underlying philosophical assumptions, which alone make answers to these questions possible, are made explicit. Cooptation, a mechanism for organizational stability. Philip Selznick. The frame of reference includes THI directive that organizational behavior be analyzed in terms of organizational response to organizational need. One such need is specified as the security of the organization as a whole in relation to social forces in its environment. Responses, moreover, are themselves repetitive, may be thought of as mechanisms, following the terminology of analytical psychology in its analysis of the ego and its mechanisms of defense. One such organizational mechanism is ideology, another, which has been the primary focus of this study, we have termed cooptation. We have previously defined this concept as the process of absorbing new elements into the leadership or policy determining structure of an organization as a means of averting threats to its stability or existence. Further, this general mechanism assumes two basic forms: formal cooptation, when there is a need to establish the legitimacy of authority or the administrative accessibility of the relevant public, and informal cooptation, when there is a need of adjustment to the pressure of specific centers of power within the community. Cooptation in administration is a process whereby either power or the burdens of power, or both, are shared. On the one hand, the actual center of authority and decision may be shifted or made more inclusive, with or without any public recognition of the change. On the other hand, public responsibility for and participation in the exercise of authority may be shared with new elements, with or without the actual redistribution of power itself. The organizational imperatives which define the need for cooptation arise out of a situation in which formal authority is actually or potentially in a state of imbalance with respect to its institutional environment. On the one hand, the formal authority may fail to reflect the true balance of power within the community. On the other hand, it may lack a sense of historical legitimacy, or be unable to mobilize the community for action. Failure to reflect the true balance of power will necessitate a realistic adjustment to those centers of institutional strength which are in a position to strike organized blows and thus to enforce concrete demands. This issue may be met by the kind of cooptation which results in an actual sharing of power. However, the need for a sense of legitimacy may require an adjustment to the people in their undifferentiated aspect, in order that a feeling of general acceptance may be developed. For this purpose, it may not be necessary actually to share power. The creation of a front or the open incorporation of accepted elements into the structure of the organization may suffice. In this way, an aura of respectability will be gradually transferred from the coopted elements to the organization as a whole, and at the same time a vehicle of administrative accessibility may be established. We may suggest the hypothesis: cooptation which results in an actual sharing of power will tend to operate informally, and correlatively, cooptation oriented toward legitimization or accessibility will tend to be effected through formal devices. Thus, an opposition party may be formally coopted into a political administration through such a device as the appointment of opposition leaders to ministerial posts. This device may be utilized when an actual sharing of power is envisioned, but it is especially useful when its object is the creation of public solidarity, the legitimization of the representativeness of the government. In such circumstances, the opposition leaders may become the prisoners of the government, exchanging the hope of future power for the present function of sharing responsibility for the acts of the administration. The formal, public character of the cooptation is essential to the end in view. On the other hand, when cooptation is to fulfill the function of an adjustment to organized centers of institutional power within the community, it may be necessary to maintain relationships which, however consequential, are informal and covered. If adjustment to specific nucleuses of power becomes public, then the legitimacy of the formal authority, as representative of a theoretically undifferentiated community, may be undermined. It therefore becomes useful and often essential for such cooptation to remain in the shadowland of informal interaction. The informal cooptation of existing nucleuses of power into the total policy-determining structure of an organization, symptomatic of an underlying stress, is a mechanism of adjustment to concrete forces. On this level, interaction occurs among those who are in a position to muster forces and make them count, which means that the stake is a substantive reallocation of authority, rather than any purely verbal readjustment. Formal cooptation, however, is rather more ambiguous in relation to de facto reallocations of power. The sense of insecurity which is interpreted by a leadership as indicating a need for an increased sense of legitimacy in the community is a response to something generalized and diffuse. There is no hard-headed demand for a sharing of power coming from self-conscious institutions which are in a position to challenge the formal authority itself. The way things seem becomes, in this context, more important than the way they are, with the result that verbal formulas, and formal organizational devices, appear to be adequate to fill the need. The problem becomes one of manipulating public opinion, something which is necessarily beside the point when dealing with an organized interest group having an established and self-conscious leadership. Formal cooptation ostensibly shares authority, but in doing so is involved in a dilemma. The real point is the sharing of the public symbols or administrative burdens of authority, and consequently public responsibility. Without the transfer of substantive power, it therefore becomes necessary to ensure that the coopted elements do not get out of hand, do not take advantage of their formal position to encroach upon the actual arena of decision. Consequently, formal cooptation requires informal control over the coopted elements lest the unity of command and decision be imperiled. This paradox is one of the sources of persistent tension between theory and practice in organizational behavior. The leadership, by the very nature of its position, is committed to two conflicting goals. If it ignores the need for participation, the goal of cooperation may be jeopardized. If participation is allowed to go too far, the continuity of leadership and policy may even be threatened. Tuesday empirical argument res ra tep. Apart from the interest of analytical theory, the statement above explains the special focus of this inquiry and the basis for its obviously selective approach to the TVA experience. That frame of reference has guided the empirical analysis, of which the following is a brief recapitulation. 1. The grassroots theory became a protective ideology. An attempt has been made to explain the high self-consciousness of the TVA, as expressed in the grassroots doctrine, on the basis of the function of that doctrine in facilitating acceptance of the authority in its area of operation and in fulfilling the need for some general justification of its existence as a unique type of governmental agency. The TVA was revolutionary both to the attitudes of local people and institutions and to the federal governmental system. By adopting the grassroots doctrine, the authority was able to stand as the champion of local institutions and at the same time to devise a point of view which could be utilized in general justification of its managerial autonomy within the federal system. However, allegiance to this doctrine, and translation of it into policy commitments, have created serious disaffection between TVA and other branches of the federal government, including the Department of Agriculture and the Department of the Interior. As a result, on the basis of the TVA experience, these departments have been moved to oppose the extension of the TVA form of organization to other areas, a fact which is consequential for the future of the authority itself. 2. The agricultural program was delegated to an organized administrative constituency. In the major example within TVA of grassroots procedure, the authorities' fertilizer distribution program, there was constructed a strong constituency relation involving the land grant college system on the one hand and the agricultural relations department of TVA on the other. This constituency relation may be viewed as a case of informal cooptation, wherein strong centers of influence in the valley were absorbed covertly into the policy-determining structure of the TVA. The TVA's Agricultural Relations Department assumed a definite character, including a set of sentiments valuing the land grant college system as such and accepting the mission of defending that system within the authority. In effecting this representation, the TVA agriculturists have been able to take advantage of the special prerogatives accruing to them from their formal status as an integral part of the authority, including the exercise of discretion within their own assigned jurisdiction and the exertion of pressure upon the evolution of general policy within the authority as a whole. The special role and character of the TVA agricultural group limited its outlook with respect to the participation of Negro institutions as grassroots resources and created a special relation to the American Farm Bureau Federation. Yet the operation of this cooptative process probably did much to enhance the stability of the TVA within its area and especially to make possible the mobilization of support in an hour of need. In this sense, one cannot speak of the decisions which led to this situation as mistakes. 3. In a context of controversy, the TVA's commitments to its agricultural constituency resulted in a factional alignment involving unanticipated consequences for its role on the national scene. In the exercise of discretion in agriculture, the TVA entered a situation charged with organizational and political conflict. The New Deal agricultural agencies, such as Farm Security Administration and Soil Conservation Service, came under attack of the powerful American Farm Bureau Federation, which thought of them as threats to its special avenue of access to the farm population, the extension services of the land grant colleges. Under the pressure of its agriculturists, the authority did not recognize Farm Security Administration and sought to exclude Soil Conservation Service from operation within the Valley area. This resulted in the politically paradoxical situation that the eminently New Deal TVA failed to support agencies with which it shared a political communion, and aligned itself with the enemies of those agencies. 4. Under the pressure of its agriculturists, the TVA gradually altered a significant aspect of its character as a conservation agency. The TVA Agricultural Group, reflecting local attitudes and interests, fought against the policy of utilizing public ownership of land as a conservation measure and thus effectively contributed to the alteration of the initial policy of the authority in this respect. The issue of public ownership is taken as character defining in the sense that it is a focus of controversy and division, and it was such within the TVA for an extended period. The single-minded pursuit of its ideological and constituency interests led the agricultural group to involve the authority in a controversy with the U.S. Department of the Interior over the management of TVA-owned lands. 5. The grassroots utilization of voluntary associations represents a sharing of the burdens of and responsibility for power, rather than of power itself. The voluntary association device especially, but not exclusively, in the agricultural program is interpreted as a case of formal cooptation, primarily for promoting organized access to the public but also as a means of supporting the legitimacy of the TVA program. Typically, this has meant that actual authority, and to a large extent the organizational machinery, has been retained in the hands of the administering agency. After 9 years of operation, the county soil associations handling TVA fertilizer were found to be still tools of the county agent system, to which the TVA test demonstration program was delegated. In connection with this analysis, an operational test for locating control over co-opted citizens groups is described, as suggested in the question, is approach to the association by outside elements channeled through officials of the co-opting agency. 140. Bureaucracy and power relations. Assimilation of the discontented into the state bureaucracy. Robert Michaels. The organization of the state needs a numerous and complicated bureaucracy. This is an important factor in the complex of forces of which the politically dominant classes avail themselves to secure their dominion and to enable themselves to keep their hands upon the rudder. The instinct of self-preservation leads the modern state to assemble and to attach to itself the greatest possible number of interests. This need of the organism of the state increases pari passu with an increase among the multitude, of the conviction that the contemporary social order is defective and even irrational, in a word, with the increase of what the authorities are accustomed to term discontent. The state best fulfills the need for securing a large number of defenders by constituting a numerous caste of officials, of persons directly dependent upon the state. This tendency is powerfully reinforced by the tendencies of modern political economy. On the one hand, from the side of the state, there is an enormous supply of official positions. On the other hand, among the citizens, there is an even more extensive demand. This demand is stimulated by the ever-increasing precariousness in the position of the middle classes since there have come into existence expropriative capitalism on the grand scale, on the one hand, and the organized working classes on the other. For both these movements, whether they wish it or not, combine to injure the middle classes. All those whose material existence is thus threatened by modern economic developments endeavor to find safe situations for their sons, to secure for these a social position which shall shelter them from the play of economic forces. Employment under the state, with the important right to a pension which attaches to such employment, seems created expressly for their needs. The immeasurable demand for situations which results from these conditions, a demand which is always greater than the supply, creates the so-called intellectual proletariat. The numbers of this body are subject to great fluctuations. From time to time the state, embarrassed by the increasing demand for positions in its service, is forced to open the sluices of its bureaucratic canals in order to admit thousands of new postulants and thus to transform these from dangerous adversaries into zealous defenders and partisans. There are two classes of intellectuals. One consists of those who have succeeded in securing a post at the manger of the state, whilst the other consists of those who, as Scipio Silly puts it, have assaulted the fortress without being able to force their way in. The former may be compared to an army of slaves who are always ready, in part from class egoism, in part for personal motives, to undertake the defense of the state which provides them with bread. They do this whatever may be the question concerning which the state has been attacked, and must therefore be regarded as the most faithful of its supporters. The latter, on the other hand, are sworn enemies of the state. They are those eternally restless spirits who lead the bourgeois opposition and in part also assume the leadership of the revolutionary parties of the proletariat. It is true that the state bureaucracy does not in general expand as rapidly as do the discontented elements of the middle class. Nonetheless, the bureaucracy continually increases. It comes to assume the form of an endless screw. It grows ever less and less compatible with the general welfare. And yet this bureaucratic machinery remains essential. Through it alone can be satisfied the claim of the educated members of the population for secure positions. It is further a means of self-defense for the state. As the late Amilcare Puviani of the University of Perugia, the political economist to whom we are indebted for an important work upon the legend of the state, expresses it, the mechanism of bureaucracy is the outcome of a protective reaction of a right of property whose legal basis is weak, and is an antidote to the awakening of the public conscience. The political party possesses many of these traits in common with the state. Thus the party in which the circle of the elite is unduly restricted, or in which, in other words, the oligarchy is composed of too small a number of individuals, runs the risk of being swept away by the masses in a moment of democratic effervescence. Hence the modern party, like the modern state, endeavors to give to its own organization the widest possible base, and to attach to itself in financial bonds the largest possible number of individuals. Thus arises the need for a strong bureaucracy, and these tendencies are reinforced by the increase in the tasks imposed by modern organization. As the party bureaucracy increases, two elements which constitute the essential pillars of every socialist conception undergo an inevitable weakening: an understanding of the wider and more ideal cultural aims of socialism, and an understanding of the international multiplicity of its manifestations. Mechanism becomes an end in itself. The capacity for an accurate grasp of the peculiarities and the conditions of existence of the labor movement in other countries diminishes in proportion as the individual national organizations are fully developed. This is plain from a study of the mutual international criticisms of the socialist press. In the days of the so-called socialism of the émigrés, the socialists devoted themselves to an elevated policy of principles, inspired by the classical criteria of internationalism. Almost every one of them was, if the term may be used, a specialist in this more general and comprehensive domain. The whole course of their lives, the brisk exchange of ideas on unoccupied evenings, the continued rubbing of shoulders between men of the most different tongues, the enforced isolation from the bourgeois world of their respective countries, and the utter impossibility of any practical action, all contributed to this result. But in proportion as, in their own country, paths of activity were opened for the socialists, at first for agitation and soon afterwards for positive and constructive work, the more did a recognition of the demands of the everyday life of the party divert their attention from immortal principles. Their vision gained in precision but lost in extent. The more cotton spinners, boot and shoe operatives, or brush makers the labor leader could gain each month for his union, the better versed he was in the tedious subtleties of insurance against accident and illness, the greater the industry he could display in the specialized questions of factory inspection and of arbitration in trade disputes, the better acquainted he might be with the system of checking the amount of individual purchases in cooperative stores and with the methods for the control of the consumption of municipal gas, the more difficult was it for him to retain a general interest in the labor movement, even in the narrowest sense of this term. As the outcome of inevitable psychophysiological laws, he could find little time and was likely to have little inclination for the study of the great problems of the philosophy of history, and all the more falsified consequently would become his judgment of international questions. At the same time he would incline more and more to regard every one as an incompetent, an outsider, an unprofessional, who might wish to judge questions from some higher outlook than the purely technical. He would incline to deny the good sense and even the socialism of all who might desire to fight upon another ground and by other means than those familiar to him within his narrow sphere as a specialist. This tendency towards an exclusive and all-absorbing specialization, towards the renunciation of all far-reaching outlooks, is a general characteristic of modern evolution. With the continuous increase in the acquirements of scientific research, the polyhistor is becoming extinct. His place is taken by the writer of monographs. The universal zoologist no longer exists, and we have instead ornithologists and entomologists, and indeed the last become further subdivided into lepidopterists, coleopterists, myrmecologists. To some of the non-commissioned officers who occupy the inferior grades of the party bureaucracy may be aptly applied what Alfred Weber said of bureaucracy in general at the Congress of the Verein für Sozialpolitik held at Vienna in 1909. Bureaucracy is the sworn enemy of individual liberty, and of all bold initiative in matters of internal policy. The dependence upon superior authorities characteristic of the average employee suppresses individuality and gives to the society in which employees predominate a narrow, petty bourgeois and philistine stamp. The bureaucratic spirit corrupts character and engenders moral poverty. In every bureaucracy we may observe place hunting, a mania for promotion, and obsequiousness towards those upon whom promotion depends. There is arrogance towards inferiors and servility towards superiors. Wolfgang Heine, who in the German Socialist Party is one of the boldest defenders of the personal and intellectual liberty of the members, who is always in the breach to denounce the tendency to bureaucracy and the suppression of individuality, goes so far, in his struggle against the socialist bureaucracy, as to refer to the awful example of the Prussian state. It is true, he says, that Prussia is governed in accordance with homogeneous principles and by a bureaucracy which must be considered as a model of its kind, but it is no less true that the Prussian state, precisely because of its bureaucratic characteristics, and notwithstanding its external successes, is essentially retrogressive. If Prussia does produce any distinguished personalities, it is unable to tolerate their existence, so that Prussian politics tend more and more to degenerate into a spiritless and mechanical regime, displaying a lively hostility to all true progress. We may even say that the more conspicuously a bureaucracy is distinguished by its zeal, by its sense of duty, and by its devotion, the more also will it show itself to be petty, narrow, rigid, and illiberal. The conservative basis of organization. Robert Michaels. Is it impossible for a democratic party to practice a democratic policy, for a revolutionary party to pursue a revolutionary policy? Must we say that not socialism alone, but even a socialistic policy, is utopian? The present chapter will attempt a brief answer to this inquiry. Within certain narrow limits, the Democratic Party, even when subjected to oligarchical control, can doubtless act upon the state in the democratic sense. The old political caste of society, and above all the state itself, are forced to undertake the revaluation of a considerable number of values, a revaluation both ideal and practical. The importance attributed to the masses increases, even when the leaders are demagogues. The legislature and the executive become accustomed to yield, not only to claims proceeding from above, but also to those proceeding from below. This may give rise, in practice, to great inconveniences, such as we recognize in the recent history of all the states under a parliamentary regime. In theory, however, this new order of things signifies an incalculable progress in respect of public rights, which thus come to conform better with the principles of social justice. This evolution will, however, be arrested from the moment when the governing classes succeed in attracting within the governmental orbit their enemies of the extreme left, in order to convert them into collaborators. Political organization leads to power. But power is always conservative. In any case, the influence exercised upon the governmental machine by an energetic opposition party is necessarily slow, is subject to frequent interruptions, and is always restricted by the nature of oligarchy. The recognition of this consideration does not exhaust our problems, for we have further to examine whether the oligarchical nature of organization be not responsible for the creation of the external manifestations of oligarchical activity, whether it be not responsible for the production of an oligarchical policy. The analysis here made shows clearly that the internal policy of the party organizations is today absolutely conservative, or is on the way to become such. Yet it might happen that the external policy of these conservative organisms would be bold and revolutionary, that the anti-democratic centralization of power in the hands of a few leaders is no more than a tactical method adopted to effect the speedier overthrow of the adversary, that the oligarchs fulfill the purely provisional function of educating the masses for the revolution, and that organization is after all no more than a means employed in the service of an amplified Blanquist conception. This development would conflict with the nature of party, with the endeavor to organize the masses upon the vastest scale imaginable. As the organization increases in size, the struggle for great principles becomes impossible. It may be noticed that in the democratic parties of today the great conflicts of view are fought out to an ever-diminishing extent in the field of ideas and with the weapons of pure theory, that they therefore degenerate more and more into personal struggles and invectives, to be settled finally upon considerations of a purely superficial character. The efforts made to cover internal dissensions with a pious veil are the inevitable outcome of organization based upon bureaucratic principles, for, since the chief aim of such an organization is to enroll the greatest possible number of members, every struggle on behalf of ideas within the limits of the organization is necessarily regarded as an obstacle to the realization of its ends, an obstacle, therefore, which must be avoided in every possible way. This tendency is reinforced by the parliamentary character of the political party. Party organization signifies the aspiration for the greatest number of members. Parliamentarism signifies the aspirations for the greatest number of votes. The principal fields of party activity are electoral agitation and direct agitation to secure new members. What, in fact, is the modern political party? It is the methodical organization of the electoral masses. The Socialist Party, as a political aggregate endeavoring simultaneously to recruit members and to recruit votes, finds here its vital interests, for every decline in membership and every loss in voting strength diminishes its political prestige. Consequently, great respect must be paid, not only to new members, but also to possible adherents, to those who in Germany are termed Mitteldorfer, in Italy Sympathisanti, in Holland Geestverwanten, and in England sympathizers. To avoid alarming these individuals, who are still outside the ideal worlds of socialism or democracy, the pursuit of a policy based on strict principle is shunned, while the consideration is ignored whether the numerical increase of the organization thus affected is not likely to be gained at the expense of its quality. The last link in the long chain of phenomena which confer a profoundly conservative character upon the intimate essence of the political party is found in the relationships between party and state. Generated to overthrow the centralized power of the state, starting from the idea that the working class need merely secure a sufficiently vast and solid organization in order to triumph over the organization of the state, the Party of the Workers has ended by acquiring a vigorous centralization of its own, based upon the same cardinal principles of authority and discipline which characterize the organization of the state. It thus becomes a governmental party, that is to say, a party which, organized itself like a government on the small scale, hopes someday to assume the reins of government upon the large scale. The revolutionary political party is a state within the state, pursuing the avowed aim of destroying the existing state in order to substitute for it a social order of a fundamentally different character. To attain this essentially political end, the party avails itself of the socialist organization, whose sole justification is found precisely in its patient but systematic preparation for the destruction of the organization of the state in its existing form. The subversive party organizes the framework of the social revolution. For this reason it continually endeavors to strengthen its positions, to extend its bureaucratic mechanism, to store up its energies and its funds. Every new official, every new secretary, engaged by the party is in theory a new agent of the revolution, in the same way every new section is a new battalion, and every additional 1,000 francs furnished by the members' subscriptions, by the profits of the socialist press, or by the generous donations of sympathetic benefactors, constitute fresh additions to the war chest for the struggle against the enemy. In the long run, however, the directors of this revolutionary body existing within the authoritarian state, sustained by the same means as that state and inspired by the like spirit of discipline, cannot fail to perceive that the party organization, whatever advances it may make in the future, will never succeed in becoming more than an ineffective and miniature copy of the state organization. For this reason, in all ordinary circumstances, and as far as prevision is humanly possible, every attempt of the party to measure its forces with those of its antagonists is foredoomed to disastrous failure. The logical consequence of these considerations is in direct conflict with the hopes entertained by the founders of the party. Instead of gaining revolutionary energy as the force and solidity of its structure has increased, the precise opposite has occurred. There has resulted, pari passu with its growth, a continued increase in the prudence, the timidity even, which inspires its policy. The party, continually threatened by the state upon which its existence depends, carefully avoids everything which might irritate the state to excess. The party doctrines are, whenever requisite, attenuated and deformed in accordance with the external needs of the organization. Organization becomes the vital essence of the party. During the first years of its existence, the party did not fail to make a parade of its revolutionary character, not only in respect of its ultimate ends, but also in respect of the means employed for their attainment, although not always in love with these means. But as soon as it attained to political maturity, the party did not hesitate to modify its original profession of faith and to affirm itself revolutionary only in the best sense of the word, that is to say, ten longer on lines which interest the police, but only in theory and on paper. This same party, which at one time did not hesitate, when the triumphant guns of the bourgeois governors of Paris were still smoking, to proclaim with enthusiasm its solidarity with the communards, now announces to the whole world that it repudiates anti-militarist propaganda in any form which may bring its adherents into conflict with the penal code, and that it will not assume any responsibility for the consequences that may result from such a conflict. A sense of responsibility is suddenly becoming active in the Socialist Party. Consequently, it reacts with all the authority at its disposal against the revolutionary currents which exist within its own organization, and which it has hitherto regarded with an indulgent eye. In the name of the grave responsibilities attaching to its position, it now disavows anti-militarism, repudiates the general strike, and denies all the logical audacities of its past. The history of the international labor movement furnishes innumerable examples of the manner in which the party becomes increasingly inert as the strength of its organization grows. It loses its revolutionary impetus, becomes sluggish, not in respect of action alone, but also in the sphere of thought. More and more tenaciously does the party cling to what it calls the ancient and glorious tactics, the tactics which have led to a continued increase in membership. More and more invincible becomes its aversion to all aggressive action. The dread of the reaction by which the Socialist Party is haunted paralyses all its activities, renders impossible all manifestation of force, and deprives it of all energy for the daily struggle. It attempts to justify its messianism by the false pretense that it must reserve its strength for the final struggle. Thus we find that the conservative tendencies inherent in all forms of possession manifest themselves also in the Socialist Party. For half a century the Socialists have been working in the sweat of their brow to create a model organization. Now, when 3 million workers have been organized, a greater number than was supposed necessary to secure complete victory over the enemy, the party is endowed with a bureaucracy which, in respect of its consciousness of its duties, its zeal, and its submission to the hierarchy, rivals that of the state itself. The treasuries are full, a complex ramification of financial and moral interests extends all over the country. A bold and enterprising tactic would endanger all this, the work of many decades, the social existence of thousands of leaders and sub-leaders, the entire party, would be compromised. For these reasons the idea of such a tactic becomes more and more distasteful. It conflicts equally with an unjustified sentimentalism and a justified egoism. It is opposed by the artist's love of the work he has created with so much labor, and also by the personal interest of thousands of honest breadwinners whose economic life is so intimately associated with the life of the party, and who tremble at the thought of losing their employment and the consequences they would have to endure if the government should proceed to dissolve the party, as might readily happen in case of war. Thus, from a means, organization becomes an end. To the institutions and qualities which at the outset were destined simply to ensure the good working of the party machine, a greater importance comes ultimately to be attached than to the productivity of the machine. Henceforward the sole preoccupation is to avoid anything which may clog the machinery. Should the party be attacked, it will abandon valuable positions previously conquered, and will renounce ancient rights rather than reply to the enemy's offensive by methods which might compromise its position. Naumann writes sarcastically, "The war-cry proletarians of all countries unite," has had its due effect. The forces of the organized proletariat have gained a strength which no one believed possible when that war cry was first sounded. There is money in the treasuries. Is the signal for the final assault never to be given? Is the work of preliminary organization to go on forever? As the party's need for tranquility increases, its revolutionary talons atrophy. We have now a finely conservative party which continues to employ revolutionary terminology, but which in actual practice fulfills no other function than that of a constitutional opposition. All this has deviated far from the ideas of Karl Marx, who, were he still alive, ought to be the first to revolt against such a degeneration of Marxism. Yet it is quite possible that, carried away by the spectacle of an army of 3 million men acting in his name, swearing on solemn occasions in verba magistri, he also would find nothing to say in reprobation of so grave a betrayal of his own principles. There were incidents in Marx's life which render such a view possible. He certainly knew how to close his eyes, in public at any rate, to the serious faults committed by the German social democracy in 1876. In our own day, which may be termed the age of the epigones of Marx, the character of the party as an organization ever greedy for new members, ever seeking to obtain an absolute majority, cooperates with the condition of weakness in which it finds itself vis-a-vis the state, to effect a gradual replacement of the old aim, to demolish the existing state by the new aim, to permeate the state with the men and the ideas of the party. The struggle carried on by the socialists against the parties of the dominant classes is no longer one of principle, but simply one of competition. The Revolutionary Party has become a rival of the bourgeois parties for the conquest of power. It therefore opens its doors to all those persons who may assist in the attainment of this end, or who may simply swell its battalions for the struggle in which it is engaged. Thus the hatred of the party is directed, not in the first place against the opponents of its own view of the world order, but against the dreaded rivals in the political field, against those who are competing for the same end power. It is above all in the electoral agitation carried on by the socialist parties when they have attained what is termed political maturity that this characteristic is most plainly manifest. The party no longer seeks to fight its opponents, but simply to outbid them. For this reason we observe a continual recurrence in socialist speeches of a claim which harmonizes ill with socialist principles, and which is often untrue in fact. Not the nationalists, they say, but we, are the best patriots, not the men of the government, but we, are the best friends of the minor civil servants or of the peasants, and so on. Evidently among the trade unions of diverse political coloring, whose primary aim it is to gain the greatest possible number of new members, the note of competition will be emphasized yet more. This applies especially to the so-called free unions of Germany, neutrally tinted bodies which on principle hold in horror all definiteness in respect of political views or conceptions of the world order, and which are therefore distinguishable in name only from the Christian unions. If we study the speeches and polemic writings directed by the leaders of the free unions against the leaders of the Christian unions, we find that these speeches and writings contain no declarations of principle and no theoretical expositions, but merely personal criticisms and accusations, and above all accusations of treachery to the cause of labor. Now it is obvious that these are no more than the means vulgarly employed by competitors who wish to steal one another's customers. By such methods, not merely does the party sacrifice its political virginity, by entering into promiscuous relationships with the most heterogeneous political elements, relationships which in many cases have disastrous and enduring consequences, but it exposes itself in addition to the risk of losing its essential character as a party. The term party presupposes that among the individual components of the party there should exist a harmonious direction of wills towards identical objective and practical aims. Where this is lacking, the party becomes a mere organization. Total bureaucratization. And the powerless individual. Franz Neumann. If one believes that Germany's economy is no longer capitalistic under National Socialism, it is easy to believe further that her society has become classless. This is the thesis of the late Emil Lederer. A brief analysis of his book will serve to introduce our discussion of the new German society. Lederer rejects attempts to define National Socialism as the last line of defense of capitalism, as the rule of the strong man, as the revolt of the middle classes, as domination by the army, or as the ascendancy of the untalented. For him, it is a modern political system which rests on amorphous masses. It is the masses which sweep the dictator into power and keep him there. The masses are therefore the actors, not the tools of a ruling class. But who are the masses? They are the opposite of classes. They can be united solely by emotions, they tend to burst into sudden action, and being amorphous, they must be integrated by a leader who can articulate their emotions. As the very opposite of classes, the masses make up a classless society. The policy of National Socialism is to transfer a class stratified society into masses by keeping the latter in a state of perpetual tension. Since the regime must also satisfy the material demands of the masses, it goes in for large-scale public spending and thus achieves full employment. National Socialism realizes that people are filled with envy, with hatred for the rich and successful. The emotions can best be kept alive in the field of foreign affairs, for an aggressive foreign policy and preparation for foreign war prevent the reawakening of thinking and of articulation into social groups. National Socialist society is thus composed of the ruling part and the amorphous masses. All other distinctions are removed. It is on this psychological basis that the fascist party has been built up. With their success they attract active mass men who then are kept in a state of emotion and cannot return to their former ways of life. Even family cohesion is broken, the pulverization of society is complete. Masses make dictators, and dictators make masses the continuing basis of the state. That is why the social stratification of society is of the utmost importance and why the Marxist theory of a classless society becomes so dangerous. National Socialism has completely destroyed the power of social groups and has established a classless society. Were Lederer's analysis correct, our earlier discussion would be completely wrong. Social imperialism would then be not a device to ensnare the masses but an articulation of the spontaneous longing of the masses. Racism would not be the concern of small groups alone but would be deeply embedded in the masses. Leadership adoration would be a genuine semi-religious phenomenon and not merely a device to prevent insight into the operation of the social economic mechanism. Capitalism, finally, would be dead, since all particular groups have been destroyed and only leaders and masses remain. Lederer is wrong, however, though a little of the truth sifts into some of his formulations. Occasionally one feels that even he realizes that the so-called spontaneity of the masses and their active participation in National Socialism are a sham and that the role of the people is merely to serve as an instrument of the ruling group. The problem is perhaps the most difficult of all in an analysis of National Socialism. The difficulties lie not only in the paucity of information and the inadequacy of the sociological categories but also in the extraordinarily complicated character of the social relations themselves. Class structure and social differentiation are not identical. Failure to recognize this point is the basic error underlying Lederer's analysis. A society may be divided into classes and yet not be socially differentiated in any other way. On the other hand, a classless society may have sharp differentiations. The essence of National Socialist social policy consists in the acceptance and strengthening of the prevailing class character of German society, in the attempted consolidation of its ruling class, in the atomization of the subordinate strata through the destruction of every autonomous group mediating between them and the state, in the creation of a system of autocratic bureaucracies interfering in all human relations. The process of atomization extends even to the ruling class in part. It goes hand in hand with the process of differentiation within the mass party and within society that creates reliable elites in every sector. Through these elites, the regime plays off one group against the other and enables a minority to terrorize the majority. Registered National Socialism did not create the mass men, it has completed the process, however, and destroyed every institution that might interfere. Basically, the transformation of men into mass men is the outcome of modern industrial capitalism and of mass democracy. More than a century ago the French counter-revolutionaries, de Maistre and Bonald, and the Spaniard Donoso Cortés, asserted that liberalism, Protestantism, and democracy, which they hated, bore the seeds of the emotionally motivated mass man and would eventually give birth to the dictatorship of the sword. Mass democracy and monopoly capitalism have brought the seeds to fruition. They have imprisoned man in a network of semi-authoritarian organizations controlling his life from birth to death, and they have begun to transform culture into propaganda and saleable commodities. National Socialism claims to have stopped this trend and to have created a society differentiated not by classes but according to occupation and training. That is absolutely untrue. In fact, National Socialism has carried to its highest perfection the very development it pretends to attack. It has annihilated every institution that under democratic conditions still preserves remnants of human spontaneity, the privacy of the individual and of the family, the trade union, the political party, the church, the free leisure organization. By atomizing the subject population, National Socialism has not eliminated class relations, on the contrary, it has deepened and solidified the antagonisms. National Socialism must necessarily carry to an extreme the one process that characterizes the structure of modern society, bureaucratization. In modern anti-bureaucratic literature, this term means little more than the numerical growth of public servants, and especially of civil servants. Society is pictured as composed of free men and autonomous organizations on the one hand and of a bureaucratic caste, on the other hand, which takes over more and more political power. The picture is inaccurate, for society is not wholly free and unbureaucratic, nor is the public bureaucracy the sole bearer of political and social power. Bureaucratization, correctly understood, is a process operating in both public and private spheres, in the state as well as in society. It means that human relations lose their directness and become mediated relations in which third parties, public or private functionaries seated more or less securely in power, authoritatively prescribe the behavior of man. It is a highly ambivalent process, progressive as well as reactionary. The growth of bureaucracy in public life is not necessarily incompatible with democracy if the aims of the democracy are not limited to the preservation of individual rights, but also include the furtherance of certain social goals. Even in the social sphere, the growth of private organizations is not entirely retrogressive. It brings some kind of order into an anarchic society and thereby rationalizes human relations that would otherwise be irrational and accidental. If members of a trade union decide to change their labor conditions, they do so by accepting the recommendation of their officials, in whose hands the decision is left. When a political party formulates some policy, it is the party hierarchy that does so. In athletic organizations, the machinery of presidents, vice presidents, secretaries, and treasurers goes into operation in arranging matches and carrying on the other activities of the group. This process of mediation and depersonalization extends to culture as well. Music becomes organized in the hands of professional secretaries who need not be musicians. The radio prescribes the exact amount of culture to be digested by the public, how much classical and how much light music, how much talk and how much news. The powers extend to the most intimate relations of man, to the family. There are organizations for large families and for bachelors, birth control associations, advisory councils for the promotion of family happiness, consumers' cooperatives, giant food chain stores making a farce of the consumer's supposedly free choice. There is, in short, a huge network of organizations covering almost every aspect of human life, each run by presidents and vice presidents and secretaries and treasurers, each employing advertising agencies and publicity men, each out to interfere with, and to act as the mediator in, the relations between man and man. Civil liberties lose many of the functions they had in a liberal society. Even the exercise of civil rights tends more and more to be mediated by private organizations. Whether it is a problem of defense in a political trial or protection of the rights of labor or the fight against unjust taxation, the average man, lacking sufficient means, has no other choice but to entrust his rights to some organization. Under democratic conditions, such mediation does not destroy his rights, as a rule, since the individual still has a choice between competing organizations. In a totalitarian society, however, even if his rights are still recognized on paper, they are completely at the mercy of private bureaucrats. What National Socialism has done is to transform into authoritarian bodies the private organizations that in a democracy still give the individual an opportunity for spontaneous activity. Bureaucratization is the complete depersonalization of human relations. They become abstract and anonymous. On this structure of society, National Socialism imposes two ideologies that are completely antagonistic to it, the ideology of the community and the leadership principle. Ownership, management, and power. The growth of private bureaucracy has elicited the thesis of a shift in the locus of control and power from owners to managers. At the least, this holds that control of corporate business enterprises has progressively passed into the hands of professional management, at the extreme, that the managers are well on the road to becoming the new ruling class. Burley and Means indicate that the absentee ownership of large corporations makes for a partial separation of ownership and control such that managers can on occasion operate the corporate business in their own interests. This theme is further developed in the selection from Gordon, who maintains that the organizational environment of professional managers often leads them to types of decisions differing from those made by owner managers. The consequences of bureaucratization for the distribution of power extend beyond the locus of control within an organization. In a critical review of managerial theories of social power, Girth and Mills conclude that the institutions of property, the limited tenure of managers and the rise of competing bureaucracies effectively limit the exercise of economic and political power by the managerial group. In discussing problems of enterprise, it is possible to distinguish between three functions: that of having interests in an enterprise, that of having power over it, and that of acting with respect to it. A single individual may fulfill, in varying degrees, any one or more of these functions. Before the Industrial Revolution, the owner-worker performed all three, as do most farmers today. But during the 19th century, the bulk of industrial production came to be carried on by enterprises in which a division had occurred, the owner fulfilling the first two functions while the latter was in large measure performed by a separate group, the hired managers. Under such a system of production, the owners were distinguished primarily by the fact that they were in a position both to manage an enterprise or delegate its management and to receive any profits or benefits which might accrue. The managers, on the other hand, were distinguished primarily by the fact that they operated an enterprise, presumably in the interests of the owners. The difference between ownership and management was thus in part one between position and action. An owner who remained completely quiescent towards his enterprise would nevertheless remain an owner. His title was not applied because he acted or was expected to act. Indeed, when the owner acted, as for instance in hiring a manager or giving him directions, to that extent the owner managed his own enterprise. On the other hand, it is difficult to think of applying the title manager to an individual who had been entirely quiescent. Under the corporate system, the second function, that of having power over an enterprise, has become separated from the first. The position of the owner has been reduced to that of having a set of legal and factual interests in the enterprise, while the group which we have called control, are in the position of having legal and factual powers over it. In distinguishing between the interests of ownership and the powers of control, it is necessary to keep in mind the fact that, as there are many individuals having interests in an enterprise who are not customarily thought of as owners, so there may be many individuals having a measure of power over it who should not be thought of as in control. In the present study, we have treated the stockholders of a corporation as its owners. When speaking of the ownership of all corporations, the bondholders are often included with the stockholders as part owners. The economist does not hesitate for certain purposes to class an employee with wages due him as temporarily a part owner. All of these groups have interests in the enterprise. Yet a laborer who has a very real interest in a business insofar as it can continue to give him employment is not regarded as part owner. Nor is a customer so included, though he has a very real interest in a store to the extent that it can continue to give him good services. Of the whole complex of individuals having interests in an enterprise, only those are called owners who have major interests and, before the law, only those who hold legal title. Similarly, the term control must be limited for practical purposes to those who hold the major elements of power over an enterprise, keeping in mind, however, that a multitude of individuals may exercise a degree of power over the activities of an enterprise without holding sufficient power to warrant their inclusion in control. Turning then to the two new groups created out of a former single group, the owners without appreciable control and the control without appreciable ownership, we must ask what are the relations between them and how may these be expected to affect the conduct of enterprise. When the owner was also in control of his enterprise, he could operate it in his own interest, and the philosophy surrounding the institution of private property has assumed that he would do so. This assumption has been carried over to present conditions, and it is still expected that enterprise will be operated in the interests of the owners. But have we any justification for assuming that those in control of a modern corporation will also choose to operate it in the interests of the owners? The answer to this question will depend on the degree to which the self-interest of those in control may run parallel to the interests of ownership and, insofar as they differ, on the checks on the use of power which may be established by political, economic, or social conditions. The corporate stockholder has certain well-defined interests in the operation of the company, in the distribution of income, and in the public security markets. In general, it is to his interest, first that the company should be made to earn the maximum profit compatible with a reasonable degree of risk, second, that as large a proportion of these profits should be distributed as the best interests of the business permit, and that nothing should happen to impair his right to receive his equitable share of those profits which are distributed, and finally, that his stock should remain freely marketable at a fair price. In addition to these, the stockholder has other but less important interests such as redemption rights, conversion privileges, corporate publicity, etc. However, the three mentioned above usually so far overshadow his other interests as alone to require consideration here. The interests of control are not so easily discovered. Is control likely to want to run the corporation to produce the maximum profit at the minimum risk? Is it likely to want to distribute those profits generously and equitably among the owners, and is it likely to want to maintain market conditions favorable to the investor? An attempt to answer these questions would raise the whole question of the nature of the phenomenon of control. We must know the controlling individual's aims before we can analyze his desires. Are we to assume for him what has been assumed in the past with regard to the owner of enterprise, that his major aim is personal profits? Or must we expect him to seek some other end, prestige, power, or the gratification of professional zeal? If we are to assume that the desire for personal profit is the prime force motivating control, we must conclude that the interests of control are different from and often radically opposed to those of ownership, that the owners most emphatically will not be served by a profit-seeking controlling group. In the operation of the corporation, the controlling group, even if they own a large block of stock, can serve their own pockets better by profiting at the expense of the company than by making profits for it. If such persons can make a profit of $1 million from a sale of property to the corporation, they can afford to suffer a loss of $600,000 through the ownership of 60% of the stock, since the transaction will still net them $400,000 and the remaining stockholders will shoulder the corresponding loss. As their proportion of the holdings decrease, and both profits and losses of the company accrue less and less to them, the opportunities of profiting at the expense of the corporation appear more directly to their benefit. When their holdings amount to only such fractional percents as the holdings of the management in management-controlled corporations, profits at the expense of the corporation become practically clear gain to the persons in control, and the interests of a profit-seeking control run directly counter to the interests of the owners. In the past, this adverse interest appears sometimes to have taken the extreme form of wrecking a corporation for the profit of those in control. Between 1900 and IG-15, various railroads were brought into the hands of receivers as a result of financial mismanagement, apparently designed largely for the benefit of the controlling group, while heavy losses were sustained by the security holders. Such direct profits at the expense of a corporation are made difficult under present laws and judicial interpretations, but there are numerous less direct ways in which at least part of the profits of a corporation can be diverted for the benefit of those in control. Profits may be shifted from a parent corporation to a subsidiary in which the controlling group have a large interest. Particularly profitable business may be diverted to a second corporation largely owned by the controlling group. In many other ways it is possible to divert profits which would otherwise be made by the corporation into the hands of a group in control. When it comes to the questions of distributing such profits as are made, self-seeking control may strive to divert profits from one class of stock to another, if, as frequently occurs, it holds interests in the latter issue. In market operations, such control may use inside information to buy low from present stockholders and sell high to future stockholders. It may have slight interest in maintaining conditions in which a reasonable market price is established. On the contrary, it may issue financial statements of a misleading character or distribute informal news items which further its own market manipulations. We must conclude, therefore, that the interests of ownership and control are in large measure opposed if the interests of the latter grow primarily out of the desire for personal monetary gain. Into the other motives which might inspire action on the part of control it will not profit us to go, though speculation in that sphere is tempting. If those in control of a corporation reinvested its profits in an effort to enlarge their own power, their interests might run directly counter to those of the owners. Such an opposition of interest would also arise if, out of professional pride, the control should maintain labor standards above those required by competitive conditions and business foresight, or should improve quality above the point which, over a period, is likely to yield optimum returns to the stockholders. The fact that both of these actions would benefit other groups which are essential to the existence of corporate enterprise and which for some purposes should be regarded as part of the enterprise, does not change their character of opposition to the interests of ownership. Under other motives, the interests of owner and control may run parallel, as when control seeks the prestige of success and profits for the controlled enterprise is the current measure of success. Suffice it here to realize that where the bulk of the profits of enterprise are scheduled to go to owners who are individuals other than those in control, the interests of the latter are as likely as not to be at variance with those of ownership, and that the controlling group is in a position to serve its own interests. In examining the breakup of the old concept that was property and the old unity that was private enterprise, it is therefore evident that we are dealing not only with distinct but often with opposing groups, ownership on the one side, control on the other, a control which tends to move further and further away from ownership and ultimately to lie in the hands of the management itself, a management capable of perpetuating its own position. The concentration of economic power separate from ownership has, in fact, created economic empires, and has delivered these empires into the hands of a new form of absolutism, relegating owners to the position of those who supply the means whereby the new princes may exercise their power. The recognition that industry has come to be dominated by these economic autocrats must bring with it a realization of the hollowness of the familiar statement that economic enterprise in America is a matter of individual initiative. To the dozen or so men in control, there is room for such initiative. For the tens and even hundreds of thousands of workers and of owners in a single enterprise, individual initiative no longer exists. Their activity is group activity on a scale so large that the individual, except he be in a position of control, has dropped into relative insignificance. At the same time, the problems of control have become problems in economic government. The executive and the owner-entrepreneur. Robert A. Gordon. In the very large corporation of today, the main elements of business leadership are exercised by the executive group. This general conclusion is subject to some, but essentially only minor, modifications as a result of our study of the power, influence, and activities of directors, minority stockholders, bankers, and other groups. When we speak of the executive group, the second of these two words needs to be stressed. The chief executive is the most important single figure in the large corporation, but he is only one of a sizable body of professional managers who individually and collectively make the decisions and provide the coordination that give unity and direction to the firm's activities. The primary responsibility for business leadership in the large corporation has devolved upon a group of men who are professional managers. Their position is not achieved through ownership. They are salaried experts, trained by education and experience in the field of management. Though only salaried managers, they find themselves responsible for making the decisions which affect not merely the dividends their stockholders receive but also the prices consumers pay, the wages their workers earn, and the level of output and employment in their own firms and in the economy as a whole. As far as the facts are concerned, there is nothing startlingly new about these conclusions. They have been sensed by the man in the street, and they are part of the everyday experience of those closely associated with big business. The detailed picture, however, has not been presented before in systematic form, and it has been obscured by loose generalizations about the control exercised by influential banking and stockholding groups. It is probably safe to say that the full extent to which professional executives have assumed the mantle of business leadership has not been adequately appreciated, either by economists or by the public generally. Factors affecting decision-making by professional executives. Our reasoning about the working of a private enterprise system has long been predicated on the assumption that the business decisions entering into the leadership function are made by owner-entrepreneurs seeking to maximize profits for their firms and thus for themselves, or at least, if concerns are not managed by their owners, that business leaders will make exactly the same decisions as profits-maximizing owner-entrepreneurs would have made in similar circumstances. While not an unreasonable assumption to make regarding business behavior in a profit system, this is clearly only an approximation of the facts, when we come to deal with the sort of leadership conditions prevailing in the modern large corporation. Professional executives do not necessarily react to business situations in the same way as owner-managers. The personal attributes, background, and training of the salaried manager are likely to differ from those of the owner-entrepreneur of an earlier day or of most owner-managers operating in the modern industrial scene. The incentive systems to which the two types of business leaders react differ in significant respects. Institutional pressures are by no means the same in the two cases. Finally, the transition from personal to professional management tends to invite more formal and ultimately more bureaucratic patterns of organization. These tend to grow in complexity with the size of the firm. It is in the giant corporation with which we are dealing that professional management is likely to depart to the greatest degree from the pattern of owner leadership in the small business concern that has been the basis of much of our economic reasoning. In the pages that follow we shall be concerned with this contrast in which size, as well as professionalization, plays a part. Decision-making has been specialized and diffused through the various layers of management in the large corporation. In particular, a great deal of the initiation of decisions must come from the lower levels. Are lower-ranking executives as willing and able to pioneer and break from the beaten path as the individual owner-entrepreneur? What are the effects of internal financial controls and other checks and balances, especially those inherent in large-scale organization, as plans are initiated at one level and thread their way upward for approval? Can functional and other departmental executives be expected always to give full consideration to the consequences of particular decisions on the enterprise as a whole? It would be surprising if organizational conditions such as these did not frequently result in decisions significantly different from those which an owner-entrepreneur would make in response to a given set of underlying forces. There are also important differences between the responses and leadership activities of the chief executive and those of the owner-entrepreneur. We have noted the fact that the chief executive must stress the coordinating aspects of this job. This coordinating function, however, is of minor importance to the ordinary owner-entrepreneur who, just in proportion as his business is small and personal, can make the important decisions himself, thus reducing the coordinating function to a minimum. As a matter of fact, part of the coordinating job imposed upon the chief executive of the large concern is for the small business performed by the external forces of the market. The professional chief executive in the large corporation must attempt to coordinate the decisions of many lesser executives. The larger the firm, the more must original decision-making be delegated. What the chief executive approves depends in good part on what filters up to him for approval. And in exercising his approval function he is likely to apply very broad, particularly financial, criteria. Standards of solvency and liquidity not infrequently take precedence over those of profitability and efficiency. In the very large corporation, the size of the stakes often impels the professional manager to emphasize financial caution at the expense of imaginative and creative leadership. The owner-enterpriser may be more willing to gamble his own money than the chief executive of a great corporation may be to jeopardize the financial empire of which he is trustee. The daring of the owner-entrepreneur may be checked by the investment or commercial banker, but the chief executive of the large corporation is more likely to feel the responsibilities of the financier upon his own shoulders. In general, the bureaucratic tendencies inherent in large-scale organization lessen the ability of professional executives to perform their functions effectively, even if they conscientiously seek to serve the best interests of the firm. Big business, like large-scale government, tends to suffer from a bureaucratic stiffening of the joints. The result is to impair management efficiency, to create inflexibility of operation and some resistance to change, and to increase the strain placed on the personal and leadership qualities of the chief executive. On the other hand, the professional manager's emphasis on organization and the organizational techniques permitted by the size of the large corporation have contributed to management's efficiency and have permitted constructive programs to be carried through that would have been impossible otherwise. The management structure within the large corporation has its positive as well as its negative side, so far as its effects upon business leadership are concerned. In addition to problems of internal organization, top management in the large corporation must also deal with directors and with important outside interest groups. The institutional environment of the salaried executive, therefore, differs from that of the owner-entrepreneur, particularly of the small concern. In many companies, of course, the role of the non-officer director is a nominal one. But where the influence or leadership of directors is important, the resulting business decisions may well reflect an undue degree of financial caution. On occasion, they may reflect interests, outside the business, which particular directors wish to further. From his stockholders and perhaps from powerful banking interests associated with the firm, the chief executive of the large corporation is subject to pressures which the owner-entrepreneur avoids, although on occasion the latter may also have his problems with banks registered. The large firm with outstanding securities is subject to more government regulation than the small owner-managed concern, its legal problems are more varied, hence the influence of the legal profession is greater, and its management must ordinarily be more sensitive to public opinion. The results on decision-making are twofold. These influences create additional data which management must take into account in making its decisions. Equally important, the character of the chief executive's job is affected. He must spend a substantial part of his time handling these and other external relations of the firm. For this reason, as well as because of the complexities of internal management organization, he must stress the coordinating aspects of his job and leave largely to subordinates the initiation and to some extent even the approval of important operating decisions registered. No two business executives are exactly alike. Nonetheless, there are certain characteristics which we can attribute to professional managers as a group, and these attributes condition the business thinking and decision-making of the professional business leader. The modern corporation executive is better educated and in many respects better trained than the owner-entrepreneur of an earlier or even the present day. With this education and training has gone a marked development of a scientific approach to business problems, as evident in the increasing emphasis on careful planning, the use of advisory and research staffs, the development of accounting techniques and budget procedures, the attention being paid to problems of internal organization and executive personnel, and so on. Among some professional executives, scientific caution may degenerate into a tendency to play safe. They do not receive the profits which may result from taking a chance, while their position in the firm may be jeopardized in the event of serious loss. This is an aspect of the bureaucratic tendencies mentioned previously, making for inflexibility and some resistance to change. In spite of the better education and training of the professional executive, his general business background may not be as wide as that of the man running his own business. In the lower executive ranks, it is particularly likely to be narrow, while the chief executive himself is apt to have come up through the ranks and to have devoted most of his career to one or a few functions. Even at the top, the latter may continue to be primarily a specialist in his decision-making, hence the dependence on influential directors and bankers for advice, the development of advisory staffs, and the great reliance on management committees and group decision-making. 1 degree. Of course, the greatest contrast between the professional manager and the owner-entrepreneur lies in the character of their respective stakes in the business. A considerable literature has developed concerning the implications, especially from the point of view of the stockholder, of the separation of management and control from ownership. Management's small stock holdings have significantly diminished the strength of the profits incentive among professional business leaders, and this has been accompanied by a strengthening of the various non-financial attractions which the large corporation has to offer. For example, satisfaction of the creative urge and professional interest in the job compete with profit-making as a guide to action, although profits for the firm remain the primary criterion. Power and prestige for the individual executive are not dependent on the personal receipts of profits, and they are only loosely correlated with profits for the firm. These considerations regarding incentives raise important questions. Do professional managements seek always to maximize profits for their firms, and is their distribution of earnings always equitable to stockholders and such as to facilitate the smooth functioning of the economic system? For equally important is the broader question as to what role profits may play in a private enterprise system if they are not the reward for active business leadership. Some possible economic effects of professionalizing business leadership. Basically, the characteristics of large-scale professionalized business leadership outlined in the preceding section may affect entrepreneurial decision-making, and hence the functioning of the economy, in either of two ways. As we have already suggested, there may not be the same emphasis on maximizing profits for the firm and the stockholders, as we should expect from a proprietor running his own business. If this is the case, not only is the stockholder affected but, more important, the economic system does not behave entirely in accordance with the profit rules under which it is supposed to function. Secondly, even if we assume for the moment that professional managers do seek always to maximize profits, the leadership conditions under which they operate may still result in decisions significantly different from those which would have been reached under a different set of leadership conditions. For example, complexities of internal organization may prevent management from exploiting fully every profit opportunity, or the more scientific approach of professional managers may uncover investment opportunities that might have escaped the old-fashioned type of owner-entrepreneur using hit-and-miss methods. We run into difficulties when we try to evaluate in greater detail the effects on decision-making of the leadership conditions in the large corporations. What can be said lies almost entirely in the field of conjecture. Factual evidence is largely lacking, and the tendencies which seem to be at work do not all point in the same direction. We have already stated our opinion that the goal of profit-making, while still paramount, has been weakened in the large corporation. In view of management's small ownership and the incentive system, it would be surprising if this were not the case. The delegation of much decision-making to specialists in the lower executive ranks, professional characteristics emphasizing security of tenure and interest in the job for its own sake, and possible pressures from non-management groups put further obstacles in the way of complete adherence to the goal of profits maximization for the firm as a whole. The profits criterion can never be disregarded by salaried executives. As a minimum, it is necessary to keep directors and stockholders passive. Registered beyond this, however, the executive group may or may not seek, with every decision to be made, to enlarge profits still further. There is considerable opportunity to follow other goals. Today, executives are not likely to use extensively the criterion of maximum financial gain for themselves. 74 But they may very well adopt, at least in part, such criteria as personal position and power, the desire to see the firm larger, or even more socially desirable goals such as the welfare of workers, consumers, or other broad groups. Perhaps more important, they may seek to some extent to play safe and to avoid some of the change and uncertainty which result from assiduous pursuit of every possible opportunity to increase profits further. To the extent that salaried executives do not take advantage of every change in profit opportunities, an additional element of inflexibility is introduced into the large corporations' responses to changing conditions over and above the inertias normally inherent in large-scale organization. In short, such managements are likely not to be as sensitive as they might to short-period changes, which are continually occurring in market conditions and profit expectations, price behavior, and other economic variables being affected accordingly. In this connection, large-scale business leadership has shown a marked tendency to concentrate upon long-term strategic considerations, particularly on maintaining the competitive and financial position of the firm. Prices may be maintained or changed, for example, not so much with the specific aim of maximizing profits over some period as to protect a competitive position over the very long run, or investment decisions may be based on a variety of financial and strategic considerations, not all of them concerned with a precise balancing of expected returns against cost. 1 cent. A marks for the managers. Hans H. Girth and C. Wright Mills. there is a tendency to interpret modern history, and particularly the 20th century, in terms of an increasing bureaucratization. In whatever domain of thought the question has arisen, there have been able presentations of the facts of the centralization of industrial and administrative organization. But it is not only in statistical curves that such phenomena receive notice. They make up the stuff of several philosophies of history. It is no accident that Max Weber is more and more frequently quoted for his thesis that the historical drift may be seen as a bureaucratization of industrial societies, irrespective of their constitutional governments. It is this form of organization which is taken to be the substance of history, the more so as it is identified with the growing rationality of modern society. It is clear that the application of Occidental science is an indispensable element in the development of large-scale and planned administrations. For Thorstein Veblen, as well as for Weber, the advent of science is a phenomenon unique and central to Western civilization. Veblen focused more directly upon the sequence of accumulative technology and drew inferences directly from the fact of its dominance. Apart from the opaque line of technological relationality, social life is drift and habituation. The irrational institutions, particularly pecuniary ones, are in the main only permissive. All they do is occasionally hinder the spread of mechanical rationality into all areas of life. It is the men who nurse the big machines, the industrial population, who implement that which makes history. For Weber, impersonal rationality stands as polar opposite to personal charisma, the extraordinary gift of leaders. For Veblen, technology, widely construed, stands opposite irrational institutions. And for both, in whatever other respects they may differ, the rational, the technical pole of history will come through. It will increase to dominate the social life of the West. In this kind of philosophy of history, warfare and revolutions, crises and class struggles, are not the central objects to be explained. They are part of modern man's destiny, and as subsidiary processes they further implement the big drift toward rationality. The irrational is identified with charismatic leaders or with a democracy of emotions or institutionalized masses or with pecuniary institutions. Authors who follow Pareto and place emphasis upon revolutionary changes and historical discontinuities at the price of structures are likely to see reality under the emblems of oscillating elites. Occasionally youth serves as the shibboleth of tacit hopes to escape the inevitable routinized structures of modern societies, and it is also used as an explanation of sudden crises. One of the latest formulations which popularizes such interpretations is provided in James Burnham's book. His thesis is that what is happening in the world will eventuate neither in socialism nor in capitalism, rather that through revolutions and wars we move toward a managerial society. The alternatives of capitalism or socialism, of nationalism or internationalism, are displaced by a formula which absorbs a number of problems into the explanation of one phrase. Strangely enough, such apparently diverse structures as the New Deal, Russian communism, and Nazism are taken to be phases on similar roads to this ultimate ending in a managerial society. In common with Spengler, the temper of Burnham's diction embodies a pervasive cultural pessimism, and from Marx it borrows the draconian inevitableness of iron necessity. With Lawrence Dennis, Burnham shares a technical admiration of the efficient machines now prowling out from Germany and irresistibly attracting half of Russia. The managerial world current is Burnham's demiurge of history, for just as a rather petty species of executive manager in the Peloponnesian states became for Plato the world builder, so Burnham platonizes and imputes an irresistible movement toward power to the production expert and administrative executive. This philosophy of history is typically anchored, whether explicitly or not, in two different spheres, in the changing class structure of the corporate capitalism of the 20th century and in the shifting relationship between the executive and legislative branches of parliamentary governments and administrative growth of the former. Only by understanding what has been happening in these two spheres can we locate Burnham's views. The significance of the trends evidenced in these spheres must be assessed, and their import for the rise to power of various personnels and structures must be drawn. What do they mean for the distribution of political power and the methods of holding it? How do they affect the chances of power of various strata and types of persons in modern societies? There are several facts concerning the shift of class composition and function in 20th century capitalism upon which there is agreement. Occupationally, the most striking characteristic is the rise of the new middle class. Since the First Great War of the century it has gained great social weight. It is composed of white-collar groups and of various professions. It makes up the bulk of clerical and technical staffs. It contains the salaried administrator and the expert civil servant, the trained manager and the VAT engineer. It is the chief repository of those skills necessary to run administrative and industrial machinery, and its members have assumed many of the functions requisite to a capitalist society. Recognizing the rise to economic and industrial functioning of this class, many writers have set forth lines of social action leading from it. It is precisely around the crucial facts concerning this new middle class that social interpretations have hovered, and in them are anchored disappointed socialist views and not a few prophecies and hopes. In taking cognizance of the new middle class, G.D.H. Cole stated in 1937 that it has acted politically, as well as economically, as the faithful servant of large-scale capitalism. It has the power to organize and carry on industry itself, without the aid of the grande bourgeoisie, if it can ensure the cooperation or the subservience of the proletariat, if the proletariat could be reinforced by the adhesion of even a minority of the technicians, administrators, and professional men and women who form the active section of the new petite bourgeoisie, it could be strong enough to build socialism against the united hostility of the grande bourgeoisie and the more reactionary petite bourgeois groups. As over against continental socialists, English socialists tend to discount the state with its armed forces. In The Engineers and the Price System, Veblen set forth the industrial and economic situation out of which an association and group consciousness of technicians, presumably recruited from this middle class, might arise. For him the realities of the case lie within the range of industrial and technological fact. The modern technological system is indispensable to modern populations, and only the engineers can run it. In the technical planning and execution of work, the technicians necessarily take the initiative and exercise the necessary surveillance and direction. Given the centralized and intricately connected technological system, the wholehearted cooperation of the technicians would be indispensable to any effectual movement of overturn. They are essential for any successful line of revolutionary action. But Veblen does not detail the means by which an association of engineers might come about. He does not examine political and class situations, and the differential chances of power holding and power grabbing do not come within his explicit purview. On this crucial point he is ambiguous by irony, and behind this guise he states that, although they are indispensable to any overthrow, the technicians will not engage in such a line of action. In so far as workers are organized, it is in organizations for bargaining, not production, which are of the vested interests. Yet, in order to be successful, the engineers' revolution involves inquiry and publicity directed at the underlying population and the working out of a common understanding and a solidarity of sentiment between the technicians and the working force engaged in the greater underlying industries of the system. There are those among the technocrats who, being less competent than Veblen, were also less cautious. For these the apocalyptic day of seized power follows quickly the night of economic and technical shifts in function. In 1935 Alfred Bingham stated, if the original Marxist concept of a class rising from functional supremacy to political supremacy be followed, it leads today to the conclusion that the technical and managerial middle classes are slated to be next in the sequence of ruling classes. In assessing the chances at power of the new middle class, Cole seeks programmatically to draw their weight into the big push of the workers. Veblen seeks to draw the workers' support to the engineers among the new class. Bingham fears their support of fascism. But Burnham is not so cautious as all these. It is his thesis that the managers, who, although he does not say so, are drawn from the middle class, are increasingly the rulers of modern nations and that we are moving into a society over which they will be absolute lords. The heart of Burnham's thesis and the chief assumption underlying it are contained in the 1935 quotation from Bingham. One error which pervades this interpretation of the chances at power of managerial elements of the new middle class is the assumption that the technical indispensability of certain functions in a social structure are taken ipso facto as a prospective claim for political power. This error is not confined to the view that technical managers and production engineers are going to usher in a society dominated by themselves. It also feeds the widespread notion that in modern Germany the middle class has attained power. If facts are brought to bear upon these points, they will disclose the infeasibility of the basic assumption which underlies them. It is our view that such interpretations unduly shortcut the road from technical indispensability to a grab and hold of power. The shortcut establishes too automatic an agreement between the social economic order and political movements. It is only by confining the term capitalism to production for free markets, to a laissez-faire economy under a parliamentary government, that Burnham is able to view imperialist Germany as non-capitalistic. However, there is a type of capitalism that produces for the state rather than for an open market. As a system, such production has always been most profitable. 19th-century capitalism may have preferred peaceful penetration, the open door, and economic pacifism. Imperialist capitalism of the 20th century increasingly trades at the point of a gun, but it is no less capitalism. In evaluating the class situation in Germany, we must consider that the group of big industrialists and Junkers have not lost power. If occasional members are plucked out for individual discipline, it does not mean that as a stratum they have been deprived of power, but merely that what Mr. Thiessen loses becomes Baron von Schroeder's commission. Frequently the inference is made that the governmental regulations of the German war economy, the political allocation of investment capital, raw materials, labor, and the subsidization of chances to export act to the detriment of the capitalist class. To some factions they do. In general, those suffer whose products and establishments are not considered vital for the war economy. The shift from a peacetime to a wartime economy affects this class, as does any such crisis. Likewise, the political guidance of investment policies deprives many establishments of profits which under a free market would have been available for reinvestment. However, the funds which are losses to some capitalists are gains for other capitalists. In the political capitalism of Germany, the state acts as a coordinating and transferring agency. The German army is a big business, and to the extent that its acquisitions allow for the incorporation of other nations' businesses, it pays in plant expansions. Why should munition makers such as Henschel and Krupp, and airplane manufacturers such as Junker and Messerschmitt, feel thwarted by plant expansions because they are financed from funds that are larger than those that would have been available in an open market and which consist of taxes and governmentally compelled loans? The political control of the total economy secures an investment to the big capitalists and their subcontractors who are considered essential to the war economy. Mr. Funk is no less divorced from the capitalist group than was Mr. Schacht. The latter came out of a bank, while the former emerged from the commercial pages of the Berlin Boursen-Zeitung. The war economy makes the estates of the Junkers as necessary and safe as under the Kaiser or the Social Democratic regime when they faced the blockade. There is no evidence that the traditional ruling class of big industrialists and Junkers in Germany fare worse economically under Hitler than they did under the Kaiser. The Junkers' estates have been buttressed by a class of hereditarily entailed peasants. The National Socialist Party domesticates labor and the middle class for the owners better than did the Democratic Socialists. Control of prices works similarly for them and only secondarily for the peasant. As part of the consumers and as a labor reserve, the middle class helps carry the load. The fact that numerous individuals of middle-class extraction have had opportunities and have risen in the social scale does not mean that the middle class rose to power. On the contrary, the Nazi war economy has violated all material election promises to the middle class. The middle class was politically important in the ascent of the Nazi party to power, but it is a power which they do not share. Tax Bolshevism was not decimated, it was augmented. Wholesale distributions through cooperatives and department stores did not decline under Nazi control. At least 500,000 independent middle-class retailers closed down. And many independent enterprisers have become factory hands. In the light of such facts, it would be strange to assume that a class gets into power only to curtail its own opportunities and its own interests. Totalitarian regimentation has superseded Bergfrieden. Those individuals of middle-class extraction who have become officers in the army and Gestapo agents, by virtue of their party membership, fill occupations which make them part of the state organization. From this state organization and not from their class extraction they derive such power as they have. In monarchical Germany many bureaucrats were recruited from among the petite bourgeoisie, but this did not mean that the imperial policy benefited the petite bourgeoisie. Nor does the fact that Hitler was a house painter and Goebbels' father a blacksmith benefit the house painters and the blacksmiths. The question is, where is the power? And the answer is, it is the structure of domination, which is the state with its monopoly of physical force, and fused within it the industrialists and their agrarian colleagues. Neither the proclamation nor the social extraction of the political actor is the deciding factor in the use of power. Deeds answer the question cui bono? Discrete opportunities for individual jobs is one thing, access to the positions controlling the big business of Europe is quite another. The ascent of certain members of the middle class is more than counterbalanced by the compulsory descent of other members of this class, by the decline of their standard of living, and by the war losses of their youth. The role of the German lower middle class in the ascent to power of the Nazi Party is well known. The meagerness of their political harvest should by now be equally evident. The rise of a few Nazi parvenus into industrial robber barons, booty capitalists of imperialist dimensions, is paid for dearly by the non-owners and by displaced owners. The spoils of the war and levies on Jewry, municipalities, political protectorates, and subjected nations accrue to the propertied class. It is a peculiarity of modern warfare irrespective of nations and constitutions, that the middle class has nothing material to gain from it. Political capitalism as it now dominates Germany does not benefit middle-class businesses, nor does it lend power to the middle class. Such psychic income of patriotic glory as they receive may compensate for social and economic deterioration. It is, however, ersatz. This middle class contains the managerial professionals with whom Burnham is concerned. He speaks of their grasp of and high chance at further power. The crucial fact in Germany concerning these skilled personnels in their relation to power is that their very indispensability and scarcity value for a war economy ensures their loss of income and personal freedom, and provides a decade of overwork. The close supervision over them partakes of army discipline. Not power but subjugation to martial law is their lot. They are as enslaved as any wage worker. That skill is at a premium does not in itself mean that the skilled have an opportunity for positions entailing power decisions. They are attached to plants as mere serfs to feudal manors. Unless their income exceeds 12,000 Reichsmarks a year. A slight minority of them have salaries above this figure. As experts they give advice, but they receive orders. Occupational skill is not identical with class position. Some engineers are hired men, other engineers do the hiring. A consultant engineer may have his own office, work for his own account, and, economically speaking, be an independent enterpriser. Or an individual with the same type and amount of trained skill may be a production engineer with a fixed salary and fixed stages in his career within an organization. The possession of a skill may well mean quite heterogeneous interests, class positions, and political loyalties. In a democracy, apart from common technical knowledge, technicians may be found on all political sides of many social fences. The technical knowledge of managers and their relation to production is one thing, their class position, political loyalties, and their stake in the current system is quite another. There is no intrinsic connection between the two. Those who control the experts are not the political colleagues of managers but their powerful masters. From a managerial standpoint they may be amateurs, but perhaps it is always the experts in power grabbing and wielding who, although not specialists in handling implements of production or destruction, master whole nations and purge experts. Modern industry does require specifically trained staffs. but such occupational roles will be filled irrespective of the type of political system in which this modern industry is situated. The chances at political power for those filling technically indispensable roles is not a function of their technical roles but of their class position and political affiliations, whatever they may be. Precisely because of their specialization and knowledge, the scientist and technician are among the most easily used and coordinated of groups in modern society. This is proved in the German experience. The very rigor of their training typically makes them the easy dupes of men wise in political ways. In the face of Burnham's depiction of the sinister motives of dissatisfied managers and in defense of the trustworthiness, reliability, and loyalty of America's technical managers to owners and to our society as it is now duly constituted, it is pertinent to recall the resolution passed by the representative American Engineering Council. Their stand on the technocracy question was well to the middle right, and they thought it appropriate at this time to record its unqualified admiration of Herbert Hoover, one of the world's greatest leaders and benefactors of our time. All factual reports of the organizations of American scientists and industrial technicians disprove completely speculations about the singular class position and political stand of such groups. An American Soviet of technically trained persons would be as politically and socially conservative as any businessmen's service club. One prop which is used to support belief in the shift of the manager's de facto control of industry to dominance in the political order is the fact of absentee ownership. Absentee ownership is one of the problems of modern industrial society which certain thinkers, among them Burnham, solve in favor of the absentee owner's functioning agent. Where Marx had the coupon-clipping parasites expropriated by the exploited proletariat, Burnham has them expropriated by their junior partners and social colleagues, the managers. The Marxist class struggle has shifted its stage from the barricades to the social club. The expropriation of capitalists becomes automatic, intimate, and silent. Despite Mr. Krasin, an odd engineer whom Burnham cites, the Russian Revolution does not quite confirm this view. Burnham notes with satisfaction for his thesis that, while the absentee owners have been absent, their functioning managers have been gaining power. But what have the owners been doing while absent from their businesses? Veblen did not tell the whole tale in his depiction of the activities of the leisure class. Absentee owners have continuously devoted themselves to politics. Mr. Chamberlain did not lose power because he substituted a premiership for the management of his private steel corporation, and it is said that the contract for the Anderson bomb shelter, instead of a large-scale investment in underground shelters, in London was, among other reasons, not entirely irrelevant to the steel industry. If they are successful, the Lords now taking over the guidance of the British Empire's destiny will not lessen the prestige and luster of their class. Tenants have not become owners because they have had disposition over houses and farms and estates, they have not, during the last 300 years, automatically dethroned the absentee-owning British aristocrats. Nor will the production engineers and administrative experts displace the economic royalists whose confidence they now enjoy. Burnham's definition of private property significantly omits one aspect of disposition over goods, the disposition to the next generation. It is pertinent that the sons of the managers do not inherit the managed property but rather the relatives of the absentee owners. It is not usual for managers to sell out the plants which they manage. Socialism begins where a legal order does not provide for succession of property holdings in terms of blood relationships nor for private transfers of property. Hence, in this respect, Nazism stands quite remote from communism. In Germany, as far as shifts in property holding are concerned, what has occurred makes for the happiness of owners and their heirs. Only in so far as they may become owners will the managers share in such happiness. It is by overlooking the problem of inheritance of property that Nazism and communism appear as two phases of the same movement. Those who hate the Nazi but fear Russian communism know why. In treating Russian communism and German Nazism as basically similar trends, Burnham confounds the regulatory power of the state with ownership. The ideal model of thought of economic theory may for certain purposes disregard the regulatory power of the state, but in reality there has never been economic conduct which has not been subject to political and legal regulations. Every tariff and industrial code, even if totalitarian, distributes differential opportunities among economic agents, and those who regulate do not thereby own. There is in Russian no private ownership of the means of production. Nobody owns them. Burnham's assumption that someone must, even if it be managers, because someone controls them, is a lag from capitalistic ways of thinking. His definition of property as actual disposition means an eternalization of notions of private property. No commander of a battleship owns it or transfers it at will. Nor do the heiresses to industrial properties in the United States, Germany, and England lose ownership of machines and offices which their late fathers' production engineers and executives efficiently and faithfully run for them. The belief in private and hereditary property, and the maintenance of a society stratified in terms of property, is not a technical or a managerial problem. It is quite evidently a political and legal problem. And it is precisely in the sphere of politics that managers do not significantly differ from owners in their beliefs and loyalties. Mr. Krassin and Friedrich Engels became communists not because they were engineers and manufacturers but despite it. So far we have considered managers as the members of the new middle class who are technically and industrially concerned directly in production. Burnham, however, does not restrict the term manager to such production and industrial functions. For him, it apparently includes a type of governmental bureaucrat. This duality of meaning, which pervades his argument, enables him to lend to its cogency in various contexts by making references to powerful groups in each of these contexts. Either by violating the principle of identity or by taking the term manager as an emblematic slogan to mean those in power, Burnham exploits the facts concerning the growth of bureaucratic structures for his own thesis. Sometimes the managers are the European managerial politician and frequently they are referred to as managers, in and out of government, along with their bureaucratic and military colleagues, and the bureaucrats. Yet later it is not the bureaucracy but the managing group which is becoming the ruling class. Again, when discussing those who attain power in the United States, Burnham says, the bureaucrats in charge of popular mass organizations take their places among the managers. He means the CIO. Who are the managers, is a real question for those who wish to understand Burnham's argument. They seem to be, as we have said, those in power in whatever context Burnham discusses. They have one trait in common: all the groups mentioned as managers are more or less associated with personnels holding offices in bureaucracies. Thus, much of the cogency that Burnham's thesis has is due to the simple fact that the form of organization all over the world is, perhaps increasingly, bureaucratic. But the ends for which these structures will be used, who will be at their tops, how they might be overthrown, and what movements will grow up into such structures. These are not considered, they are swallowed in the consideration of the form of organization, the demiurge of history, the managerial world current. Since the late 1920s it has been often observed that the executive branch of parliamentary government has been assuming more weight and functions at the expense of the legislative organs. Wars implement this shift. The legislature may be reduced to an interrogative, occasionally criticizing, and, after executive successes, applauding function. All modern states are bureaucratic. But bureaucracies do not operate without definite social settings. There are several views of the power relations of a growing bureaucracy. Hegel and his followers, down to Sombart and Burnham, hold that a bureaucracy becomes an autonomous structure with ultimate and supreme power over all classes. Others have not emphasized so much the technical aspect of the machinery of power but its direction and ends. The question cui bono? And the question of recruitment of those who dominate in the power decisions of a bureaucracy lead to questions which cannot be answered by confining oneself to the consideration of the formal pattern of modern states, whether they be czarist, monarchical, democratic, or totalitarian. It opens the question as to the power relations of the bureaucracy to various classes. If classes are ultimately defined according to their relations to the means of production, or in terms or property, a bureaucracy is certainly not a class. Typically, the official of a bureaucracy is not allowed to become an economic enterpriser. Insofar Hegel is correct, they remain removed from specific economic interests. But if, as in the political capitalism of modern Germany, a ruling group uses political power for building up private economic power, for acquiring industrial properties, it is probable that for once Marx may be correct in calling the state the executive committee of the ruling class. In parliamentary systems the group of owners may find its representation in the ruling party. In Germany the amassing of fortunes by Nazi chieftains does not curb but rather consolidates the power of the owning group. A new composition for an owning group does not destroy it. The robber barons fuse with the older industrialists by sharing their wealth, their interests, and their worries. In some contexts he who hesitates and does not grab is himself an object to be grabbed. Adventurous imperialism under Nazi aegis has no use for the individual brilliance of a Cecil Rhodes, they organize a disciplined advance comparable only to the older corporate adventures of such companies as the East Indian, but in a world already grabbed they must be even better armed, and they must mobilize an entire nation for their advance. For Burnham, the import of the growth of executive bureaucracies is the ousting of the capitalist owners. But there is no evidence for this. It is true that in America the corporations have been anti-Roosevelt and that the tension between the owners and the New Deal is due to the increasing of the regulatory power of the state. But this state control has by no means aimed at dislocating ownership. It has, in fact, been security against such dislocation. The New Deal has protected the perpetuation of the system of ownership against the dangers which seem to be inherent in it. It is not property which has been managed but the defaults of the property system. And in this respect, naturally, the corporate owners have not resented governmental expansion. They have resented that protection has been extended to small owners, farmers, and bank depositors, and to non-owning groups, as trade unions, and the unemployed. The corporate owners have sought to restrict the scope of such protection or welfare regulation by the government. The objection is that Roosevelt has unduly extended such control to the defaults of the system as it touches propertyless sectors of the population. What is the role and relation to power decisions of the expert in government? Experts do not make decisions but influence them, and, fortunately for the wielders of power, by virtue of their specialization they are likely to draw different conclusions from the same observations. The turnover of experts within structures of power, military, industrial, and governmental, does not conduce to their steady influence upon ultimate decisions. Witness the army purges and the shuffling of the self-confident, young men of the New Deal. It is not irrelevant to contrast the insecurity of tenure of the expert with the legally guaranteed inheritance of private owners. In totalitarian regimes the personal insecurity of experts increases proportionately to the influence of their advice. In democracies experts may retire and grumble, in totalitarianism they are liquidated. But is it true that the state bureaucracies that have grown up are tending to become the repository of power decisions? If not, for what class or social sector are they the instruments? Harold Laski has pointed out that the assumptions of the British civil servant are the same as those of the men who own the instruments of production. The general strike of 1926 showed that British bureaucrats will stand socially and politically with the ruling class. Neither their alleged neutrality nor their independence from the class in power has ever been tested by their having to administer policies counter to the loyalties of their class. It is true that the larger a bureaucracy becomes, the more restricted its head becomes in giving orders. The means built up restrict the ends for which they can be used. But the top knocks off the managers before they get to be the depository of decisional power. The purges in Germany serve the owners, certainly not the managers. In Russia the centralization of bureaucratic agencies involved the purging of any sector of it which was gaining too much weight and threatening the absolutism of Stalin and his ruling circle. The history of brain trustus does not bespeak the power of the managers in the New Deal. The task of understanding what is happening in the world today involves a comprehension of such basic issues as the retention or abolition of private property, the structure of classes, possible political and social movements, and of war. For it is from such matters and not in the all-pervasive drift to some general form of organization that one may obtain a view which implements an intelligent and prepared expectation. To swallow such crucial items and possibilities into a form of organization is to be engulfed within the demiurge of history. The questions of events that require answering and which may well be weighty determinants of the course of history are not merely incidental to some unilinear tendency toward great organizations. They may well constitute the pivots of history, they may be points around which managed structures swing in new and unforeseen directions. Nothing has been more surprising during recent decades than the disruption of large-scale bureaucratic regimes and the quick dissolution of armies. And nothing is more astounding than the speed with which new and rival social machineries may be built up. The Tsarist police and communist GPU may be equally harsh and brutal in their techniques of persecution, but this formal sameness should not obscure the fact that they are directed against different strata. Nothing is known of wholesale purges of production executives and army officers under Tsarism which would be comparable to the communist purges of the middle 1930s. It is such facts as these which make fruitless a lumping of all executive agencies under one rubric, the managers. We must not only consider the formal structures of history, we must also consider the various uses which are made of them. For the class pivots of such use are also a part of history. And an important part. Marx believed that state bureaucracies would remain fairly stable throughout bourgeois revolutionary shifts in power at the top, and Max Weber generalized this view for all revolutions. But this does not seem to be true of 20th century bureaucracies. Their very size and complexity make it possible for small alert groups with political loyalties to other machines to become cells in them and crucially to snare and entangle their functioning. Little cells may be formed in bureaucracies which externally carry on their proper work but take commands from political groups on the outside. Such activities do not contribute to continuous bureaucratization. It is not convincing that a book subtitled "What is Happening in the World" should be without an explanation of the drive to war. Wars seem to Burnham natural to society, they only further the drift toward a form of organization. In seeing capitalism's displacement by a managerial society, Burnham obviates an explanation of war. He vindicates Nazism because it succeeded in eliminating unemployment. He has, however, to expand the concept of employment far beyond economic functions. The endowment of unemployed masses not with relief but with barracks and weapons may constitute a solution, may lead out of unemployment crises, but it is no new precept to solve economic crises by plunging into imperialist warfare. The Nazi drive to war is not nihilism, but imperialism, an old phenomenon in a streamlined form. Factors which are not a part of the hypothetical managerial society but are intrinsic to the structure and our grouping of the real world are needed to explain war. Of particular importance today is the political bolstering and implementation of capitalist crises. Germany, says Hitler, must export or die. In shrinking world markets, German capitalism can conquer outlets for commodities and capital and raw materials only by violence. It is no longer possible by peaceful trade. Lebensraum for Central European capitalism means raw materials and chances to export. Socialism in one country may be possible, National Socialism is not. Burnham suffers from too much Marx. For economic determinism, control over the implements of production is the only route to power. But as E. A. Ross stated during the First World War, such a view needs to be rounded out with the doctrine of martial determinism. Among wars there are revolutionary wars which may be capitalized and guided by self-elected elites but not always. No manager pushes a button to be immediately and efficiently equipped with a spontaneous mass grasp at power. To overlook the stress of war on loyalty and morale and to count for naught the deprivations of masses may be helpful contributions to the cogency of a unilinear and formal construction of history, but it does not make for a readiness to expect the unexpected. To be grounded in history is to expect of the future that which does not follow mechanically but flows from large decisions not yet made. The belief in the stability of German totalitarianism and of the self-split and doom of the Soviet Union is a prognosis of Burnham's which does not become less a wishful thought by his dressing it in admiration of the technically efficient. The loyalties of potential revolutionary strata are not wholly determined by who has the best parachutes. Workers are not necessarily loyal because their employers have shiny machines. Soldiers are not necessarily loyal because their weapons are the latest. On the other hand, Dr. Goebbels has correctly remarked that revolutionary organizations and their animi do not disappear while underground. They become dangerous insofar as they succeed by cell techniques in winning the loyalties of men within the bureaucratic structures. In France the army was defeated but the generals remained. The very extension of these bureaucratic structures brings with it the extension of chaos should they fall during their supreme test, which is defeat in war. It is during such crises that not the specialist managers but revolutionary leaders may take over. The Russian and the German revolutions of 1917 and 1918 started in their navies, not with but against officers. We are not so convinced of the stability and finality of Nazism in Europe. American rearmament may solve the problem of unemployment, and warfare is no Nazi patent. The military breakdown and the eventual breakdown of the Nazi war machine may well release forces which may be primarily apt in engineering revolutions and later in managing staffs of engineers. Their goal will not be to curb masses but to mobilize them. A prognosis of what is happening in the world today, which reduces masses to the mere object of the mythologizing of engineers, may well be surprised at the potentialities of the possible opponents of the present managers. If the present ruling owners fall, so may their managers. Burnham's theory of historical change does not take adequately into account the de facto functioning of class structures. For him the constituents of society are masses and elites. History is now a struggle between managers and weak, because functionally superfluous, capitalists. Later it will be between different managers who will curb the masses with myths. In order to become dominant, all the managers must do is control the functional economy, really run the productive apparatus, silently knock over the remaining capitalists and curb the masses. That is all they have to do. Modern revolutions are not watched by masses as they occur within the palace of elites. Revolutions are less dependent upon managerial personnels and their myths than upon those who bring to focus and legitimate the revolutionary activity of struggling classes. The Russian revolutionaries may have been slight in number, but the peasants who wanted the land were many, and it is they who make revolutionary leaders successful. The French Revolution was not dissimilar. In Central Europe in 1918 the urban proletariat was the class that pushed the socialist leaders into power. In modern history, always behind the elites and parties there are revolutionary masses. Without such masses, parties may shout revolution, but they cannot make it. So far such revolutionary masses, landless peasants, striking workers, and defeated armies have ousted owners and their managers. The productive process is not always and necessarily continuous and ongoing, but may well exhibit major breakdowns and discontinuities. From the standpoint of the technologist, it seems to be the dilettantes and amateurs who, coming into power, build up a new staff of expert managers. Such radical shifts in the distribution of power and in the composition of personnels are not illuminated by being covered with the all-over phrase, the managerial revolution. 4. The structure of bureaucracy. Authority and decision-making. The calculability of behavior in bureaucracy rests on the premise that official policy will be faithfully carried out by subordinates. But as research has indicated, this policy is often modified or nullified in its passage through the administrative hierarchy. In the opening selection, Barnard presents a theoretical analysis of the organizational and psychological factors that make for conformity and nonconformity in bureaucracy. This is further elaborated by Simon, who considers also the multiple pressures on specific decisions in bureaucracy. The selection from Selznick analyzes the processes shaping the formation of bureaucratic policy with special reference to the organizational commitments which generate unanticipated modifications of policy. In his Notes on a Theory of Advice, Bryson analyzes the role of the expert advisor in relation to zero decision-making in different kinds of bureaucratic structure. Certain of these theoretical considerations are exemplified in the remaining selections in this section. Bureaucratic constraints upon the execution of policy are examined by Kingsley, who suggests that official policy is effectively put into practice when the bureaucratic staff and the policy-setting executives identify themselves with the same social class and share a common outlook. This situation is markedly changed with the advent of a new administration with social goals differing from those of the entrenched officials, as the selection from Lipset shows in some detail. Finally, the structural pressures on decisions involving two bureaucracies are examined in Dubin's account of collective bargaining between corporations and trade unions. A definition of authority. Chester I. Barnard. Authority is the character of a communication in a formal organization by virtue of which it is accepted by a contributor to or member of the organization as governing the action he contributes, that is, as governing or determining what he does or is not to do so far as the organization is concerned. If a directive communication is accepted by one to whom it is addressed, its authority for him is confirmed or established. It is admitted as the basis of action. Disobedience of such a communication is a denial of its authority for him. Therefore, under this definition, the decision as to whether an order has authority or not lies with the persons to whom it is addressed, and does not reside in persons of authority or those who issue these orders. This is so contrary to the view widely held by informed persons of many ranks and professions, and so contradictory to legalistic conceptions, and will seem to many so opposed to common experience, that it will be well at the outset to quote two opinions of persons in a position to merit respectful attention. It is not the intention to argue from authorities, but before attacking the subject it is desirable at least to recognize that prevalent notions are not universally held. Says Roberto Michels in the monograph Authority in the Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences, whether authority is of personal or institutional origin, it is created and maintained by public opinion, which in its turn is conditioned by sentiment, affection, reverence, or fatalism. Even when authority rests on mere physical coercion, it is accepted by those ruled, although the acceptance may be due to a fear of force. Again, Major General James G. Harbord, of long and distinguished military experience, and since his retirement from the Army a notable business executive, says on page 259 of his The American Army in France *A democratic president had forgotten that the greatest of all democracies is an army. Discipline and morale influence the inarticulate vote that is instantly taken by the masses of men when the order comes to move forward, a variant of the crowd psychology that inclines it to follow a leader, but the army does not move forward until the motion has carried. Unanimous consent only follows cooperation between the individual men in the ranks. These opinions are to the effect that even though physical force is involved, and even under the extreme condition of battle, when the regime is nearly absolute, authority nevertheless rests upon the acceptance or consent of individuals. Evidently such conceptions, if justified, deeply affect an appropriate understanding of organization and especially of the character of the executive functions. Our definition of authority, like General Harbord's democracy in an army, no doubt will appear to many whose eyes are fixed only on enduring organizations to be a platform of chaos. And so it is exactly so in the preponderance of attempted organizations. They fail because they can maintain no authority, that is, they cannot secure sufficient contributions of personal efforts to be effective or cannot induce them on terms that are efficient. In the last analysis, the authority fails because the individuals in sufficient numbers regard the burden involved in accepting necessary orders as changing the balance of advantage against their interest, and they withdraw or withhold the indispensable contributions. We must not rest our definition, however, on general opinion. The necessity of the assent of the individual to establish authority for him is inescapable. A person can and will accept a communication as authoritative only when four conditions simultaneously obtain. He can and does understand the communication. At the time of his decision he believes that it is not inconsistent with the purpose of the organization. At the time of his decision, he believes it to be compatible with his personal interest as a whole, and he is able mentally and physically to comply with it. A communication that cannot be understood can have no authority. An order issued, for example, in a language not intelligible to the recipient is no order at all. No one would so regard it. Now, many orders are exceedingly difficult to understand. They are often necessarily stated in general terms, and the persons who issued them could not themselves apply them under many conditions. Until interpreted, they have no meaning. The recipient either must disregard them or merely do anything in the hope that that is compliance. Hence, a considerable part of administrative work consists in the interpretation and reinterpretation of orders in their application to concrete circumstances that were not or could not be taken into account initially. A communication believed by the recipient to be incompatible with the purpose of the organization, as he understands it, could not be accepted. Action would be frustrated by cross purposes. The most common practical example is that involved in conflicts of orders. They are not rare. An intelligent person will deny the authority of that one which contradicts the purpose of the effort as he understands it. In extreme cases, many individuals would be virtually paralyzed by conflicting orders. They would be literally unable to comply. For example, an employee of a water system ordered to blow up an essential pump, or soldiers ordered to shoot their own comrades. I suppose all experienced executives know that when it is necessary to issue orders that will appear to the recipients to be contrary to the main purpose, especially as exemplified in prior habitual practice, it one's usually necessary and always advisable, if practicable, to explain or demonstrate why the appearance of conflict is an illusion. Otherwise the orders are likely not to be executed, or to be executed inadequately. If a communication is believed to involve a burden that destroys the net advantage of connection with the organization, there no longer would remain a net inducement to the individual to contribute to it. The existence of a net inducement is the only reason for accepting any order as having authority. Hence, if such an order is received, it must be disobeyed as utterly inconsistent with personal motives that are the basis of accepting any orders at all. Cases of voluntary resignation from all sorts of organizations are common for this sole reason. Malingering and intentional lack of dependability are the more usual methods. If a person is unable to comply with an order, obviously it must be disobeyed, or better, disregarded. To order a man who cannot swim to swim a river is a sufficient case. Such extreme cases are not frequent, but they occur. The more usual case is to order a man to do things only a little beyond his capacity, but a little impossible is still impossible. Naturally, the reader will ask, how is it possible to secure such important and enduring cooperation as we observe if in principle and in fact the determination of authority lies with the subordinate individual? It is possible because the decisions of individuals occur under the following conditions. Orders that are deliberately issued in enduring organizations usually comply with the four conditions mentioned above. There exists a zone of indifference in each individual within which orders are acceptable without conscious questioning of their authority. The interests of the persons who contribute to an organization as a group result in the exercise of an influence on the subject, or on the attitude of the individual, that maintains a certain stability of this zone of indifference. There is no principle of executive conduct better established in good organization than that orders will not be issued that cannot or will not be obeyed. Executives and most persons of experience who have thought about it know that to do so destroys authority, discipline, and morale. For reasons to be stated shortly, this principle cannot ordinarily be formally admitted, or at least cannot be professed. When it appears necessary to issue orders which are initially or apparently unacceptable, either careful preliminary education, or persuasive efforts, or the prior offering of effective inducements will be made, so that the issue will not be raised, the denial of authority will not occur, and orders will be obeyed. It is generally recognized that those who least understand this fact, newly appointed minor or first-line executives, are often guilty of disorganizing their groups for this reason, as do experienced executives who lose self-control or become unbalanced by a delusion of power or for some other reason. Inexperienced persons take literally the current notions of authority and are then said not to know how to use authority or to abuse authority. Their superiors often profess the same beliefs about authority in the abstract, but their successful practice is easily observed to be inconsistent with their professions. The phrase zone of indifference may be explained as follows: if all the orders for actions reasonably practicable be arranged in the order of their acceptability to the person affected, it may be conceived that there are a number which are clearly unacceptable, that is, which certainly will not be obeyed. There is another group somewhat more or less on the neutral line, that is, either barely acceptable or barely unacceptable, and a third group unquestionably acceptable. This last group lies within the zone of indifference. The person affected will accept orders lying within this zone and is relatively indifferent as to what the order is so far as the question of authority is concerned. Such an order lies within the range that in a general way was anticipated at time of undertaking the connection with the organization. For example, if a soldier enlists, whether voluntarily or not, in an army in which the men are ordinarily moved about within a certain broad region, it is a matter of indifference whether the order be to go to A or B, C or D, and so on, and goings to A, B, C, D, etc., are in the zone of indifference. The zone of indifference will be wider or narrower depending upon the degree to which the inducements exceed the burdens and sacrifices which determine the individual's adhesion to the organization. It follows that the range of orders that will be accepted will be very limited among those who are barely induced to contribute to the system. Since the efficiency of organization is affected by the degree to which individuals assent to orders, denying the authority of an organization communication is a threat to the interests of all individuals who derive a net advantage from their connection with the organization, unless the orders are unacceptable to them also. Accordingly, at any given time there is among most of the contributors an active personal interest in the maintenance of the authority of all orders which to them are within the zone of indifference. The maintenance of this interest is largely a function of informal organization. Its expression goes under the names of public opinion, organization opinion, feeling in the ranks, group attitude, etc. Thus the common sense of the community informally arrived at affects the attitude of individuals, and makes them, as individuals, loath to question authority that is within or near the zone of indifference. The formal statement of this common sense is the fiction that authority comes down from above, from the general to the particular. This fiction merely establishes a presumption among individuals in favor of the acceptability of orders from superiors, enabling them to avoid making issues of such orders without incurring a sense of personal subserviency or a loss of personal or individual status with their fellows. Thus the contributors are willing to maintain the authority of communications because, where care is taken to see that only acceptable communications in general are issued, most of them fall within the zone of personal indifference, and because communal sense influences the motives of most contributors most of the time. The practical instrument of this sense is the fiction of superior authority, which makes it possible normally to treat a personal question impersonally. The fiction registered of superior authority is necessary for two main reasons. It is the process by which the individual delegates upward, or to the organization, responsibility for what is an organization decision and action which is depersonalized by the fact of its quadrestinate character. This means that if an instruction is disregarded, an executive's risk of being wrong must be accepted, a risk that the individual cannot and usually will not take unless in fact his position is at least as good as that of another with respect to correct appraisal of the relevant situation. Most persons are disposed to grant authority because they dislike the personal responsibility which they otherwise accept, especially when they are not in a good position to accept it. The practical difficulties in the operation of organization seldom lie in the excessive desire of individuals to assume responsibility for the organization action of themselves or others, but rather lie in the reluctance to take responsibility for their own actions in organization. The fiction gives impersonal notice that what is at stake is the good of the organization. If objective authority is flouted for arbitrary or merely temperamental reasons, if, in other words, there is deliberate attempt to twist an organization requirement to personal advantage, rather than properly to safeguard a substantial personal interest, then there is a deliberate attack on the organization itself. To remain outside an organization is not necessarily to be more than not friendly or not interested. To fail in an obligation intentionally is an act of hostility. This no organization can permit, and it must respond with punitive action if it can, even to the point of incarcerating or executing the culprit. This is rather generally the case where a person has agreed in advance in general what he will do. Leaving an organization in the lurch is not often tolerable. Decision-making and administrative organization. Herbert A. Simon. It is clear that the actual physical task of carrying out an organization's objectives falls to the persons at the lowest level of the administrative hierarchy. The automobile, as a physical object, is built not by the engineer or the executive, but by the mechanic on the assembly line. The fire is extinguished, not by the fire chief or the captain, but by the team of firemen who play a hose on the blaze. It is equally clear that the persons above this lowest or operative level in the administrative hierarchy are not mere surplus baggage, and that they too must have an essential role to play in the accomplishment of the agency's objectives. Even though, as far as physical cause and effect are concerned, it is the machine gunner, and not the major, who fights battles, the major will likely have a greater influence upon the outcome of a battle than will any single machine gunner. Tuesday rants or discretion. The term influence covers a wide range, both in the degree to which one person affects the behavior of another and in the method whereby that influence is exercised. Without an analysis of these differences of degree and kind, no realistic picture can be drawn of an administrative organization. It is because of its failure to account for variations in influence that the usual organization chart, with its oversimplified representation of the lines of authority, fails to record the complexity of actual organizations. The organization chart does not reveal the fact that the actual exercise of authority may, and often does, cut across formal organizational lines, and that forms of influence other than authority, information, training, identification may be far more important than the former in securing coordination throughout the organization. Influence is exercised in its most complete form when a decision promulgated by one person governs every aspect of the behavior of another. On the parade ground, the marching soldier is permitted no discretion whatsoever. His every step, his bearing, the length of his pace are all governed by authority. Frederick the Great is reported to have found the parade ground deportment of his guards perfect with one flaw. They breathe, he complained. Few examples could be cited, however, from any other realm of practical affairs where influence is exercised in such complete and unlimited form. Most often, organizational influences place only partial limits upon the exercise of discretion. A subordinate may be told what to do, but given considerable leeway as to how he will carry out the task. The what is, of course, a matter of degree also and may be specified within narrower or broader limits. The commands of a captain at the scene of a fire place much narrower limits on the discretion of the fireman than those placed on a fire chief by the city charter, which states in general terms the function of the fire department. Since influence can be exercised with all degrees of specificity, in order to determine the scope of influence or authority which is exercised in any concrete case, it is necessary to dissect the decisions of the subordinate into their component parts and then determine which of these parts are controlled by the superior and which are left to the subordinate's discretion. Influence over value and fact. Any rational decision may be viewed as a conclusion reached from certain premises. These premises are of two different kinds, value premises and factual premises, roughly equivalent to ends and means, respectively. Given a complete set of value and factual premises, there remains only one unique decision which is consistent with rationality. That is, with a given system of values and a specified set of possible alternatives, there is one alternative of the set which is preferable to the others. The behavior of a rational person can be controlled, therefore, if the value and factual premises upon which he bases his decisions are specified for him. This control can be complete or partial. All the premises can be specified, or some can be left to his discretion. The scope of influence, and conversely the scope of discretion, are determined by the number and importance of the premises which are specified and the number and importance of those which are left unspecified. There is one important difference between permitting a subordinate discretion over value premises and permitting him discretion over factual premises. The latter can always be evaluated as correct or incorrect in an objective, empirical sense. To a value premise, on the other hand, the terms correct and incorrect do not apply. To say that a means is correct is to say that it is appropriate to its end, but to say that an end is correct is meaningless unless we redefine the end as a means to some more final end, in which case its correctness as means ceases to be a value question and becomes a factual question. Hence, if only factual premises are left to the subordinate's discretion, there is, under the given circumstances, only one decision which he can correctly reach. On the other hand, if value premises are left to the subordinate's discretion, the correctness of his decision will depend upon the value premises he selects, and there is no universally accepted criterion of right or wrong which can be applied to his selection. This distinction between factual and value premises has an obvious bearing on the question of how discretion is to be reconciled with responsibility and accountability, and what the line of division is to be between policy and administration. To pursue this subject further would take us beyond the bounds of the present analysis, and we leave it with a reference to two recent contributions to the problem. Implications for unity of command. When it is admitted that influence need extend to only a few of the premises of decision, it follows that more than one order can govern a given decision, provided that no two orders extend to the same premise. An analysis of almost any decision of a member of a formal organization would reveal that the decision was responsive to a very complex structure of influences. Military organization affords an excellent illustration of this. In ancient warfare, the battlefield was not unlike the parade ground. An entire army was often commanded by a single man, and his authority extended in a very complete and direct form to the lowest man in the ranks. This was possible because the entire battlefield was within range of a man's voice and vision, and because tactics were for the most part executed by the entire army in unison. The modern battlefield presents a very different picture. Authority is exercised through a complex hierarchy of command. Each level of the hierarchy leaves an extensive area of discretion to the level below, and even the private soldier, under combat conditions, exercises a considerable measure of discretion. Under these circumstances, how does the authority of the commander extend to the soldiers in the ranks? How does he limit and guide their behavior? He does this by specifying the general mission and objective of each unit on the next level below, and by determining such elements of time and place as will assure a proper coordination among the units. The colonel assigns to each battalion in his regiment its task, the lieutenant colonel to each company, the captain to each platoon. Beyond this the officer ordinarily does not go. The internal deployment of each unit is left to the officer in command of that unit. The United States Army Field Service regulations specify that an order should not trespass upon the province of a subordinate. It should contain everything that the subordinate must know to carry out his mission, but nothing more. So far as field orders go, then, the discretion of a subordinate officer is limited only by the specification of the objective of his unit and its general schedule. He proceeds to narrow further the discretion of his own subordinates so far as is necessary to specify what part each subunit is to play in accomplishing the task of the whole. Does this mean that the decision of the officer is limited only by his objective or mission? Not at all. To be sure, the field order does not go beyond this point, for it specifies only the what of his action. But the officer is also governed by the tactical doctrine and general orders of the army, which specify in some detail the how. When the captain receives field orders to deploy his company for an attack, he is expected to carry out the deployment in accordance with the accepted tactical principles in the army. In leading his unit, he will be held accountable for the how as well as the what. The same kind of analysis could be carried out for the man who actually does the army's work, the private soldier, and we would see that the mass of influences that bear upon his decisions include both direct commands and tactical training and indoctrination. We find, then, that to understand the process of decision in an organization it is necessary to go far beyond the on-the-spot orders which are given by superior to subordinate. It is necessary to discover how the subordinate is influenced by standing orders, by training, and by review of his actions. It is necessary to study the channels of communication in the organization in order to determine what information reaches him which may be relevant to his decisions. The broader the sphere of discretion left to the subordinate by the orders given him, the more important become those types of influence which do not depend upon the exercise of formal authority. Once this complex network of decisional influences comes into view, it becomes difficult to defend either the sufficiency or the necessity of the doctrine of unity of command. Its sufficiency must be questioned on the same grounds that the sufficiency of the organization chart is questioned. At best it tells only a half-truth, for formal authority is only one aspect, and that probably not the most important, of organizational structure. The necessity of unity of command must be questioned because there do not appear to be any a priori grounds why a decision should not be subject to several organizational influences. Indeed, a number of serious students of administration have advocated this very thing. We have already mentioned Taylor's theory of functional supervision, and their arguments cannot be waved aside with the biblical quotation that no man can serve two masters. It remains to be demonstrated that unity of command rather than plurality of command either is, or should be, the prevalent form of administrative structure. Organizational influences on the subordinate. Thus far we have been talking about the extent of the organization's influence over its employees. Next we must consider the ways in which this influence is exerted. The subordinate is influenced not only by command but also by his organizational loyalties, by his strivings toward efficient courses of action, by the information and advice which is transmitted to him through the organization's lines of communication, and by his training. Each of these items deserves brief discussion. Authority. The concept of authority has been analyzed at length by students of administration. We shall employ here a definition substantially equivalent to that put forth by C.I. Barnard. Registered, a subordinate is said to accept authority whenever he permits his behavior to be guided by a decision reached by another, without independently examining the merits of that decision. When exercising authority, the superior does not seek to convince the subordinate, but only to obtain his acquiescence. In actual practice, of course, authority is usually liberally admixed with suggestion and persuasion. An important function of authority is to permit a decision to be made and carried out even when agreement cannot be reached, but perhaps this arbitrary aspect of authority has been overemphasized. In any event, if it is attempted to carry authority beyond a certain point, which may be described as the subordinate's zone of acquiescence, disobedience will follow. The magnitude of the zone of acquiescence depends upon the sanctions which authority has available to enforce its commands. The term sanctions must be interpreted broadly in this connection, for positive and neutral stimuli such as community of purpose, habit, and leadership are at least as important in securing acceptance of authority as are the threat of physical or economic punishment. It follows that authority, in the sense here defined, can operate upward and sidewise as well as downward in the organization. If an executive delegates to his secretary a decision about file cabinets and accepts her recommendation without re-examination of its merits, he is accepting her authority. The lines of authority represented on organization charts do have a special significance, however, for they are commonly resorted to in order to terminate debate when it proves impossible to reach a consensus on a particular decision. Since this appellate use of authority generally requires sanctions to be effective, the structure of formal authority in an organization usually is related to the appointment, disciplining, and dismissal of personnel. These formal lines of authority are commonly supplemented by informal authority relations in the day-to-day work of the organization, while the formal hierarchy is largely reserved for the settlement of disputes. Organizational loyalties. It is a prevalent characteristic of human behavior that members of an organized group tend to identify with that group. In making decisions, their organizational loyalty leads them to evaluate alternative courses of action in terms of the consequences of their action for the group. The psychological bases of identification are obscure, but seem to involve at least three elements. First, personal success often depends upon organizational success. The administrator who can build up his unit expects promotion and salary increases. Second, loyalty seems based partly on a transfer to the field of public management of the spirit of competition which is characteristic of private enterprise. Third, the human mind is limited in the number of diverse considerations which can occupy the area of attention at one time, and there is a consequent tendency to overemphasize the importance of those elements which happen to be within that area. To the fireman, fires are the most serious human problem, to the health officer, disease, and so forth. This phenomenon of identification, or institutional loyalty, performs one very important function in administration. If an administrator, each time he is faced with a decision, must perforce evaluate that decision in terms of the whole range of human values, rationality in administration is impossible. If he need consider the decision only in the light of limited organizational aims, his task is more nearly within the range of human powers. The fireman can concentrate on the problem of fires, the health officer on problems of disease, without irrelevant considerations entering in. Furthermore, this concentration on a limited range of values is almost essential if the administrator is to be held accountable for his decisions. When the organization's objectives are specified by some higher authority, the major value premise of the administrator's decisions is thereby given him, leaving to him only the implementation of these objectives. If the fire chief were permitted to roam over the whole field of human values to decide that parks were more important than fire trucks, and consequently to remake his fire department into a recreation department, chaos would displace organization, and responsibility would disappear. Organizational loyalties lead also, however, to certain difficulties which should not be underestimated. The principal undesirable effect of identification is that it prevents the institutionalized individual from making correct decisions in cases where the restricted area of values with which he identifies must be weighed against other values outside that area. This is a principal cause of the interbureau competition and wrangling which characterizes any large administrative organization. The organization members, identifying with the bureau instead of with the overall organization, believe the bureau's welfare more important than the general welfare when the two conflict. This problem is frequently evident in the case of housekeeping agencies, where the facilitative and auxiliary nature of the agency is lost sight of in the effort to force the line agencies to follow standard procedures. The criterion of efficiency. We have seen that the exercise of authority and the development of organizational identifications are two principal means whereby the individual's value premises are influenced by the organization. What about the issues of fact which underlie his decisions? These are largely determined by a principle which underlies all rational behavior, the criterion of efficiency. In its broadest sense, to be efficient simply means to take the shortest path, the cheapest means, toward the attainment of the desired goals. The efficiency criterion is completely neutral as to what goals are to be attained. The concept of efficiency has been discussed at length by economists and writers on administration, and there is little that can be added to that discussion within the scope of the present paper. Suffice it to say that the commandment, "Be efficient," is a major organizational influence over the decisions of the members of any administrative agency, and a determination whether this commandment has been obeyed is a major function of the review process. Advice and information. Many of the influences the organization exercises over its members are of a less formal nature than those we have been discussing. These influences are perhaps most realistically viewed as a form of internal public relations, for there is nothing to guarantee that advice produced at one point in an organization will have any effect at another point in the organization unless the lines of communication are adequate to its transmission and unless it is transmitted in such form as to be persuasive. It is a prevalent misconception in headquarters offices that the internal advisory function consists in preparing precisely worded explanatory bulletins and making certain that the proper number of these are prepared and that they are placed in the proper compartment of the router. No plague has produced a rate of mortality higher than the rate which customarily afflicts central office communications between the time they leave the issuing office and the moment when they are assumed to be effected in the revised practice of the operative employees. These difficulties of communication apply, of course, to commands as well as to advice and information. As a matter of fact, the administrator who is serving in an advisory capacity is apt to be at some advantage in solving problems of communication, because he is likely to be conscious of the necessity of transmitting and selling his ideas, while the administrator who possesses authority may be oblivious of his public relations function. Information and advice flow in all directions through the organization, not merely from the top downward. Many of the facts which are relevant to decision are of a rapidly changing nature, ascertainable only at the moment of decision, and often ascertainable only by operative employees. For instance, in military operations, knowledge of the disposition of the enemy's forces is of crucial importance, and military organization has developed elaborate procedures for transmitting to a person who is to make a decision all relevant facts which he is not in a position to ascertain personally. Information and advice may be used as alternatives to the actual exercise of authority, and vice versa. Where promptness and discipline are not primary considerations, the former have several very impressive advantages. Chief among these is that they preserve morale and initiative on the part of the subordinate, qualities which may disappear if excessively harassed by authority. Again, when the influences are advisory in nature, the formal organization structure loses its unique position as the sole channel of influence. The relation between the advisor and the person advised is essentially no different when they are members of the same organization than when the advisor is outside the organization. The extent of the influence of the advisor will depend on the desire of the decision maker for advice and on the persuasiveness with which it is offered. Training. Like institutional loyalties, and unlike the other modes of influence we have been discussing, training influences decisions from the inside out. That is, training prepares the organization member to reach satisfactory decisions himself, without the need for the constant exercise of authority or advice. In this sense, training procedures are alternatives to the exercise of authority or advice as means of control over the subordinates' decisions. Training is applicable to the process of decision whenever the same elements are involved in a large number of decisions. Training may supply the trainee with the facts necessary in dealing with these decisions, it may provide him a frame of reference for his thinking, it may teach him approved solutions, or it may indoctrinate him with the values in terms of which his decisions are to be made. Training, as a mode of influence upon decisions, has its greatest value in those situations where the exercise of formal authority through commands proves difficult. The difficulty may lie in the need for prompt action, in the spatial dispersion of the organization, or in the complexity of the subject matter of decision which defies summarization in rules and regulations. Training permits a higher degree of decentralization of the decision-making process by bringing the necessary competence into the very lowest levels of the organizational hierarchy. Implications for organization. It can be seen that there are at least 5 distinct ways in which the decisions of operative employees may be influenced: authority, identification, the efficiency criterion, advice, and training. It is the fundamental problem of organization to determine the extent and the manner in which each of these forms of influence is to be employed. To a very great extent, these various forms are interchangeable, a fact which is far more often appreciated in small than in large organizations. Administrators have increasingly recognized in recent years that authority, unless buttressed by other forms of influence, is relatively impotent to control decision in any but a negative way. The elements entering into all but the most routine decisions are so numerous and so complex that it is impossible to control positively more than a few. Unless the subordinate is himself able to supply most of the premises of decision, and to synthesize them adequately, the task of supervision becomes hopelessly burdensome. To cite an extreme illustration, no amount of supervision or direction, and no quantity of orders, directives, or commands, would be sufficient to enable a completely untrained person to prepare a legal brief for a lawsuit. In such a case, the problem is definitely not one of direction, but one of education or training. Viewed from this standpoint, the problem of organization becomes inextricably interwoven with the problem of recruitment. For the system of influence which can effectively be used in the organization will depend directly upon the training and competence of employees at the various levels of the hierarchy. A Theory of Organizational Commitments. Philip Selznick. This volume has been subtitled A Study in the Sociology of Formal Organization. This means that the inquiry which it reports was shaped by sociological directives, more especially by a frame of reference for the theory of organization. These directives are operationally relevant without, however, functioning as surrogates for inductive theory itself. That is, while they provide criteria of significance, they do not tell us what is significant. While they provide tools for discrimination, they do not demand any special conclusions about the materials under investigation. The fundamental elements of this frame of reference are these: 1. All formal organizations are molded by forces tangential to their rationally ordered structures and stated goals. Every formal organization, trade union, political party, army, corporation, etc., attempts to mobilize human and technical resources as means for the achievement of its ends. However, the individuals within the system tend to resist being treated as means. They interact as wholes, bringing to bear their own special problems and purposes. Moreover, the organization is embedded in an institutional matrix and is therefore subject to pressures upon it from its environment, to which some general adjustment must be made. As a result, the organization may be significantly viewed as an adaptive social structure, facing problems which arise simply because it exists as an organization in an institutional environment, independently of the special goals which called it into being. 2. It follows that there will develop an informal structure within the organization which will reflect the spontaneous efforts of individuals and subgroups to control the conditions of their existence. There will also develop informal lines of communication and control to and from other organizations within the environment. It is to these informal relations and structures that the attention of the sociologist will be primarily directed. He will look upon the formal structure, example the official chain of command, as the special environment within and in relation to which the informal structure is built. He will search out the evolution of formal relations out of the informal ones registered. 3. The informal structure will be at once indispensable to and consequential for the formal system of delegation and control itself. Wherever command over the responses of individuals is desired, some approach in terms of the spontaneous organization of loyalty and interest will be necessary. In practice, this means that the informal structure will be useful to the leadership and effective as a means of communication and persuasion. At the same time, it can be anticipated that some price will be paid in the shape of a distribution of power or adjustment of policy. 4. Adaptive social structures are to be analyzed in structural functional terms. This means that contemporary and variable behavior is related to a presumptively stable system of needs registered and mechanisms. Every such structure has a set of basic needs and develops systematic means of self-defense. Observable organizational behavior is deemed explained within this frame of reference when it may be interpreted as a response to specified needs. Where significant, the adaptation is dynamic. In the sense that the utilization of self-defensive mechanisms results in structural transformations of the organization itself. The needs in question are organizational, not individual, and include the security of the organization as a whole in relation to social forces in its environment, the stability of the lines of authority and communication, the stability of informal relations within the organization, the continuity of policy and of the sources of its determination, a homogeneity of outlook with respect to the meaning and role of the organization. 5. Analysis is directed to the internal relevance of organizational behavior. The execution of policy is viewed in terms of its effect upon the organization itself and its relations with others. This will tend to make the analysis inadequate as a report of program achievement, since that will be de-emphasized in the interests of the purely organizational consequences of choice among alternatives in discretionary action. 6. Attention being focused on the structural conditions which influence behavior, we are directed to emphasize constraints, the limitation of alternatives imposed by the system upon its participants. This will tend to give pessimistic overtones to the analysis, since such factors as goodwill and intelligence will be de-emphasized. 7. As a consequence of the central status of constraint, tensions and dilemmas will be highlighted. Perhaps the most general source of tension and paradox in this context may be expressed as the recalcitrance of the tools of action. Social action is always mediated by human structures, which generate new centers of need and power and interpose themselves between the actor and his goal. Commitments to others are indispensable in action. At the same time, the process of commitment results in tensions which have always to be overcome. These principles define a frame of reference, a set of guiding ideas which at once justify and explain the kind of selection which the sociologist will make in approaching organizational data. As we review some of the key concepts utilized in this study, the operational relevance of this frame of reference will be apparent. Unanticipated consequences in organized action. The foregoing review of leading ideas directs our attention to the meaning of events. This leads us away from the problem of origins * for the meaning of an act May 6. In terms of origins, the TVA's policy, though not the grassroots doctrine qua doctrine of channeling its agricultural program through the land-grant colleges of the Valley States, may be adequately referred to such factors as the nature of the formal agricultural program, the resources available for its implementation, and the administrative rationale which seemed conclusive to leading participants. Moreover, these factors may sustain the continued existence of the policy, and it may therefore seem superfluous when extraneous factors are brought in and somewhat tangential explanations are offered. But when we direct our attention to the meaning of the policy in terms of certain indirect but internally relevant consequences, as for the role of TVA in the agricultural controversy, we have begun to recast our observation of the policy commitments enforced by uniquely organizational imperatives. An organizational system, whatever the need or intent which called it into being, generates imperatives derived from the need to maintain the system. We can say that once having taken the organizational road, we are committed to action which will fulfill the requirements of order, discipline, unity, defense, and consent. These imperatives may demand measures of adaptation unforeseen by the initiators of the action, and may, indeed, result in a deflection of their original goals. Thus the tendency to work toward organizational unity will commit the organization as a whole to a policy originally relevant to only a part of the program. This becomes especially true where a unifying doctrine is given definite content by one subgroup. In order to preserve its special interpretation, the subgroup presses for the extension of that interpretation to the entire organization so that the special content may be institutionalized. 3.2. Commitments enforced by the social character of the personnel. The human tools of action come to an organization shaped in special but systematic ways. Levels of aspiration and training, social ideals, class interest, these and similar factors will have molded the character of the personnel. This will make staff members resistant to demands which are inconsistent with their accustomed views and habits. The freedom of choice of the employer will be restricted, and he will find it necessary in some measure to conform to the received views and habits of the personnel. Thus, in recruiting, failure to take into account initial commitments induced by special social origins will create a situation favorable to the generation of unanticipated consequences. The TVA's agricultural leadership brought with it ideological and organizational commitments which influenced overall policy. This was a basically uncontrolled element in the organization. It is noteworthy that where the character of any organization is self-consciously controlled, recruitment is rigidly qualified by the criterion of social origin. 3. Commitments enforced by institutionalization. Because organizations are social systems, goals or procedures tend to achieve an established, value-impregnated status. We say that they become institutionalized. Commitment to established patterns is generated, thus again restricting choice and enforcing special lines of conduct. The attempt to commit an organization to some course of action utilizes this principle when it emphasizes the creation of an established policy, or other forms of precedent. Further, the tendency of established relations and procedures to persist and extend themselves, will create the unintended consequence of committing the organization to greater involvement than provided for in the initial decision to act. Where policy becomes institutionalized as doctrine, unanalyzed elements will persist, and effective behavior will be framed in terms of immediate necessities. An official doctrine whose terms are not operationally relevant will be given content in action, but this content will be informed by the special interests and problems of those to whom delegation is made. Hence doctrinal formulations will tend to reinforce the inherent hazard of delegation. A variation of this situation occurs when the role of participants comes to overshadow in importance the achievement of formal goals. Action then becomes irresponsible, with respect to the formal goals. 4. Commitments enforced by the social and cultural environment. Any attempt to intervene in history will, if it is to do more than comment upon events, find it necessary to conform to some general restraints imposed from without. The organizers of this attempt are committed to using forms of intervention consistent with the going social structure and cultural patterns. Those who ascend to power must face a host of received problems. Shifts in public opinion will demand the reformulation of doctrine, the rise of competing organizations will have to be faced, and so on. The institutional context of organizational decision, when not taken into account, will result in unanticipated consequences. Thus, intervention in a situation charged with conflict will mean that contending forces will weigh the consequences of that intervention for their own battle lines. The intervening organization must therefore qualify decision in terms of an outside controversy into which it is drawn despite itself. More obviously, the existence of centers of power and interest in the social environment will set up resistances to, or accept and shape to some degree, the program of the organization. V. Commitments enforced by the centers of interest generated in the course of action. The organizational process continuously generates subordinate and allied groupings whose leaderships come to have a stake in the organizational status quo. This generation of centers of interest is inherent in the act of delegation. The latter derives its precarious quality from the necessity to permit discretion in the execution of function or command. But in the exercise of discretion there is a tendency for decisions to be qualified by the special goals and problems of those to whom delegation is made. Moreover, in the discretionary behavior of a section of the apparatus, action is taken in the name of the organization as a whole. The latter may then be committed to a policy or course of action which was not anticipated by its formal program. In other words, the lack of effective control over the tangential informal goals of individuals and subgroups within an organization tends to divert it from its initial path. This holds true whether delegation is to members and parts of a single organization, or to other organizations, as in the TVA's relation to the land-grant colleges. These types of commitment create persistent tensions or dilemmas. In a sense, they set the problems of decision and control, for we have identified here the key points at which organizational control breaks down. Operationally, a breakdown of control is evidenced in the generation of observable unanticipated consequences. This is the same as to say that significant possibilities inherent in the situation have not been taken into account. The extension of control, with concomitant minimization of unintended consequence, is achieved as and if the frame of reference for theory and action points the way to the significant forces at work. The problems indicated here are perennial because they reflect the interplay of more or less irreconcilable commitments, to the goals and needs of the organization and at the same time to the special demands of the tools or means at hand. Commitment to the tools of action is indispensable. It is of the nature of these tools to be dynamic and self-activating, yet the pursuit of the goals which initiated action demands continuous effort to control the instruments it has generated. This is a general source of tension in all action mediated by human, and especially organizational, tools. The systematized commitments of an organization define its character. Day-to-day decision, relevant to the actual problems met in the translation of policy into action, create precedents, alliances, effective symbols, and personal loyalties which transform the organization from a profane, manipulable instrument into something having a sacred status and thus resistant to treatment simply as a means to some external goal. That is why organizations are often cast aside when new goals are sought. The analysis of commitment is thus an effective tool for making explicit the structural factors relevant to decision in organized action. Attention is directed to the concrete process of choice, selecting those factors in the environment of decision which limit alternatives and enforce uniformities of behavior. When we ask, What are we committed? We are speaking of the logic of action, not of contractual obligations freely assumed. So long as goals are given, and the impulse to act persists, there will be a series of enforced lines of action demanded by the nature of the tools at hand. These Notes on a Theory of Advice. Lyman Bryson. This tentative and fragmentary analysis of advice is offered to indicate what might be worked out as the basis of a guide for the scholars, scientists, and experts who move into the world of affairs on invitation. By reason of training and intellectual habit, they are capable of seeing clearly the abstract or schematic picture of what goes on and should be helped to do so. They should be able, if called on, to describe the behavior of policy makers, and their assistants, to the policy makers themselves, since administrators are not often given to the self-indulgence of abstract thought. One sure mark of the man of action is to use intuitions in place of abstractions, and this is true even in a society like ours, where skills are so generally explicit and know-how is so much discussed. The man of thought is very different. He will make a small cosmos out of the smallest experience. The expert who accepts an invitation from a policy maker is entering a situation in which he can expect to observe the working of 4 or more distinguishable functions in the 6 or more stages of the decision-making process. We can take the functions first, understanding, of course, that one person may act at different times in different functions and that functions may occasionally be merged. First is the making of the policy decision, which we shall call the function of administration. It is final for the unit of action being examined. It includes the right, as will be explained later, to appeal to a free constituency, which is another way of saying that even the administrator who makes the final decision in any unit of action has the right and the responsibility of being judged by somebody. Swift remarked, "A flea hath smaller fleas that on him prey," and what was expressed as lyric annoyance is a true description of sober fact. Every decision, in any kind of organization, must please somebody who has a right to be displeased, no matter how final it may be for all subordinates. For the immediate purpose, however, we think of the policy-making decision as a terminal point in a process. The expert is called in to help eventually in giving that decision as much prescience and caution as is possible. The expert is not responsible, however, for making it. If he does, he is fulfilling the function of administration, not of advice. The second function can be called execution. It is performed, if the unit is small, by the administrator himself. In larger organizations, there are executive assistants. It must be clearly understood that execution is here considered part of the policy-making process. It is not a merely mechanical performance in which the intentions of the policy maker are automatically realized. Execution always involves a series of subsidiary decisions which arise in carrying out the powers that have been delegated to the executive by the policy maker. Opposition, treachery, political manipulations or useful inventiveness may make or mar the policy as it is realized. The adage, "If you want something well done, do it yourself," is an admonition to an administrator not to trust his executives. The other adage, "A man who is his own lawyer has a fool for a client," may incidentally express the other side of the case. Or we might find it in the Chinese maxim of political administration, which states that the good administrator does nothing, he does nothing, in order to give his executives the opportunity to do their best. This ambivalence in popular folklore shows that the decision as to how much he shall personally intervene in the execution of his own policies is one of an administrator's most sticky problems. The third function is advice. Here the expert enters the situation. His work is almost wholly the giving of advice. How the location and content of his advice are to be determined will be discussed in connection with the stages of the decision-making sequence. At this point, while we are considering the functions, we can note that the function of advising is performed by all the members of an organization in some contexts, and that this advice-giving is almost never politically innocent. It is only the outsider, the expert who is paid primarily for his advice and listened to for his special professional knowledge, who can expect his opinions to have entirely objective standing. If the invited expert is an academic person, whose experience of controversy has been scientific or scholarly, he is very likely to misunderstand much of what goes on around him because he thinks of proffered opinions as opinions only. He weighs them in the same scales of objective valuation he expects his own opinions to be weighed in. He tries to examine them courteously but impersonally. By living up to the ascetic ideals of his own intellectual discipline, he heightens the value of his own work, of course, but keeps himself alien to the other elements in the decision-making process. We believe that he will be more useful in performing his special function if he knows the differences between his own behavior and that of his temporary colleagues, and this analysis is a suggestion of the kind of work that ought to be done to help him. There is also a fourth function which we can call interpretation. It is not often the job of a designated person. Either an executive assistant or an expert can perform it and is likely to do so without thinking that he is widening his own special task. The function is not clearly conceived, and is assumed by different persons thoughtlessly. This partly accounts for the fact that it is in this area of what we call interpretation that experts and executives most frequently fall afoul of each other without knowing why. The unspecified function is the cause of the trouble, as can be better understood when we examine the stages in the decision-making and decision-realizing process. The decision-action process is a series of decisions whose nature and scope must be studied if we are ever to conceptualize fully, and arrange logically, the cooperation between the elements of knowledge and power that make the world go round. What is said in these notes is at least sufficiently abstract to apply to any kind of business, whether government, industry, or the management of organizations. Power hunger shows itself openly in government and business. It may be disguised in a church hierarchy or a philanthropic society. Whether or not ambition is potent in the competition of service, where money and material success are less obvious stakes, is a question we need not try to answer. But we need not put a cheap Machiavellian color on the matter. We can take each group of persons at their own valuation and make no moral judgments. The factors are about as we describe them in any single situation, and any one factor may be more or less present, according to pressures in the situation and the characters of the persons. The first stage in decision action is to describe the problem. In practice, most problems are partially formulated by the executive assistants in the regular administration of the enterprise. They note failures in the working out of previously initiated policies, report unexpected obstacles, complain of lack of tools, which may be in machines, money, or personnel, or, much more rarely, they may think of possible new objectives. The active administrator, for reasons to be suggested later, is not very likely to have much time for the discovery or the invention of problems. His primary function in all aspects of his job is to choose among suggestions received from his staff and from outside. The problems come to him in that form. Much of this flow of problems in the formulations of the executives is taken care of by routine decisions. When it is too difficult for that kind of staff meeting treatment, the expert may be called in. A vague realization that the problem as now described is too difficult. For staff, routine decision is not enough, however, to determine the choice, the role, or the problem of the expert. In fact, there is often a period when some of the executive assistants may resist the suggestion of bringing in a consultant, since they have more or less routine suggestions of their own that they want to have favorably considered. The suggestion that only an expert can solve a problem is itself a suggestion, an idea, and is immediately subject to all the kinds of scrutiny and resistance that meet every other idea. If the administrator accepts the idea in general, he is then open to new suggestions and may add a few of his own, leading to such a precise description of the problem as will make it possible to decide what kind of expert to call in. Among executive assistants there is always competition. The energy of this conflict is one of the things with which an administrator works. It is also one of the factors that complicate the life and work of the outside specialist. If the first decision by the administrator is that a consultant of specified knowledge shall be invited into the organization for the purpose of giving advice on a problem, that decision indicates that the problem is at least partly described in the administrator's mind. If he has not seen the problem clearly, he is merely indulging, for political or personal reasons, some member of his staff who offers a suggestion. The degree to which the problem actually is described before the advisory relation is established is of the greatest importance to the expert. There may be a later phase of the situation in which the expert can perform his own function only by stating that the problem has been wrongly described and that some other formulation, or indeed some other problem as yet undisclosed, must be tackled ahead of, or instead of, the one he has been assigned to. Before this problem can arise for any expert, however, and before one is chosen, there is a choice to be made among the suggestions from executives as to the nature of the expert knowledge needed and as to the best available exponent of that kind of knowledge. The executive assistants will act as experts on experts and on expert knowledge. From among their suggestions, or on his own, the administrator chooses a person. After being invited, and after accepting the assignment or agreeing to negotiate, the expert advisor is given a description of the problem. The first contact between him and his employers may be the locus of profound conflict or misunderstanding. If he accepts without question the problem, and the description of the problem which is given him by the administrator or by the designated subordinate, he is bound in his function as advisor to serve all the purposes of the administrator that are implied in it, or to make a clear rejection. The question is raised at once: what right has an advisor to reformulate or to change the problem? The answer is still obscure, but it is evident from experience that each member of the relation between expert and executive, or expert and administrator, is likely to take it for granted that he has the privilege of naming and describing the problem. The expert, if not well trained by relevant experience in such affairs, coming probably from an academic situation in which it is the chief part of his work to rank problems in their respective importance and to formulate them for study, will try to go beyond the immediate presentation offered him to what he thinks is an understanding of ulterior policy considerations so that he can help to achieve them. The administrator and executives have much more complicated and less innocent ideas about those ulterior policy matters and may not believe that it is necessary to disclose them. They may, of course, listen watchfully to the expert's queries and suggestions regarding the nature of the real problem, and accept what can be used, provided it involves for them no embarrassment in their relations with each other. Even at this early point in the process, the inexperienced advisor should begin to learn a few lessons about the competitive factors in decision-making. He may overlook them or fail to see them. In fact, men of academic background can often be seen trying to act as administrators in institutional leadership for which their expert knowledge fits them, without knowing or being willing to believe that what goes on around them is in any way different from scholarly or scientific discussion. Their expert knowledge fits them to understand the problems of the institution, which may be school, library, business research department, or government bureau. They may have had an extensive knowledge of men in intellectual rather than power competitions. They may have a good second-hand knowledge of practical affairs from reading and acquaintance. They may even have detected rudimentary power impulses in some of their academic colleagues, especially as manifested in malicious gossip. But they feel shamed by the suspicion that men of affairs are not always wholly objective in what they say, as if, indeed, the morals of the seminar and the laboratory were the only morals extant. The fact is observable and inescapable, whatever moral judgment one may insist on passing on it, that the decision-making process is a field of personal ambition and sharp competition in all practical situations, whether business, government, or institutional. It might be argued that this is necessary and useful, that a scientific objectivity in the expression of opinions, the interpretation of facts, and the communication of ideas, among practical men would lead to worse, not better, results. We are not prepared to argue in that fashion any more than we are prepared to be shocked. The analyst has no moral obligation beyond stating the ascertainable facts in such a way as will be useful to other men of knowledge who mix in action and hope to serve a good purpose. The administrator and his executives, generally through one person as a delegated intermediary, interpret to the expert a complex of administrative judgments as to the nature of the problem. The expert, after agreement as to the nature, or locus, and formulation, of the problem, does his work by suggesting alternative courses of action and predicting the consequences to be expected from them. He is giving new dimensions of freedom to the thinking of the administrative group because he is describing for them, and enabling them to entertain in their imaginations, a range of choices they would not otherwise have considered. It is evident that prediction of the consequences of a set of alternatives is a very difficult task which should always be performed with caution. The records would seem to indicate that the gifted man of action prefers to initiate a maneuver and invent most of his planning as he goes. This has a number of psychological implications into which we cannot go at this point, related to the fact that men of action generally maintain their own morale by frequent rearrangement of goals so that neither defeat nor victory can be too demoralizing. But when the expert, by definition not a man of action and therefore assumed to be more concrete in his expectations, is asked to describe alternative choices, he is expected also to tell the advantages and disadvantages of each choice. This is the same as asking him to predict, in spite of unpredictable circumstance, what will happen in any course of action. He is lucky if he can present plans in such a way as to indicate that future events will make new choices necessary, and the road ahead is full of forks, each of which must be negotiated in the light of experience which cannot even be imagined until after arrival at that particular fork. He is not lucky if the administrator demands of him an absolute map of the future. Some administrators think they are entitled to that kind of prophecy. However, the expert is still caught in the process of decision-making, after he has described alternative courses of action, because he will probably discover that his ideas are subject to interpretation by the executive assistants before they are finally accepted or discarded. He may find that the executive who gives him the greatest degree of general approval and support interprets his suggestions in such a way as to produce results the expert did not intend. The expert can protest and argue. He may find himself silenced by the claim that his expertness goes only to the general idea and that translating it into action requires another kind of knowledge which he does not possess, that is, knowledge special to the time and occasion and occupational in character. After a decision is made by the administrator and a policy is explicitly chosen, then further interpretation in terms of action ensues, and the next decision will be as to which of the proposed practical lines of action will best achieve the policy's goal. The expert may be consulted on the alternatives here, but most of the suggestions will be offered by the various executive assistants. The administrator or one of his staff with delegated powers will choose. Subordinate decisions in a long series of budget making, personnel selection and concurrent commands will follow from this point forward. We go back now to the essential character of decision-making in practical affairs and the understanding of it that will be most useful to the visiting consultant. A more or less conscious desire to dominate and get ahead in the administrative hierarchy pervades the behavior of all members of the staff. As we indicated before, this apparently cynical observation is subject to correction or reduction in any particular case. It can be observed, however, in the world of affairs, that the devoted and impersonal staff members who think only of the organization, never of themselves, seldom rise very high. And this may be better for the organization. There are whole ranges of human endeavor in which competition in this sense does not enter, where the desire to excel is only a race for personal usefulness or service. It is also true, as I have insisted in many other places, that the goods that can be acquired by struggles for material power in business or politics are not of the highest order. We could even go so far as to say that the deepest satisfactions for men who constantly struggle for power and advancement in practical affairs seldom develop out of material success. All these statements are true and important, but the expert consultant who goes into the decision-making process, expecting to rely upon these reassuring facts, is immorally stupid. He is not exercising the ordinary prudence expected of any man of goodwill who has a practical purpose. If he discovers what ought to surprise him, namely that the hierarchically ranged members of the staff achieve an objectivity in opinion which he is himself striving for, he has lost nothing but anxiety. If any of them turn out to be more basely human and he is surprised, he may have found out the truth too late. A kindly skepticism regarding the motives of all men in practical affairs is the usual attitude of experienced men of action. It becomes the expert quite as well if he can attain it. The competitive modifications of opinion which we are accusing the members of the staff of making are, of course, partly unconscious, sometimes entirely so. The first to be looked at are the power ambitions of the executives. The difficulties of the administrator, the final arbiter, can be spoken of later. The executives, who are, by our definition, all the members of the staff who have access to the administrator for purposes of policy discussion, will generally become quick advocates of some one of the various alternatives that are open in making the decisions listed above. They will have honest convictions about these alternatives and will in most cases be expressing those honest convictions. The administrator who cannot count on getting such honest opinions, either because he demands timid caution and yesing, or because he has put men on his staff who are so completely political that they merely intrigue, deserves what he gets and is almost certain to fail in the long run. The administrator who is just and honest in his own opinions can expect a fair return in honesty. The executives, however, will almost certainly have something in their minds beyond the intrinsic worth of the opinions they back. They will also have more or less conscious mindsets that have organized in complicated fashion their desires to raise their own prestige and to make it likely that they will be allowed to help in further decisions and in decisions on other matters. In scientific and scholarly disputes, or in consultative debates, it is more likely to be one opinion against another. One opinion wins if the question gets settled. In practical matters, the question almost always gets settled, but it is a man and not an opinion that wins. Every member of the staff wants to be that man, or to be associated with him. The description sounds more dramatic, of course, than the event generally seems to those who take part in it, but smiling friendliness and general acquiescence should not deceive the outsider. The ambitions of the members of the staff, moreover, are not confined to motives of power. In many situations, the decision to call in an expert has followed deliberations in which members of the staff offered their own quasi-expert opinions and suggested courses of action. These suggestions were turned down, either by administrative fiat or by consensus. In any case, the executives are always inclined to resist the appeal to an outsider. His expertness is itself something of a criticism of their competence. Of course, situations may develop in which the advisor and his advice become a stake in the power game itself. At this point, the ambitious executive will affirm or deny the expert's competence without completely responsible regard for his real value. Academic veterans will probably have become indurated against the melancholy fact that some of their own colleagues on the campus will occasionally deride some other scholar's claim to eminence because of motives not strictly scholastic, that is, they may deny a man's scholarly attainments in order to express their dislike or envy or fear of the man. The partisanships of executives are also colored by this kind of irrelevant feeling, but it is not so likely to sway them as are more clearly competitive motives. The expert, then, may have allies and opponents, to both of whom he has become a stake in the power game, but it would not be wise for him to count on simple friendships. His mere existence is a mild slur on the competence of the men he is dealing with, and to whom he is giving the supposed benefit of his superior knowledge. Even the administrator, the decision-maker, may not be above claiming expert knowledge which helps to bolster up his ascendancy over his executives and lessens his obligations to the outside advisor. What the administrator says is not likely to be listened to with complete objectivity by anybody. There is a story that tells of the conversations which used to be held on the Palace Hill in Rome to entertain the Emperor Hadrian. He loved disputes about grammar and usage and word origins. Professors were invited to dine with him and argue for his pleasure. Sometimes, he ventured an opinion of his own, and on one occasion one of his experts rejected the emperor's theory summarily. The argument waxed hot and the emperor shouted. The deep Nosifist shouted less and less as the exchanges went on, until at last the administrator, Hadrian, pronounced a final truth and his challenger was silent. "Aha!" cried Hadrian, "my arguments have left you nothing to say." "Sire," replied the visiting expert, "who am I to disagree with the master of 30 legions? In the court at Rome, it would have been suicidal for the expert to have power ambitions of his own to match the knowledge ambitions of the emperor. In less deadly arguments, without his being well aware of it, his own pride in making decisions instead of merely outlining alternatives may lead him into actions which are appropriate only if he is prepared to enter fully into the power contest. If he does so, his sense of objectivity and his reputation for disinterested knowledge are both likely to be damaged. The problems of the administrator, the one who makes the final policy decisions, are one aspect of what has already been said. One of his most difficult procedural decisions, made generally by accident or intuition, is to choose the moment at which he will become a working member of the group that is examining the possible alternative lines of action. As long as he keeps out of it, he is only a useful future umpire. As soon as he joins the discussions, all ambitions are heightened because the dispenser of promotion and prestige is on hand to be impressed. If he makes choices at that time among alternatives, he is inescapably choosing among advocates as well as among plans. On the other hand, if the administrator holds aloof too long, he is at the mercy of his executive assistants, since he must accept, as his range of choices, whatever they bring TC-SIM in the report of deliberations. This is one of the most acute of the phases of the general administrative problem. How much should a manager be immersed in the actual diurnal round of his business in order to manage it? There is not likely to be any handy rule that will settle all cases. The principle needs far more thorough WOEA out than it has received. The special problems of the administrator can only be mentioned, they require much more elaborate treatment in other contexts. But it is useful, when we are plotting the difficulties of the outside expert in the swiftly changing patterns of an organizational process, to recall that the administrator has a primary task in keeping his own power as against rivals both inside and outside his own organization. It is a romantic notion of power, which ought to be blown out of an academician's imagination in his first experience as a committee chairman, that a man who struggles to get power can, having gained it, loll back and think about the good of his enterprise. He has, in fact, moved himself not to a seat of thoughtful leisure but to the center of a popular target. And to some extent, the greater the emoluments and the prestige of his position, the less he can think about anything but keeping it. All proposals for the single-term occupancy of the White House are based on this fact, usually described in a more gingerly fashion. Exercising power is drastically interfered with by the need to hold it, unless you have agreed to get out on a fixed day. In politics, this is always a preoccupation of all but the innocent statesman. In business, it is closely entangled with other motives and problems because a business administrator's power may be diminished as much by the loss of his company's competitive position as by his own loss of position in the company. The two problems are often faced in the same decision. In any case, these things absorb time and attention that might otherwise go into thinking about function as well as purpose. In dealing with his executive assistants and the whole staff attached to him through them, the administrator has to give the example and the general direction of morale, as well as to make final choices among suggested alternatives. Sometimes he shakes morale by the seeming caprice of his choice, or by disagreeing with too many of his subordinates. As he listens to arguments, after he enters the deliberations, he is kept busy in settling the power disputes among his assistants in order to get the best ideas, to promote the fittest men and to keep the appearance as well as the fact of justice. He must be alert to disentangle the knowledge values from the power bids of his advisors, whether they are executives or consulted experts. He has also to think up ideas of his own. For this task, he has little time. His fitness to be the administrator, the man who makes the last decision and determines policy, is not determined by his fecundity in ideas. His ability to see the intrinsic as well as the situational value of an idea suggested to him is obviously far more important. Other qualities which lie outside the scope of a theory of advice may count still more. It is evident enough that men of action, in business and politics, are often gifted with high intellectual powers, even beyond the needs of their work. They are not likely to exercise them for fun, as is the privilege of philosophers, artists, and teachers. But success in practical affairs is not commanded by sheer intellectual ability, other qualities of mind and character are also needed. Inventiveness does not seem to be one of them, and there is more inventiveness for sale in the market than there is of first-rate administrative capacity. The advisor, coming in ad hoc, has also some special problems of his own, for which he needs to be prepared. One is his responsibility to protect himself against being used to justify decisions already made. Just as some manager will, with naive dishonesty, call in workmen to discuss decisions already finally taken, so some administrators will ask advice when what they want is help. If the expert accepts the role of rationalizer, he may destroy his own integrity. He can often detect the hidden invitation to serve as mere helper in the formulation of the question he is asked to advise on. The first battle between advisor and staff, as we have already indicated, may be at that point, where the problem is described. Dr. John Gardner, of the Carnegie Corporation, has pointed out in a privately circulated memorandum that the expert is often challenged at the very outset of his work by the question of who has the right to say what the problem is. As a responsible practical manager, the administrator will usually assume that he has a right to tell a hired man what he is hired to do. On the other hand, as master of a field of knowledge, the consultant may well assume that he alone, and no other person of less knowledge, can understand the implications and history of a problem. Most men who have been consulted by business executives have discovered that much of what they think is pertinent is considered theoretical by businessmen, and that an attempt to extend the span of time of either hindsight or foresight is resented. No rule will suffice to guide the consultant here. He is the keeper of his own conscience. There are limits on the criticism of one expert by another, and the consultant has to decide what is appropriate for him to do in the competitive aspect of the world of knowledge. A more difficult question is what he will do in service to the public relations of the company he is temporarily working for. He may be asked by his own employer to issue a statement which, while technically truthful, is clearly planned to be a sales appeal. He may be asked by a newspaper or broadcasting station to comment on the general area in which he is working, as when physicians who are advising pharmaceutical manufacturers are asked to tell the public all about cures for the common cold. The problem is to keep honest. For the salesman or the advertiser to push his own product is honest, that is his economic function. But to what extent can the expert permit the use of his name and his personal prestige for the same purpose? He expects his findings, accurately reported, to be used. What about his professional standing? The old rule, that doctors and lawyers do not advertise, does not help very much, since that has to do with whether or not they should advertise themselves. To what degree can a physician who has helped, as expert, to make a drug useful allow his name to be used to increase public use of it? The answer is not suggested. The purpose here is only to mark the crossroads, with full stop signs. Another aspect of the policy-making process which involves theoretical problems of freedom and authority, as well as practical problems of the relation between knowledge and power, is the definition of constituencies. Every person in a policy-making situation has his constituency, which may be free or captive. He has a group of people to whom he can appeal, in his own terms, for support, and they can or cannot defy his administrative superiors. The analysis of this structural aspect of decision-making, when adequately done, will greatly help to solve the difficulties arising from the fact that our governments must deal more and more with technical questions, wherein legislators, voters, administrative officers, and elected executive officers have different kinds of competence, different degrees of freedom, and different private purposes. The same sort of complex relations on a smaller scale can be seen in industrial and other kinds of private organizations. The concepts can be explained in terms of an ordinary hierarchy of authority in a political situation, and the operation of constituencies will be understood as the mechanism by which democratic institutions restrain power. It is the criterion of freedom for any person in an administrative complex to discover whether or not he has a group to which he can appeal for help which is not itself subject to the same superior pressures that he is subject to. For example, the head of a bureau in the state government of New York has a lesser degree of freedom than a member of the state legislature. The legislator can appeal to the voters of his district, who owe nothing but a reasonable hearing to the administrative officers of the state, whereas the bureau head, if he quarrels with his superiors, has no such independent group to appeal to. An appeal to an unorganized public opinion is of slight avail for the bureau head, since he has no special relation to any part or organ of the general body politic. At the same time, the bureau head does have another kind of a constituency, which we can call captive. It is made up of his fellow administrative officials, both above and below him in the hierarchy. They are not a free constituency because, although they may with more or less effect and safety take his side in a dispute against his superiors, they are subject to the same kinds of pressure that affect him. If they are his subordinates in a direct line, they are somewhat bound to him; if in an indirect way, they are bound by their own superior's action, whatever it may be. If they are his quadrastinate or superior officials, they will be influenced by all the lines of authority and the inner struggle for power, and will more or less consciously have to calculate the effects of their own overt opinions on their own ambitions. The term free, as applied to the voters in a legislator's district, does not mean that these persons are free of self-interest, prejudice, psychological pressures, and all the rest of the circumstances that bedevil the political thinking of all populations. They are a free constituency only in the sense that they have an established relation to the legislator which enables them, if they are persuaded, to exert pressures in his behalf, and they are not in any way affected by the administrative hierarchy in which he works. The bureau chief can organize support for himself inside the administrative system of the state, but his colleagues are not free to act as are the voters. To put it crudely, the governor, as administrator, can give orders to a bureau chief but not to a legislator. One chief difference between a representative democracy and a totalitarian government, in purely technical terms, without regard to purposes or ideology, is here. In Russia, for example, in the present operational development of administration, no official of any kind, appointed or elected, can be said to have a free constituency. The only free constituency is the people as a whole, to whom in some measure the supreme government is responsible. No one has any legal machinery by which he can appeal to the country, or to any part of the country, as against his superiors or colleagues. It is the essence of a totalitarianism that all constituencies are captive. Anyone to whom any official might appeal for support in a dispute is himself a member of the administrative hierarchy, and thus handicapped in his opinions, still more in his action. In a completely totalitarian country, a legislator cannot appeal to the voters as against administrative officials or against his legislative colleagues, because he is named to his post by the party, and only the party, through its regular graded channels, can express opinions. In a country with a more open system, like the United States, the tradition of allowing appeals to a free constituency is so deep-rooted, and so close to our moral convictions regarding fair play, that an astute politician like President Truman will allow General MacArthur to dispute in public the administration's policies, although MacArthur has no legal constituency, and is actually under strict orders which could include an order not to discuss political or military matters in public. The fact that a rebellious and disgruntled military hero would not have been given open triumphs in Russia, but would have disappeared, is simple evidence of the causal fact that Russian political machinery offers no method by which MacArthur could have appealed to public opinion except by armed revolution. Caesar brought his legions with him when he crossed the Rubicon. MacArthur got his biggest triumph in a city controlled by the administration with Democratic Party officials leading the cheers. The tradition is powerful and the machinery offers no obstacle; one could scarcely work without the other. In more regular situations, the member of the cabinet who disagrees with the president has no free constituency to which he can appeal. He has to rely upon arguments with his chief and whatever support he can get from his captive constituency, which is made up of the president's other advisers and the subordinate ranks of the government staff. The member of Congress has the ideal type of free constituency in the voters of his district, who will, without any obligation or deference toward other members of the government, give him their judgment on what he does, in so far as they know about it and can understand it. This is a concept of broader use, moreover, than can be seen in these commonplace political examples. Take, for example, the administrative hierarchy of a broadcasting network, which is a profit system of the most modern kind. A vice president in charge of programs who has been reasonably successful in his past judgments will be listened to thoughtfully by the administrator above him. But if there is disagreement, the vice president has only a captive constituency, of the same sort as the one that can give limited help to a cabinet officer in the federal government. In the case of a performer on the air, however, even though he may be bound by contracts and have no administrative rights, there is always a free constituency to appeal to. It comprises his fans. He can appeal to this audience as against his editor, and the same kind of relations gives freedom to a novelist or a magazine writer. The principle can be extended. The meaning in larger terms is that any system which does not give to some members of the administrative or ruling group the chance to appeal to another free group for support must necessarily be authoritarian and monolithic. The principle applies with special force to the function of the expert, the advisor, whom we were discussing previously. His free constituency is the company of scholars and scientists of which he claims to be a member. The administrator of a private organization is not bound to take the advisor's opinion, but the advisor can walk out of the assignment. In a free country, the advisor who is working for the government can appeal to his scholarly colleagues, and they can reply not only as specialists but also as part of the general public, which in a free country is the locus of free constituencies. In a totalitarian country, there are no fully private organizations, and the expert has no way of escaping the pressures of power. If he submits to these pressures, as he almost certainly will, the scientific and technological progress of the state is retarded. The administrator, whether in business or in government, is sure to profit in the long run by the amount of honest information he can get out of his advisors. In this paper only two aspects of the function of advice have been touched on: the relation of the advisor to the inner hierarchy of power, and the relation of any member of a decision-making process to his possible support. It will be noted that nothing has been said about communication, although the difficulties of communication enhance every kind of difficulty mentioned. Such omissions of factors are justified only if the isolation of other factors makes for clarity. This is an area of human behavior which has been cluttered with generalizations, but is seldom subjected to analysis. There is not even a taxonomic basis for discussion. The function of advice is one of the oldest in human affairs, and certain abstract generalizations about it that could have been made in Paleolithic times are still true. Most of those generalizations, however, have not been made, and, as far as can be discovered, no standard treatise in this field has ever been written. There are mountain piles of books on salesmanship, which is not disinterested advice, and a molehill of books on leadership, but nothing on the techniques and difficulties of trying to put knowledge at the service of power. The right relation of knowledge and power is, however, one of the key problems of our age. We need to give the closest scrutiny to the processes whereby decisions are made, and the effect on those decisions of rational information, if we are to master the difficulties of freedom in a time when power is so developed and knowledge is so dispersed. The function of advice is one of the crucial points in that relation, and on that account may well be studied first. The execution of policy. J. Donald Kingsley. As trifles make the sum of human things, Sir Henry Taylor once observed, so details make the substance of public affairs. Here, in a single sentence, is the explanation of the increasing importance of the bureaucracy. With the development of technology and the growing complexity of social relations, both the number and the variety of those details which form the warp and woof of policy have multiplied, until today they are as varied and numerous as the shells of the sea. Even 75 or 100 years ago, ministers of the Crown and the more conscientious members of Parliament could master the trifles from which policy is fashioned. Great politicians like Gladstone and Lord John Russell were intimate with the minutiae of the problems confronting them, and Gladstone frequently drafted clauses in the bills he sponsored. Sir James Graham could be personally aware of everything that happened at the Admiralty, and Palmerston was practically a one-man Foreign Office, conducting the important correspondence of his department in his own hand, and sometimes pursuing a policy all his own. Even in more recent times, Lord Salisbury, who never trusted his officials, could disregard them with more or less impunity. Under these circumstances, the famous dictum of Lord Welby is understandable. The business of a civil servant, he often said, is to do what he is told. But that could be an accurate description of the relations between a minister and his permanent officials only so long as the minister's grip upon details was firm. It could not be correct once the duties of the minister became so complex and the functions of his department so involved, that he could not personally be acquainted with all their aspects. Even when the observation was made it was not wholly true, for it was about this time that a rule is said to have obtained in one of the great departments that all documents must be so drawn as to be intelligible to the stupidest cabinet minister. The Peels, Palmerstons, Russells and Gladstones were exceptional, even in the 19th century. Today, the business of a civil servant is much more difficult and important than in Lord Welby's day, for the higher civil servants alone are the masters of those details which make the substance of public affairs. The scope of governmental activities has expanded to a point where only those persons who deal with them from day to day over a long period of time can be familiar with their manifold ramifications, and this fact has altered the balance of the Constitution. It has led, in the first place, to an increasing dependence of the House upon the government, and in the second, to an increasing dependence of the government upon the higher civil service. Yet this has occurred, as I hope to show, without seriously threatening the democratic basis of the state. It is sometimes suggested that the higher civil servants have assumed their central position by a process of usurpation. This is not the case. Their power, which is undoubtedly considerable, depends upon their influence, and they have become influential because they have been competent. They do not, for the most part, possess power in their own right, but wield it only as they can persuade. Yet the distinction here may be more apparent than real, for their strategic position in relation to the details from which policies are built may render persuasion less than difficult. How true this is will appear from a closer scrutiny of the governing process. Let us take first the function of amassing information. An Under-Secretary of State in the War Office once described his position as largely that of remembrancer, and while this was too modest a view of the duties of the permanent officials, there was more than a little truth in the characterization. The civil service embodies the accumulated experience of government. Ministers come and go, they constitute, in Sir William Harcourt's phrase, the evanescent items in the administration. But the permanent officials remain and the bulk of their files constantly increases. Day after day the departments accumulate and collate information dealing with the area of work in which they are engaged. This congealed experience enters into the determination of policy in many ways, of which two are of principal importance. It may lead in the first place to the development of new policies and programs by the department itself and usually does. It is in the day-to-day application of a law that its inadequacies are to be perceived and in the daily rub of the administrative mill that ideas for reform are burnished. Thus, the experience of officials in the Ministry of Health with the problems of local government will lead them over a period of time to reach conclusions regarding desirable new policies in this area. They will then attempt to persuade a minister to sponsor such policies before the cabinet, or will wait until a government decides to introduce a new local government bill and then urge the inclusion of their ideas. This was, in fact, what occurred in the case of the Local Government Act of 1929. At the hands of the political chiefs that measure started out as a simple one to provide financial relief to certain property holders, but before it reached the House of Commons it had become a comprehensive measure, incorporating the local government reforms desired by the permanent officials. This illustration suggests the second major way in which departmental experience impinges upon policy. A minister or a cabinet committee decide that action should be taken in respect to a particular problem. The minister consults his permanent officials as to possible lines of procedure and as to the probable effects of alternative approaches. Such consultation may take many shapes. In its preliminary stages it is likely to be informal, a conversation with the permanent secretary at lunch, or an informal conference with the higher departmental officials. But eventually it will begin to take the form of memoranda. If the problem is one involving technical considerations, there will be memoranda from the technical officers involved. If it affects other departments, like the Treasury, there will be memoranda from them, and an interdepartmental committee may even be set up to work out details. Junior and senior officers will add facts and express opinions as the growing file moves through the departmental hierarchy. In the process, the relevant facts will be brought to light and the accumulated wisdom of the officials will be focused on the problem. The result will usually be a clear recommendation that a particular line be followed, and that recommendation will be heavily buttressed with supporting data. Under such circumstances, only the bravest or the most foolhardy of ministers will undertake to pursue another course. In the normal progress of events, the outlines of policy will have been determined by the departmental memoranda. It is this which explains the persistence of departmental policies. This is not to say that a strong minister may not still follow his own line. He may decide, as Sir William Harcourt did in the matter of an all-sea penny postage, that the departmental conclusions are unmitigated nonsense and feeble twaddle. Sir William's marginal notes on the Post Office memorandum in this instance provide a classic example of the reactions of a strong minister when confronted with official opposition: nonsense. Still greater nonsense. Oh, sagacious administration. Under different circumstances, the undoubted dependence of the minister upon his officials might be a matter of grave constitutional importance, as it was, for example, in Weimar Germany. There, an attempt was made to impose parliamentary control upon a civil service but partially committed to the ends the Republic sought to pursue, and the attempt failed disastrously. In France, too, reactionary officials successfully sabotaged the efforts of the Blum government in finance and foreign affairs, and the Roosevelt administration was forced to assemble almost a whole new set of officials to carry out the New Deal reforms. No comparable situation has arisen recently in England, but that is clearly because the bureaucracy in its upper ranges has been representative of the ruling class as a whole, and because its aspirations have been those to which successive governments were committed. The point that I wish to emphasize, and to which I shall presently return, is that the essence of bureaucratic responsibility in the modern state is to be sought, not in the presumed and largely fictitious impartiality of the officials, but in the strength of their commitment to the purposes that state is undertaking to serve. Able men and government commands such men will be impartial only in respect to trifles; they will not remain indifferent when confronted with matters of real importance. The view of the civil servant as a disinterested assembler of facts simply will not stand examination. But if civil servants are likely to be men of strong views, and if even ministers wish them so, what is the meaning of the convention of impartiality? It certainly does not mean, as we have seen, that officials are indifferent to the ends a government undertakes to serve. It does not mean that they will refrain from pressing upon ministers their own conceptions of high policy, nor that they will be coldly objective in indicating alternatives. It does not mean that they are merely the registrars of facts. What the doctrine does mean has been stated authoritatively on several occasions, although its probable limits have never been officially explored. Thus, the authors of the famous Dardanelles report were of the opinion that in cases of disagreement between an official and a minister, it is the duty of the official not to resign but to state fully to the head of his department, and should any proper occasion arise, to other members of the ministry, what is the nature of his views. Then, if after due consideration, those views are overruled, he should do his best to carry out the policy of the government, even although he may not be in personal agreement with it. And Sir Warren Fisher, then head of the Civil Service, informed the Tomlin Commission that in his view, determination of policy is the function of ministers, and once a policy is determined it is the unquestioned and unquestionable business of the civil servant to strive to carry out that policy with precisely the same energy and precisely the same goodwill whether he agrees with it or not. That is axiomatic and will never be in dispute. These statements are both clear enough, yet they do not by any means settle the question. Are there no limits to the extent to which an able and honest man will make himself the instrument of policies with which he disagrees? Suppose that he is convinced, as Sir Thomas Legge apparently was, that it is criminal for a government to permit the use of white lead in paint. Will he associate himself with the execution of a policy which does violence to that conviction? Sir Thomas refused to do so and resigned when his views were disregarded. Suppose that he is convinced, as Sir Evelyn Murray is alleged to have been, that the administrative reforms proposed by a minister will wreak havoc with a department. Will he enthusiastically put them into operation? Sir Evelyn was transferred to the Board of Customs and Excise in 1934 presumably because his views of post office administration ran counter to the reforms Sir Kingsley Wood was determined to carry out. Suppose that he believes that the pursuit of a particular foreign policy will be disastrous for the country. Will his administration of that policy be as vigorous as might otherwise be the case? Or will it seem advisable to promote him out of an administrative position, as was done with Sir Robert Vansittart? These are not academic questions. Under conceivably different circumstances they might become of pressing constitutional importance. For while only a few individual instances can now be cited in which the limits of impartiality appear to have been reached, that is in large measure a reflection of the representativeness of the bureaucracy. There are obviously points beyond which a man cannot go in carrying out the will of another, and the fact that those limits have seldom been approached in the conduct of the civil service since 1870 bears witness to the unity of the middle-class state. There is no good reason to suppose that the doctrine of impartiality, and the permanence of tenure with which it is associated, could survive a political struggle in which the foundations of the state were in play. Men can hardly be expected to remain loyal to institutions whose purposes they suspect or disapprove, and it is scarcely likely that the British Communist Party would find the present service as useful to them as it has undoubtedly been to the Liberal and Conservative parties. Even a few Labour Party leaders have expressed grave doubts that their programme could be carried through without changes in the key personnel of the service, although former Labour ministers like Arthur Henderson and Sidney Webb have testified to the wholehearted cooperation they received during their brief periods in office. This is a point, however, upon which one can do no more than speculate at present. It is possible to argue, as Mr. W. I. Jennings has recently done, that the distinction between the programs of the Labour and Conservative parties is only one of degree, and that there would therefore be little likelihood of a breach in the convention of impartiality in the event of Labour's rise to power. Or one may take the view that the Labour Party is essentially a proletarian party which would be as seriously handicapped in office by a middle-class civil service as the middle classes were by an aristocratic civil service. Neither position can be maintained with full certainty. What can be said, with little fear of contradiction, is that the civil service as now constituted would be much less representative of a state in which Labour wielded power than it has been of a state in which that prerogative belonged to the upper middle classes. As a matter of fact, of course, the essence of responsibility is psychological rather than mechanical. It is to be sought in an identity of aim and point of view, in a common background of social prejudice, which leads the agent to act as though he were the principal. In the first instance, it is a matter of sentiment and understanding, rather than of institutional forms. Point 0. Bureaucracy and social change. Seymour Martin Lipset. The political problem of the power and influence of a permanent civil service with its own goals and traditions was not important so long as the social and economic values of the bureaucracy and the governing politicians did not seriously conflict. The problem becomes crucial, however, when a new political movement takes office and proposes to enact reforms that go beyond the traditional frame of reference of previous governmental activity or which upset the existing set of relations within the bureaucracy. It is especially important today, when the explicit formal goals of many democratic states are changing from the laissez-faire police regulation of society to those of a social welfare planning state. 1. The tradition and concept of a merit non-patronage civil service was related in many countries to the needs of the dominant business groups, who demanded cheap and efficient service from the state. J. Donald Kingsley has shown how in England the policy of a merit civil service grew with the increase in political power of the business class. The business groups desired an efficient state that would facilitate and protect the development of commerce. Permanent, non-political officials ensured continuity of government regulations and practices, and made for stable relations with the state, regardless of shifts in party fortunes. This idea of a merit civil service was not challenged as long as party politics remained contests between groups who accepted the basic orientation and activities of the state and the society. The establishment of reform and socialist governments, which propose radical changes in the functions of the state, raises the problem of whether such reforms can be successfully initiated and administered by a bureaucratic structure that is organized to regulate different norms, and whose members possess values that do not correspond with those of the radical politicians. Since the days of Karl Marx, some socialists have maintained that a successful socialist state must destroy the old state apparatus and erect a new administrative organization. In recent times, persons who have served in, or studied, socialist governments have suggested that one crucial reason for their failure to proceed more vigorously toward the attainment of their goals has been the bureaucratic conservatism of old civil servants. In Weimar, Germany, the Social Democratic Party, which held majority power from 1918 to 1920, was not able to make fundamental changes in the power and economic structures. Participants in that government report that the bureaucracy played a major role in obstructing changes. George Lansbury, who was a member of the second Labour government in Great Britain, and subsequently became leader of the party, unequivocally declared, all through the life of the late government, Treasury officials obstructed and hindered the ministers in their work. No one can deny this. For Saskatchewan is the latest in the series of examples of radical governments attempting to make drastic changes in the direction and functions of government while retaining permanent civil servants in key administrative policy-making posts. There are, however, major differences between Saskatchewan and most other countries in which radical parties have come to power. Civil service traditions are very different from those prevailing in England and other British Commonwealth countries. They are, in fact, more similar to those of 19th-century United States than to those of England. Party loyalty and obligations determine the choice of civil servants, as the following report makes clear. It is possible to find four main corrupt features in the Saskatchewan Liberal organization, features which are common to most party organizations in Canada, whether liberal or conservative: the use of the civil servants as party workers, the patronage system by which party supporters were appointed to the civil service, the use of public works appropriations, particularly the road money, for pork barrel purposes, and the granting of contracts, especially in public works and printing, in return for financial or press support. The dislike of the blatant excesses of patronage government led the party, while in opposition, to oppose partisan appointments, but the recognition that the civil service was honeycombed with liberal politicians made CCF leaders specifically exempt deputy ministers and other major policy posts from civil service protection. Unlike socialist parties in Europe and Great Britain, which were prevented from advocating changes in the civil service because of the popular acceptance of a politically neutral bureaucracy, the CCF was free, in terms of the political values of Saskatchewan, to advocate the replacement of top-ranking conservative civil servants by CCF experts, and did so in its 1944 program. Once in office, however, the new CCF cabinet ministers changed their views. Instead of the expected house cleaning, most of the key civil servants were retained. Few changes in the top administration were made during the first 2 years of the C.CF government. Men who had served under the Liberals were promoted to fill vacancies in the upper levels of the civil service. Every group of responsible CCF leaders except the cabinet ministers, however, continued to believe that extensive changes in the top-level personnel of the government were necessary if the movement was to carry out its objectives of social reform. The difference between the cabinet and the rest of the party hierarchy lay in the fact that the new ministers were exposed to unanticipated pressures. They were faced with the immediate problem of assuming responsibility for departments that had to deal with a multitude of day-to-day problems. No department could stop operating until the new administration rebuilt its working apparatus. The new ministers, like most politicians, were amateurs in their respective departments. None of them had ever had administrative experience in a large organization. The members of the cabinet were under pressure to implement the legislative and administrative reforms promised by the party platform. This platform, like that of most political parties, was necessarily general, lacking concrete steps to be taken after election. Beside drawing up new legislation, changing administrative regulations of their departments, and taking part in cabinet meetings, the ministers had to continue being active politicians, making speeches, and caring for the needs of their constituents. In any government, such pressures force the cabinet ministers to lean heavily on their civil service. In Saskatchewan, however, many of the cabinet ministers had anticipated deliberate sabotage or resistance to their plans by the Liberal civil service. They entered office ready to remove the deputy ministers as soon as they showed signs of opposition to government plans. The key civil servants, on the other hand, expected to be discharged soon after the CCF took office. They knew that the C.CF was aware of the partisan nature of their appointments. Some of them had begun to look for other jobs, or planned to retire. The majority, however, in the hope of maintaining their positions, tried to ingratiate themselves with their ministers. The leading civil servants did their utmost to convince the cabinet that they were cooperative. In many departments, during the early period of the CCF government, the best socialists in Saskatchewan were in the top ranks of the governmental bureaucracy. The administratively insecure cabinet ministers were overjoyed at the friendly response they obtained from the civil servants. To avoid making administrative blunders that would injure them in the eyes of the public and the party, the ministers began to depend on the civil servants. As one cabinet minister stated in an interview, "I would have been lost if not for the old members of my staff. I'm only a beginner in this work. B__ has been at it for 20 years. If I couldn't go to him for advice, I couldn't have done a thing. Why, now I am only beginning to find my legs and make my own decisions. I have not done a thing for 2 years without advice." The failure to change key members of the civil service had important consequences for the future work of the government. Some of the civil servants interpreted it as revealing personal weakness on the part of their ministers and political weakness on the part of the CCF. The deputy ministers, realizing that there was no danger of being discharged, fell back into the traditional bureaucratic pattern. A number of civil servants were able to convince their ministers that certain changes were not administratively feasible or that they would incur too much opposition. Some deputy ministers exchanged information with other deputies on their technique of controlling their ministers. It is difficult to demonstrate concretely without certain breaches of confidence which policies were drastically affected by civil service action, but it is a fact that some key officials boasted of running my department completely, and of stopping harebrained radical schemes. The resistance of top-line civil servants to CCF measures was not necessarily a result of conscious opposition to the party. The most important bureaucratic conservative influence on the government does not seem to be a result of attempts to injure the government in the eyes of the electorate. Many top-ranking civil servants, even though appointed as political partisans, appeared to be honestly concerned with doing their jobs. Their objections to C.CF proposals were based on a desire to maintain the stability of their departments and their own positions. These civil servants would probably have attempted to modify liberal or conservative schemes which they considered to be unworkable. The bureaucracy, however, had become institutionalized under old party governments. It had a set pattern of reacting to problems. New methods of administration were often designated difficult or impossible because they had never been tried before or would require revamping the work of a department. In opposing such changes, the civil servant was only taking the easy way out of preserving the status quo of his own area of working and living. Civil service modification of CCF goals took 3 major forms: the continuation of traditional and, from the CCF point of view, reactionary procedure in government departments, changes in the intent of new laws and regulations through administrative practices, influence on cabinet ministers to adopt policies advocated by top-level civil servants. Information on the role of the civil service in modifying government activities was difficult to obtain, but, in discussing the work of the government, CCF leaders, cabinet ministers, and civil servants provided significant glimpses into the operation of government policy. Many local CCF leaders expressed public resentment against the continuation of undesirable practices by local representatives of the government. Informants reported that before the CCF was elected, it was common practice in two departments to discriminate against non-Anglo-Saxon groups. These practices continued after the CCF took office, for no one gave explicit orders to the contrary. The ministers were not aware of the fact that discrimination was the informal policy of the department. One cabinet minister changed the procedures in his department when he learned about these practices from local CCF leaders, who had received complaints from people who had been discriminated against. The discrimination practiced by the second department was known only to persons within the department. As no public complaint was ever made, no changes occurred. Similar charges about the continuation of reactionary practices were reported about the work of local field men in government departments. These men had built up a local network of informants over a period of years. Many of the informants were active liberals or local businessmen. The civil servants continued to rely on them for information after the CCF took office. This sometimes resulted in government actions favoring the preservation of the partisan status quo in local administration. One cabinet minister, who has since discharged a large part of his field staff, found as a result of complaints from local members of the CCF that members of his staff continued to grant leases and farming privileges to well-to-do persons who had secured them under previous governments, though it was now government policy to give them to poorer farmers and landless veterans. Civil service activities that ran counter to overall government policy could be checked only when the portion of the public served by the departments could observe what was being done. The permanent civil servant at the top of the administrative hierarchy was too deeply involved in the structure of mutual informal obligations and personal relations that exist in any long-established institution to call to his ministers' attention practices that were contrary to CCF objectives. The older civil servants did not realize that many of the practices of previous governments were repugnant to people who believed in the social reform philosophy of the CCF movement, and thus were often not aware of any conflict between practices and objectives. Cabinet ministers can hope to control the activities of their bureaucracy through reports from clients of government departments or sympathetic party followers. The minister, however, is at the mercy of his subordinates in situations in which the public at large is not aware of government activity. In such situations, civil servants who do not agree with, or do not understand the purposes of, the government are able to modify policy without much fear of detection. Max Weber has pointed out that the absolute dictator is often completely in the power of his bureaucracy, since, unlike the democratic ruler, he has no means of discovering whether his policies are being enforced. Weber suggested that the bureaucracy is less powerful in a democracy, for the governing politicians will be kept informed by the public. This suggestion is only a half-truth, however, for the public can be aware of only a part of the government's activities. The areas of government work that are hidden from the eyes of the public are often closed to the cabinet minister as well. When the clients and the civil servants of a government department both disagree with the minister's policies, there is a great possibility that government policies will not be enforced. Both the clients and the bureaucracy will attempt to convince the minister that his policy is wrong, or they may simply ignore it. One cabinet minister decided that certain government work that had previously been contracted out to private concerns should be done by government employees whenever possible. His deputy minister, however, continued sending the work out to private concerns. This deputy told confidants that he considered government employees less competent than employees of private firms. Jobs were sometimes done twice, first by civil servants and later by private firms. It is much more difficult to gather evidence about practices that take place behind closed doors. Members of the civil service have reported numerous examples of the modification of policies by civil servants in confidence. However, which indicates that those coming to public or ministerial attention are only a small part of the actual efforts to change government policy at the administrative or enforcement level. The modification of goals through administrative decisions represents only one aspect of the power of the civil service house to influence policy. Direct influence over the making of final policy, however, constitutes an aspect of the power of the permanent civil service which is as important as its ability to modify accepted policy through administrative procedure. An outsider cannot scientifically analyze the component elements entering into the decisions of a government department. Both permanent civil servants and new appointees of the CCF report, however, that a number of top-ranking civil servants were able to convince cabinet members that some aspects of the CCF program were impractical to administer. It is impossible to demonstrate that these civil servants were objectively wrong or insincere in opposing specific changes. Their objections to CCF policy were usually based on the honest belief that the changes would not work. Civil servants, of course, do not operate in a social vacuum. Their opinions about relative right and wrong are determined, like those of all persons, by pressures existing in their social milieu. A department official is interested not only in whether a minister's proposals can be put into practice, but with the effect of such policies on the traditional practices of the department and on its long-term relations with other groups. A reform which may be socially desirable, but which disrupts the continuity of practices and interpersonal relations within the department, will often be resisted by a top-ranking civil servant. He is obligated to protect those beneath him in the administrative hierarchy from the consequences of a change in policy. Second, and equally important, the opinion of government officials on the feasibility of any proposal is necessarily colored by their political outlook and by the climate of opinion in their social group. Many top-ranking civil servants in Saskatchewan are members of the upper social class of Regina. Most of their social contacts are with people who believe that they will be adversely affected by many C.CF policies. Government officials who belong to professional or economic groups whose position or privileges are threatened by government policies tend to accept the opinion of their own group that reforms which adversely affect the group are wrong and will not work. Cabinet ministers who desire to make social reforms may therefore be dependent for advice on permanent civil servants who, in part, are members of the special interest group which the ministers oppose. In Saskatchewan, as in other places, civil servants have been known to reduce the significance of reforms directed against their own group. They could hardly have been expected to draw up effective safeguards against evils the very existence of which they denied. An unplanned consequence of the struggle in the CCF over civil service reform has been an experimental test of the theories of those who urge that a radical reform government must have a sympathetic bureaucracy to carry out its program successfully. The Saskatchewan civil service today is a compromise between two approaches to the problem of bureaucracy. The larger part of it is a carryover from previous governments, but a large minority of top-level positions are held by socialist experts. Many of the older civil servants had resisted changes which the CCF ministers wanted. Some refused to serve on top-level committees where they would be personally responsible for government policies. Many of the new C.CF civil servants, on the other hand, have suggested new policies that would probably never have been proposed if policy formation had been left to the cabinet and the permanent civil service. The ministers did not have the technical knowledge to suggest needed changes, and the old civil servants were not imbued with the CCF values of finding means to reduce the wealth and power of private interest groups and of using every agency of government to raise living standards. In at least two departments, the differences in orientation of the new and the old civil service resulted in a covert struggle to determine department policy. The permanent civil servants in two departments repeatedly brought their ministers in contact with representatives of the more conservative groups, while the CCF civil servants encouraged supporters of reform to visit the ministers and impress them with the widespread public support for changes. To specify the innovations initiated as a result of the activities of party experts would compromise the position of informants now working for the government. It is apparent, however, that there is a direct relation between the extent and vigor of reform and the degree to which key administrative positions are staffed by persons who believe in the formal goals of the C.CF. If the government had followed its original intention of completely separating the civil service from politics, many of the changes that have been accomplished, both on the administrative and the legislative level, would not, in all probability, have taken place. In recent years many have become concerned with the problem of bureaucracy in a large-scale society. The sheer size and complexity of social organizations, whether private or public, have created the need for a new class of administrators or bureaucrats to operate them efficiently. This new administrative group, necessarily, has been given a large amount of discretionary power. Once entrenched in corporations, trade unions, political parties, and governments, the administrators develop vested interests of their own which may conflict with the interests of those who place them in office. It seems to be universally true in social organization that men in power seek to maintain and extend their power, status, and privileges. Modern democratic society, therefore, faces the dilemma of making extensive grants of power without at the same time abdicating the right of the democratic constituency to change the policies and the personnel of the bureaucracy. The justified concern with the dangers of oligarchic or bureaucratic domination has, however, led many persons to ignore the fact that it does make a difference to society which set of bureaucrats controls its destiny. There are bureaucracies and bureaucracies. To suggest, as many social scientists have done, that trade unions, cooperatives, corporations, political parties, and states must develop a bureaucratic social structure in order to operate efficiently still leaves a large area of indeterminate social action for a bureaucratically organized society. Bureaucrats are human beings, not automatons. The desire to maintain a given bureaucratic organization is only one of the complex series of factors determining their actions. In a given situation, each group acts somewhat differently, according to its background. The reactions of the Russian socialist bureaucrats to problems of power were very different from those of the English socialist bureaucrats. A deterministic theory of bureaucratic behavior, such as that advanced by Robert Michaels or James Burnham, neglects the implications of an alternative pattern of bureaucratic response. Registered the focus on a single theory of bureaucracy has been encouraged by the lack of a sociological approach among political scientists. For the most part they have not raised questions about the social origins and values of government administrators and the relationship of such factors to government policy. It is possible that the political scientists' blindness to the